Good morning, Keller penso parenti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ferrara and to our conference on climate justice, new challenges for law and judges. This is our third annual conference. The first one took place in Ferrara in 2020. And this year, our third annual conference. We are particularly glad to welcome distinguished speakers and guests from all over the world in order to discuss the hottest challenges and the way forward for taking such urgent issues. And a special thank goes to our colleague William Boyd and to the University of California, Los Angeles, particularly the Andersen Institute of Climate Change and the Environment, for co-hosting the conference and for fruitful cooperation and for the generous co-founding of this conference. We, and together with the other members of the scientific committee, Henrik, Andersen, Matthias, Keller, and William Boyd, tried to provide a synergy between academics, judges, and practicing lawyers in an interdisciplinary setting covering private law, corporate law, administrative law, criminal law, procedural law, and international law, both from the private and public perspective, public law perspective, in order to try to give a holistic analysis of Ferrara and to strengthen the ties among disciplines, because we are all aware that these problems we are tackling today are not only of cross-border nature, but also of cross-disciplinary nature, and therefore particularly glad to have to welcome such a panel of distinguished guests from several countries, several disciplines. With that said, as mine are just welcome addresses, I would like to give the floor to Andrea Giordano, who is the Vice Chief of Cabinet at the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security in Italy, and also a judge at the Court of Auditors of Rome. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here in person, but he sent a brief message that we will listen right now.
So, very but I'm afraid that it arrived damaged. And so, just many thanks to Mr. Alberto de Franceschi, to all the other organizers, and congratulations for such an important event on a central topic, which is the one on climate justice. It's not only a law topic, it's first of all a natural resources topic, and it's secondly a social topic, a philosophical topic. Think about Hans Jonas' principle of responsibility regarding one's life, making one's life compatible with a persistent human life, so compatible with the safeguard of future generations. Well, this is well drawn, very well symbolized by the principle of sustainable development. It is an international law, an EU law, a national law principle. Think about Articles 9 and 41 of the Italian Constitution, well representing the sustainable development goals in the context of public law of the public sector. It's important to study climate. It's important to figure out the best ways to protect climate and to protect individual situations relating to climate. Not only seeing climate justice as a means to do that, we must consider all the objective ways to safeguard climate. So safeguarding climate mainly through public organizations, through public administrations, and also seeing climate as an important objective in all the private law sectors and in business law as well. So trying to make business models compatible with climate objectives, making the inner structures of enterprises in line with the goal to reduce climate emissions. These are topics of great importance nowadays. We must all try and answer to climate issues. We must restudy, review all law sectors in a light that is climate friendly. This is one of the bigger tasks for jurists today. Thanks to all of you, and have a good one.
So thank you to Ms. Andrea Giordano, and now I give the floor to Pier Lorenzo Parenti, who is here representing the Italian High School for the Judiciary, based in Rome, which is also very active in this field, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Alberto, and thank you to you all. Today I'm delighted to be here with you in Ferrara, a town that over the centuries has fostered human creativity while graciously balancing it with the environment, meant in its broadest meaning. This harmonious coexistence, equilibrium, should be the final goal of all human institutions and activities. Having the opportunity to bring the greetings of the School for the Judiciary to such an ancient and prestigious university like this is for me a further element to be grateful. This university, since its birth, has been capable of attracting eminent personalities in all fields of knowledge. Today, in this room, there is still the evidence that that tradition continues. The occurring conference deals with topics of great interest and relevance with a truly valuable development from the principles to the effectiveness of jurisdictional protection of the environment. The topics you are investigating touch every relevant aspect in environmental protection, from international trade to the involvement of corporate social responsibility, to the identification of infrastructures suitable for the environmental protection, and as an element of great interest for the School of Magistracy, to the declination of the issues in jurisdictional effectiveness, both at the European Court of Human Rights level and at the national and international level, with cases, experiences spread throughout the world. It is precisely the aspect of effectiveness of protection of the environment in the courts, local and international, that brings the principles to life and makes them effective. The aspect of effectiveness of protection has been for many years one of the focuses of the training activity of the Higher School of Magistracy, both in the courses intended for Italian magistrates and in those organized by the school in the international context in which it operates. For example, the European Judge Training Network of the European Commission. This is due both to an ever-increasing request from Italian judiciary for a complete analysis in the branch. The first courses date back to a few years after the birth of the school, and to the great interest shown by all the steering committee including this one, with its president Silvana Sciarra, who is the former president of Corte Costituzionale, the Italian Supreme Court. Among the courses that were organized, I remember the 2021 Livatino course, one of the most important training events of the school, that was significantly titled Rights and Environment and Right to the Environment. Our commitment to the topic is persistent, and as a matter of fact, next November, and I invite all you, will be held in Rome an important 3-day event concerning environmental law, analyzing the dual profile of administrative and criminal protection. Protection that combines the sanctioning nature of the rules with the restorative nature of the remedies, such, for example, the seizure or confisca, as we say, we name it in Italian. I also do not want to forget the valuable and recent publication of our school titled European Law and the National Judge, which, among the extent of the subject, 3 volumes, dedicates many pages to the topic of the environment. There are therefore many elements of interest, novelty, and enrichment that your Congress will be able to bring to the training of Italian judges. With this, in complementing Professor De Franceschi, Professor Andersen, and Professor Keller, as well as the UCLA Law School and the European Law Institute, I bring you the warmest greeting from the school and its president, and I wish you good work.
Thank you very much for bringing the institutional addresses from the school, which plays a crucial role in training judges and disseminating cross-border way solutions, which are very important to be shared. Now I'm glad to give the floor to William Boyd, also member of the scientific committee of this conference from the University of California, Los Angeles Law School, and also co-director of the Institute on Climate Change and the Environment. We are particularly glad to have you here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Alberto. And thank you to the whole team here in Ferrara for hosting us. It is great to be back in Ferrara. We were here a couple of years ago. We had a fantastic conference last year in Leuven. Evelyn orchestrated, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be back with this group. The Eminent Institute is certainly happy to support this effort, and I have to say that it's a little uncomfortable to be up here providing kind of the scope of the conference when Alberto is really the motive force behind the entire effort and has really been driving this effort over the last 3 years. So I just want to say to Alberto, thank you so much. He puts my names on emails and really, is very generous in suggesting that I have had a role in convening this incredible group of people, but it really is all Alberto. And I think Henrik and Matthias would agree with me on that. Of course, want to thank Henrik and Matthias as well for their efforts. And thank you to all of you for being here. It's such an incredible group of people. The expertise in this room is impressive and intimidating, and I hope we have some time for good discussion over the course of the day. I feel very lucky to have the chance to engage with you and appreciate the time that very busy judges, lawyers, regulators, and academics have put into this and taken the time to be here with us in Ferrara. I think it's easy to get depressed about the climate crisis, but it's also quite exciting when you look at the fact that we're in this incredible lawmaking moment across so many different areas of law. It's dynamic, it's changing rapidly. There are connections that are emerging, cross-fertilization across different domains and areas that can be sort of overwhelming at times. But when you look at it from that vantage point and not so much from the vantage point of the crisis, there is, I think, lots of ground for hope and for getting up every day and working really hard to sort of make our little contribution to this. It's not happening fast enough, obviously, but law is absolutely central to all of this. And I think this conference and the different areas and domains of law that are here today that we'll be talking about really illustrates how climate change is sort of insinuating itself into almost every area of law. Putting that in the context of the broader political environment, the geopolitical environment, that too can be somewhat depressing at times. But that's complex and dynamic as well. And what's interesting is that as the broader political environment shapes different legal trajectories, shuts down certain pathways, opens up others, new feedback loops emerge, new sort of opportunities for cross-fertilization emerge across scales, across different domains. And I think that's really the motivation behind the interdisciplinary kind of cross-border aspect of this whole conference. I often, well, I'll get to that in a second. So much of our work in this forum has been framed against the backdrop of climate litigation and climate justice, which has a particular meaning, at least in my understanding, in the European context, which is perhaps slightly different than in the American context. But clearly there's been an incredible proliferation of cases and causes of action across different domains and jurisdictions that demonstrate the normative power of climate justice and its connections to human rights. And I think that is kind of the North Star for a lot of the way in which climate law is developing in different areas, even though it can get very technical very fast in the areas that I work in, for example, energy law and regulation and more on the regulatory side. This conference, of course, as noted, shows a remarkable and impressive diversity of topics, incredible expertise here from public international law, administrative law, regulatory law, supply chains and corporate governance, competition law, trade law, products, consumer law, new theories of liability, new objects of governance, new connections and spillovers across these different domains, all again against the backdrop of climate disruption, but the green transition as well. And much of our focus has been on the responsibility of states and increasingly corporate actors, and increasingly a handful of corporate actors. I think it's important to sort of recognize that this is not necessarily about all companies everywhere. To some extent that is true, but there is a sort of limited group of very large companies, global multinational companies that are very much, I think, at the heart of the problem and perhaps also a big part of the solution. I often tell my students that when it comes to global scale transitions, energy transitions, sustainability transitions, timing is everything. And we happen to be in one. And I think that it's an incredible time to be a lawyer, to be a law student and a new lawyer, but also a law professor working in these areas. It's obviously not possible to define or delimit climate law or climate justice. I think climate and sustainability are, as noted, are working themselves into almost every area of law and every aspect of our economy, of our everyday lives. There are ways in which we can think about how law is, useful in stopping or mitigating or sort of redirecting harmful activities and creating new liability regimes, new theories of liability, new duties, new responsibilities, but also the role of law in creating whole new industries, in driving or empowering the green transition. And in both of those areas, I think, focusing on the way that law structures the distributional struggles, right, at the heart of this transition is absolutely central, it seems to me. And ultimately, it's going to determine the shape of what comes out of this transition. So I don't think it's too much of an exaggeration to say that all law in some ways is climate law, right? not quite all law, obviously, but more and more areas of law. And I think that's important to keep in mind as we go through this kind of diversity of topics over the course of the day. I really appreciate, again, that all of you are here, and I'm looking forward to the very rich discussions that we'll have, so thank you.
Thank you very much to William Boyd for framing our conference and giving the view of the way forward. Now I'm glad to give the floor to Matthias Keller, who is president of the Aachen Administrative Court and also representing the European Association of Administrative Judges, and now also co-rapporteur of the European Law Institute's project on climate justice. Matthias, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for having the floor, and thank you, William, for your wonderful introduction. There isn't much to say now. Just a little modification. You just said all law is climate law, and I, as a practitioner, I would say all lawyers are climate lawyers right now. And this is a wonderful experience that we have a common ground on this all-encompassing problem. And it was for me a very fruitful and rewarding experience to work with the scientific committee of this project, not with having an own approach on the matter, but with learning, hearing and learning from other colleagues. And I mean, it's a wonderful exercise if you, before and after our conferences, if you Google our speakers and what they have to say, it's amazing. You have a total new horizon that is before you, and I think what a climate lawyer is, it's somebody who is open, and who is open, which what I find very important, who is open for other fields of law, for other approaches of law. And again, sorry, William, I would like to cite hopefully not your last words, but in your Harvard Law article, and you quoted Max Weber, and you said, well, politics, Weber wrote near the end of his life, is a strong and slow boring of hard boards. So this is the same with climate issues, and it goes on and on. It's not finished with this project, of course, and there's so many things to do. And my special idea and take is that we need not only the positive law, not only the newest legislation, not only the newest landmark judgment on the desk, but we need to stay interconnected. We need a basis in language and legal culture and our legal past, and therefore to have these big issues discussed in a wonderful way. This is what I like with this project. And just drop another big name. It's a kind of wonderful discussion, like perhaps, I don't know, like Habermas would say in the Herrschaftsfreier Diskurs, where you can discuss all things without hierarchy. And the idea is the best argument may win. And therefore, this is what I have always experienced under the wonderful chairmanship of you, Alberto, and Henrik. there is this exchange of experience and arguments which is so valuable and inspiring, and it gives, in a way, I think, the concept of law and the legal culture, it gives it a new meaning. So we are all trying to connect with our computers, with mobiles and so. And if you're not connected, you're out of the discussion. And that, for me, that would be the role of legal culture, legal language, and legal history, to have a grip on those big issues, just to imagine what we can do in the future. But I think we very often forget that in law there must be imagination. We must be creative. It's not just a deductive exercise. We must see the concepts, and we must sometimes go a little bit beyond the inner perspective of law. And that's something what I learned from the US. In the US, public law and administrative law is very much connected with political science and politics, whereas we would say, no, that's another chair, that's another professor, we have nothing to do with political science. I exaggerate, of course. But I mean, every field of science can bring something to the table. And the Eli project, I had always the impression that exactly the Eli project was this kind of table where you can bring your own perspective and your own knowledge about your field of law. So I'm very much looking forward to our conference that will bring so many aspects to this topic, and I'm sure I will have weeks and months to elaborate on these different topics, to understand them and to put them in context. So thank you very much. We're a little bit ahead of time, but it's I think for me it's perfect. The work may start.
Thank you very much, Matthias, for another inspiring vision on the way forward. And thank you again for these excellent introductions and for framing the scope and aims of the conference. Now I'm glad to hand over the chair to William Boyd for the first session.
Great, thanks. It's a real pleasure to be able to moderate this first session. And given that we have a little extra time, I guess we should allocate it fairly across the morning here, but it would be nice to have more time for discussion perhaps. So I do hope that we will have a chance to engage as a group after each of the sessions, and I know that we have some time set aside for that, so we'll make good use of that. So this first panel is really big picture, setting the scene. And we're very fortunate to have with us Ugo Maria Scialli from the European Commission, the Director General for the Environment. Hugo's been with this project from the very beginning. It has been a real pleasure to get to know him over the years and learn from him and all the great work that he's doing with the Commission. Then we'll hear from Henrik Andersen, who's obviously been a co-chair here of this whole effort of the last several years. Hugo will talk about the European Green Deal as a transformative agenda for the next years, and then Henrik will speak about the World Trade Organization law and climate change law. So without further ado, Hugo, you have the floor.
Just logistics, need a microphone. And if the presentation could go into full slide mode, please. I don't know who is going to do the clicking. Well, while we sort it out, William, Alberto, Matthias, and Henrik, thank you very much for inviting me back a third time. I'm very surprised after the presentations I gave already, but I'm glad that you did. Also, to perhaps reflect on the title of the presentation, it reflects the fact that we are in turbulent times, and it reminds me that 10 years ago, more or less exactly, I was put in charge, thank you, was put in charge of a team in the European Commission that was supposed to work on the theme of circular economy. And I took office on the 1st of July, and my team said, welcome to the team. I'll just tell you that the incoming president of the European Commission, Mr. Juncker, has already decided to repeal all work on circular economy. And that was an interesting start to my 10-year journey on the European Green Deal. What was fairly interesting is that this prompted an outcry from actually a very interesting coalition of industry, NGOs, civil society, saying, well, we may actually not have liked the first drafts of the Circular Economy Action Plan, but we think such a plan is necessary. And within 2 years, we actually had a first Circular Economy Action Plan, and within 4 years, with the advent of the current Commission, we actually had a European Green Deal. Just to say that turbulent times can sometimes generate very interesting results and positive sort of follow-up. Also to say that I'm glad that William mentioned a broader range of participants, because first I said, well, I'm not a practicing lawyer, although I'm a lawyer by training. I'm not an academic. I'm a regulator and I'm a negotiator, and therefore in me I do combine a little bit of law, a little bit of a political science, and a little bit of politics. So I actually take a broader view of what we're discussing here. And I think that it's interesting to, as you might have seen in the news this morning, so the new top positions in the European Union seem to be on track. We are likely to see a von der Leyen Commission 2, and that sort of will lead us to speculate a little bit what that will bring for the future of the European Green Deal. Now, if you go into that one, I'll try to start with a little bit of the scientific background in a way. And I mean, when you go back to the good old Club of Rome, it's like, show us where we have gone for the last 30, 35 years. We've gone from an empty world, as they say, where lack of labor opportunities and lack of infrastructure were the main limiting factors of human well-being, now to a situation to a full world where our overuse of natural resources and environmental things are the main limiting factors of human well-being. And we're clearly in a situation where we have lost our compass, our north on human prosperity, because we're almost in an impossible situation between a shortfall in the resources that we need for satisfying basic human needs, while at the same time pushing beyond the outer limit of planetary boundaries. And I think that is really a critical situation in which we are. And when you look at the situation over the last 14 years, we've seen that we're not doing very well. I mean, while in 2009, we actually had gone across 3 of the 9 planetary boundaries as developed by the Stockholm Institute. In 2015, we had crossed 4 boundaries, and in 2023, we have already crossed 6 boundaries. So I think in spite of all the efforts that we're doing in Europe globally, we are actually still going in the wrong direction. And when you actually look at it, it's interesting, since we're in the context of a conference about climate justice, it's not the climate change boundary that is by far the most breached. It's actually the one on the biosphere integrity in that regard. So I think that goes to a discussion that actually I participated in yesterday with great pleasure about what actually is climate justice and what is it that we want to deal with when we actually look at climate issues. And that leads me to the next thesis is environment and climate change are intrinsically linked. And when you look at the European Treaty, climate change and environment are actually in one treaty article with regard to the competence of the European Commission at this level. And it's increasingly so that we are talking about addressing climate change is dependent on protecting the environment, halting biodiversity loss, and reducing pollution. And we are, as I'm coming back in my presentation, we're increasingly talking about the triple environmental crisis, and crisis with an I, not with an E, because it's actually a threefold crisis that is interlinked. And I think that by not addressing these three, we're creating a vicious circle, and therefore our policies are needed to protect the environment and help fight climate change at the same time. It goes back to the discussion on what does it mean to be a climate lawyer, what does it mean climate law, and what does climate-related litigation mean. I think that my thesis would be that we are currently much too focused on the issue of addressing the primary emission of greenhouse gases. And I have take a little bit of an issue with William's comment that it's a good thing that one focuses on a few large petrochemical companies in that regard. I would argue in the context of my presentation that that's probably not the most productive course of action, that there is a much broader instrumentarium that we have that sort of climate activists, climate lawyers, and even the law and the judiciary can use in that regard. Now, all that sort of provided the basis for Mrs. von der Leyen to come forward with the European Green Deal in November 2019. And she really put it forward as both a environmental sustainability, but also an economic growth agenda in that regard. And I think that it was really a surprise for all of us how forceful and how deep the commitment ran by the Commission that is now going out of office, because it has maintained the course through a COVID crisis, a course through the war in Ukraine, all of which could have been a great opportunity for saying, okay, now let's do away with this nicety and let's focus on the essentials, which is health for our populations and defense in the face of an aggressive war by one of our neighbors. Now, what is it that we have done over the last couple of years? The European Green Deal is an incredibly broad agenda. It goes very much beyond the agenda of environment and climate change, encompassing industrial policy, health, safety, pollution, agriculture, you name it. And I think it was very clear that this transformative agenda actually is necessary if we are to address the triple environmental crisis. At the same time, crises are also always a great source of innovation, because you only address change if you have to. Human beings and societies are inherently conservative and always long to stay where they are, but they have to be challenged. Now, by the end of this mandate, we will have around 50 new legal acts that support the systemic change that needed to stay within planetary boundaries. In previous presentation, those who might have seen them, I have presented you with an incredibly boring, long list of all those issues that we have done. But I think it's quite important because we established that list in 2019. And now that we are in 2024, a few months before the end of the Commission, we actually managed to can actually say that we had delivered on all these things. So we delivered on our policy and legislative agenda. So clearly going through some of the major elements of that, there is globally recognized an EU leadership in circularity. We're looking at the more sustainable products with regard to repairability, durability, recyclability, and energy efficiency. We actually have better consumer information. We actually have rules that should increase competitiveness, innovation, and economic growth. And we actually have rules that would ensure that there is more access to secondary raw materials and industrial autarky in that regard. There is better rules on waste shipments. There is the European Batteries Initiative. There is a textile strategy that actually aims at attacking and dealing with fast fashion. And then, and I'll come back to that in a little bit more detail, the European Sustainable Products Regulation, which I think has potentially great impacts on how industry and production should work, and thereby having indirectly quite a lot of impact on issues related to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. There is also, I think, the part of enhancing transparency and protecting EU citizens. It has an element of consumer protection as well, because we are working together to redefine the issue of what is the quality we deliver to the consumer, and the quality is not only to have the product and the service do what it promises to do in terms of performance, but also including the quality in terms of durability, the quality in terms of sustainability. So it's a very great way of how two different agendas come together. There's also the revised Environmental Crime Directive, the upcoming Green Claims Directive, which will address greenwashing, and I think it's an interesting discussion that I had with the Federation of Austrian Industries last week on that one. And there is also the idea of the digital product passport that would also support circular business models. Now, I think that all that, in a way, this looks at more the industrial and the business side. But I think we cannot forget the issue related to that we also have to work with nature to protect our planet and health, and all the issues around restoration of ecosystems, tree planting and safeguarding carbon-rich ecosystems. And also, and I think what happened in the last couple of months, we need to do that because climate change brings extreme natural events. We've seen a lot of floods this year, droughts in the earlier year. And if I look around me, I think in Italy we're going directly from floods to drought. And I think that the agriculture is suffering greatly from these climate fluctuations. And I think in that context it's interesting to see that the EU was able to act as a global green champion with its role in the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Network. I think I want to say perhaps 2 words about a piece of legislation that has been very much in the news over the last couple of weeks, which is the EU Nature Restoration Regulation, which was based on the fact that our assessment that 81% of habitats in Europe are in poor status, that when you look at the impact of possible investment, every euro invested into nature restoration has a potential leverage effect of 8 to 38 euros in benefits, while 1 in 3 bee and butterfly species are in decline. And that's why we proposed the Nature Restoration Regulation, aiming at restoring ecosystems, enable recovery, contribute to achieving climate mitigation and climate adaptation objectives, and to meet international commitments. You have all seen the big demonstrations that I would say, personally, dare to say misguided farmers against that one, based on a lot of fake information that the Nature Restoration Regulation would imply sort of seizure of land, that it would force farmers to do butterfly counting and all of that, which all is pure lies, but has been used by certain parties in certain countries as a rallying call against the European Green Deal overall. Now, as an Austrian, personally speaking, I'm very proud that our Minister of the Environment, against a lot of internal sort of resistance, has made the difference in the Council of Ministers for the Environment, and has enabled it that Nature Restoration Regulation will now enter into force very soon and can play a role in contributing to the green transition. On the third pillar of the equation of the triple crisis, it is the issue of zero pollution paths for a toxic-free environment. Again, pollution has a lot of cost for the society. And if you actually count the healthcare cost, the decontamination work, lost work days, damage to buildings, crop losses for farmers, it all makes economic sense to do it. And I think that the EGD really has great impact by new standards on water quality, air quality, industrial emissions, and chemicals. Sorry, I forgot to click forward. Now, when you look at it in addition, there is the chemical strategy aims to protect citizens and the environment, a revised urban wastewater treatment directive, and rules and policies driving the wastewater sector towards energy and climate neutrality. Now, there's a big question that comes from part of the business group. So what does it do for business and industry? And I think, as I said in the very beginning, what we need is to use any crisis to drive innovation. And our discussion with industry is always very clear. If you want to provide a good framework for innovation and sustainability, you need actually to link it to enabling regulatory framework. Industry needs predictability and legal certainty, which also links again to the rule of law and the rule of judiciary in the context. And I think that what we have managed is that we have sort of a certain area where a business can profit in that regard. And that is certainly also linked to the issue of how to get access to fund, where one of the key instruments in unlocking investment has been the taxonomy and the European Sustainability Reporting Standard on the one hand, in the context of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Again, tools that actually should make the impact of industry and business on the environment and climate change transparent and provide additional mechanics and approaches for ensuring that this is actually done and is enforced in that regard. I cannot do a presentation, Alberto knows that very well, without showing that visual about the circular economy. And you will actually recognize that I have, and that's the famous Ellen MacArthur butterfly diagram of circular economy. The butterfly with two wings, and I have described to you the abiotic wing on industry and mining, metals and minerals, and the biotic wing on the nature on the one hand. And I think, sadly to say, to this day, the abiotic wing is much stronger than the biotic wing, so we still have a lot of things to do on the biotic wing. What I wanted to close on with is going back, and that's very much linked to my main thesis of the plethora of tools that exist for ensuring that economic actors and member states of the EU do their most in supporting environment and climate action. And that is the new vision for products in the EU, the issue of, in the context of making sustainable products the norm in the EU. And there were 35 actions that were proposed in the package that we put forward on March 2022, which we actually all have been put into action. And I think there are key things in there that allow also to check the performance of business and industry in the context of driving sustainability. Not least, and I'll talk about it a little bit more, through the stopping the destruction of unsold goods, mandatory criteria for public procurement, tracking of sensitive substances of concern, performance requirement linked to the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive, the chemicals legislation, the battery regulation, strengthening consumer rights, and of course also the construction products regulation. And I think that goes together, and I come to my point about joining consumer protection and sustainability agendas by empowering consumers. And I think there have been quite some elements of revision of the consumer law, the establishment of a right to repair, but also I think that the proposed Green Claims Directive will actually be quite interesting in ensuring that any voluntary environmental claims that businesses do should actually be traceable, understandable, and accountable. And of course, making the European eco-label more addressing durability, recyclability, and recycled content. All that in a global environment where we actually try to make our mark by, on the one hand, leading by example, saying we do what we preach, setting the standards, because the world still looks to us with regard to the quality of regulation, believe it or not. our regulation is actually regarded as the gold standard in environmental regulation. Of course, you may all be aware of the book called The Brussels Effect. And when we talk to Chinese colleagues, when we talk to Asian colleagues, overall Latin America, they actually take their cue from those European initiatives in that regard. When we talk to businesses in other regions, they say, well, on the one hand, we are afraid that our governments will follow your lead, because it will actually mean more restrictions of what we do. On the other hand, we would wish that they did, because then at least we have a very stable and predictable policy environment for us to move forward. And we are hoping to use diplomacy, trade, and development cooperation to demand the action. I think what I wanted to close on with, and I have still a number of slides, but I think I'm slowly running out of time, is sort of a quote from Ursula von der Leyen from about a year ago, where you can already see that the Green Deal context is shifting already a little bit from the European Green Deal to a Green Deal industrial plan. So I think the Green Deal will actually change its course, but it's here to stay. I think that we have a number of challenges before us. We have a number of opportunities and what speaks for it. But I would say that we have created a huge body of law, and the focus for the coming years might well be on implementation and enforcement, which now needs to be done. And I think implementation and enforcement also opens up the opportunity for legal practitioners to use that body of law to ensure that economic operators and governments actually do what they are supposed to do in accordance with all that body of law. There are a lot of opportunities in the different revised regulations, new regulations, where both individual citizens and collective class actions is possible. And I think that it is my main thesis and what I would like to discuss, that we can actually look beyond the headline cases of attacking a government or attacking a major petrochemical company with regard to climate change, to also use the opportunities offered by the multitude of legislation with regard to the quality of products and services, with regard to the information about the product, the qualities of products and services, with regard to the lack in implementation activities and monitoring and oversight activities by member states. So there's a broad range of actions that can be taken, and there are interest and there is openings up in many of those places. And that's most relevant in a changed political context as we have today. In the new Commission and the new European Parliament, the strong majority that we had for the last 5 years that was in favor of sustainability action no longer exists. There is no clear majority in the European Parliament for continuing it. There is also no majority for not doing it. But what we will see is probably not a huge drive to do new initiatives, but I also see no opportunities and no likelihood that major parts of the European Green Deal would be repealed, especially in view of the fact that repealing a European legal act is about as difficult as creating a new one. So I think that even repealing it would take a number of years. When discussing the change of course in the new Commission, one president of the Commission, I don't know which one, I can't recall, said that the European institutions are like supertankers. If you start spinning the steering wheel, it actually will continue on its course for quite a long time before slowly changing course. So even if there are a change of course, by the end of the next legislature, we may have veered off course a little bit, but there'll still be the opportunity to go back to where we wanted. So the final conclusion is, when you discuss issues related to climate justice, do not limit yourself to the issues related to quite important sort of how does it actually with regard to the overall emission of greenhouse gases. Don't limit it to the issues related to human rights, even though since last year we have a globally accepted human right for a clean and healthy environment adopted by the Human Rights Council and endorsed by the General Assembly, but use the plethora of other legislation that opens possibilities for going after governments, going after economic operators, and ensure accountability and sort of transparency in view of all that supports climate action. Climate action in a broad sense that encompasses issues related to biodiversity loss, issues related to pollution of the environment. I would be happy to share more slides, but I think I'll stop here in order, as William said, allow perhaps more time for discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hugo, for setting the scene for us. A really wonderful presentation and an astonishing amount of work you are doing, so thank you. Now I want to turn it over to Henrik Andersen here for his presentation, Opportunities and Challenges for Climate Change Law and Policies in the Context of World Trade Organization Law. So we need your slides.
Thank you very much. It seems that part of my text is lost here on the slides, but nevertheless, what I want to address is really about my interest, research interest, is in particular in international economic law. And I started out with a particular focus on trade, the economic side of law. I did my PhD about anti-dumping. It's very much about economics in law. And as I grew in my career, I started to get this interest for not really the trade values, but the non-trade values, and that relationship, overlap, potential conflict that there can be between, on one side, the trade values, and on the other side, the non-trade values. For example, we have on one side the World Trade Organization law about trade, and then on the other side, potentially in conflict or overlapping, international climate change law. And we just heard this very interesting presentation from Hugo Maria and all the impressive work that is done in the EU, following very much the ambitions of the Paris Agreement, and perhaps more than that. But there might come an issue. Now, what is done in the EU, can that potentially be in conflict with World Trade Organization law? And that's what I want to address here, not with particular focus on the EU, but just general potential overlaps and conflicts between World Trade Organization law and international climate change law. Now, and I'm sorry to say, I don't have such an impressive slide as we saw Hugo Maria before with the life of a product, a circular economy. But from a climate perspective, the questions that are addressed when it comes to the product, from its birth until the end of it, they would be different from the questions that will be asked when it comes to trade. So the questions that will be asked from a climate perspective that will usually be what is the particular climate impact of this product. Extraction of raw material, what does it mean for the climate? Is it about reduction of sinks, for example? Then, of course, from a climate perspective, that is a problem. And these kind of questions we can ask all the way from, throughout the cycle of this product. But when it comes to the trade dimension, the question will not be whether what will happen to the sinks when there's extraction of raw material. No, the question will be, can we get access to raw material if they are in foreign markets? So being in one country and in need of raw materials that we find in the territory of another country, can we have access to that? And that's where the trade dimension would say, oh yes, there should be access to these kind of raw materials. And these questions will then go all the way through as well. Production of a product. Are there production requirements which will be a disadvantage for producers in one state compared to less requirements in the production process in another state? Transportation of a product. Will the transport be stopped at one point because there are custom checks or checks of the health and safety of products? From a trade perspective, that can be an issue. The retail and usage of the product might be prohibited in a state because it doesn't live up to the standards for example, standards for green goods, and might be prohibited. Now, from a trade perspective, that can be an issue. And finally, when it comes to waste disposal, the question from the trade perspective will be, oh, but waste is just something we can trade. So that's sort of the trade dimension to this cycle of a product. Now, I should also say, of course, trade, it's also important. Oh, sorry. I should also say that it's important, trade can facilitate green goods. So there is this need for open markets to facilitate trade of, we see various cases in the WTO competition about solar panels, and that is where there have been restrictions in some states for importation of solar panels from other states. But that's where the market can support that. So it's not to say that World Trade Organization law always is a problem from a climate change law perspective. It can also facilitate what a climate change law is looking for. Some of the questions that I'm quite sure also will be asked in the EU Commission when we make these very important regulations to combat climate change, that is, of course, what's the costs of doing so. Now, if a state takes a short-run perspective of it, it might say, oh, it's not good to have these high climate standards because there's the risk that our producers, they will move to other states with less ambitions. Of course, in the long run, we know the costs associated with climate change, the damage, irreparable damage that is done to it, which will affect every industry in the world. And I think it's also important to say that for the risk of carbon leakage for corporations, we are actually seeing also some new trends, and that is corporations being victims of climate change, and they become climate migrants all of a sudden. They need to move to other facilities, other states, because climate change has a negative impact on their production. So I think it's important also to have that element in take that into consideration, because that's also moving this whole trade dimension. Climate change is becoming a new competition parameter for some businesses. Now, what could there be for the EU with high climate standards, or other states with high climate standards, to sort of protect the industries? And there can be different opportunities there. One is to make quantitative restrictions in respect of importation of goods that compete with the goods that are produced, for example, in the EU, if they come from states with less climate ambitions than in the EU. Another thing is taxation, impose taxes on products that are not green, or it can be subsidizing our own producers if they have green production processes. From the trade perspective, the issue that there can be with these instruments, that is, but what if they are used in reality for anti-competitive or anti-trade aims? It's really about protecting our own industries from foreign competition. That's where WTO law have at least some instruments that can balance that. Let us move into the framework from a trade perspective that we have here. And of course, it is WTO law. First of all, that must be the starting point when we take that perspective. But then we have other international law. International climate change law, what is the role that international climate change law can have within WTO law? Human rights law. Now we have seen that in Europe, it's very clear that climate change is also a human rights issue. And international environmental law, the relationship between international environmental law and international climate change law, as also suggested by Hugo Maria before, these things are not so easy to separate. They are actually closely related. So, but let's try to take a look at it. Start with WTO law. What is WTO law? It's a number of trade treaties. There is not a single treaty concerning climate. But if we look at the aim of the WTO, apart from the aim of having this free trade, these markets, it's also an objective of sustainable development, seeking both to protect and preserve the environment and to enhance the means for doing so in a manner consistent with the respective needs and concerns at different levels of economic development. WTO law, when we take that as a starting point for it, we cannot separate it from other international law. And the reason I say we cannot do that, we cannot separate it from international climate change law, for example, it follows simply from the customary rules of interpretation of public international law as they're reflected in the Vienna Convention and Law of Treaties. WTO law must be interpreted in light of other international law, and that is to seek the systemic interpretation of general international law as such. That is also reflected in the, and I'm quite sure you're probably not so familiar with the dispute settlement system in the WTO, but there are court-like institutions in the WTO. It's also reflected in the case law, that's an approach that should be taken. And also importantly to say is that all other international law can apply in the WTO as long as WTO law does not contract out from it in the treaties. That's also established in WTO case law. So this context that should be taken into consideration, that is, for example, the UN Framework Convention. And I think it's important to mention here from the preamble the reference to the principle of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities and the social and economic conditions. I'll come back to that in a minute, why I find that important. What I also think is very important is that there's a trade dimension in the Framework Convention, and that is that the measures taken to protect the climate, they should not constitute a means of arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or disguised restriction on international trade. I'll come back to that in a minute also, why I find that very important. And we have the Paris Agreement, soft in its language, getting a much harder edge through the way that it's transposed into the national system, the way it's used in the EU, for example, and the way that we also see that it's channeled through other international organizations. Now, the text itself does not provide many legal obligations, but there might be one of due diligence. And that due diligence dimension of the Paris Agreement, I find that extremely important, because when we look at international climate litigation, we have seen, for example, from the European Court of Human Rights, the Klimasenioren case, where the Paris Agreement and the due diligence requirements is sort of channeled through the human rights instrument. And we see it similarly with the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea in the advisory opinion on climate change in respect of the Law of the Sea Convention, that is also reference to these due diligence requirements from international climate change law. So, coming back to the way that we can look at the WTO, that is to take this cross-sectorial approach that we've seen done in other organizations, and also to consider, do we see a development of a customary rule of international law concerning due diligence that we have seen in respect of environmental law. But going back to what Hugo Maria said before, it's very difficult to separate environmental law and climate change law. Do we see that then expanded to be a customary rule of international law concerning climate protection? And that's where it depends on state practice, and it can be practiced from other bodies, other international courts, and the sense of opinion used. That's something for the literature to work and look more into. But it is a question, and it's a question that's relevant when we continue to talk about WTO law. Because WTO law, when we come back to these different instruments that can be used, for example, by the EU to protect the industries, the green industries from non-green industries from other states, that is, for example, taxes on goods. In general, taxes are not prohibited in WTO law. Then there can be border adjustment taxes or carbon border adjustments. That is debated in literature. Could that potentially violate WTO law? Because if that's the case, we have to look at the exceptions. Quantitative restrictions, prohibition of goods from other states if they don't live up to EU standards, we will say they are prohibited under WTO law, and then we have to go in and look at the exceptions in WTO law. Subsidies, some work has been done to make a green goods agreement. Unfortunately, it's stalled at the moment. There have been some success making a fishery subsidy agreement to protect from overfishing. But we must say at this point in time, subsidies will have to be assessed under the general subsidy rules of the WTO. And when we look at the subsidy rules in the WTO, there are no exceptions. And that means that if a subsidy is provided, if it gives a benefit to one producer but not another producer, then it's in violation of WTO law. So now we are in a situation, what if we give subsidies to someone with a climate-friendly production process and foreign competitors who don't use similar climate-friendly production processes, they don't get that benefit? Would it then be in violation of WTO law? Well, from an initial glance, we could say yes. However, when we look at WTO case law, what happened in the appellate body is in the dispute settlement body of the WTO, what they have done, they have said, in order to have a benefit, it can only be a benefit for a producer if they are on the same market. And we need to look at the supply side. And that's a case about electricity production. Canada gave some subsidies to green producers of electricity that wasn't granted to producers of electricity using fossil-based energy. The appellate body said they are two different markets, and therefore giving a subsidy to a green producer is not in violation of WTO law. But moving into the exceptions, of WTO law, of the policy objective, and we have a chapeau that we need to look at every case. The chapeau says that the policy objective must not be used in a way as a means of arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or disguised restriction on international trade. The same language as we saw in the UN framework conventions. We have in policy objections established that what's necessary to protect human, animal, or plant life and health, climate considerations can be accepted here. They have used that very clearly in a recent case concerning the EU and palm oil. Another one, if it's related to conservation of exhaustible natural resources, it's also the climate consideration is a legitimate use for use this exception. The problem's always been about the chapeau, where case law in the WTO generally have rejected it, accepted policy objective, but not accepted, or the states did not meet the requirements of the chapeau, that there were arbitrary discrimination or something like that. And that is my point, what I want to make here, and I'm coming to the conclusion now. Getting back to what I would say, we see at least this line of development moving into a customary rule of international law concerning due diligence. Now, that should be taken into consideration when we interpret the chapeau, and that means that, from my perspective, the dispute settlement institutions of the WTO, they have to relax their approach when it comes to the chapeau. Oh, sorry. Yeah. We have to relax that when it comes to the chapeau of the WTO. So there are overlaps between international climate change law and WTO law. WTO law can support the climate change perspective, but there are some areas where they need to relax the approaches. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. So we are still right on time. I want to just thank both Hugo and Henrik for this setting the scene panel here, and I think now we transition straight to the next panel, right?
So we go from here to the next session on sustainability and corporate governance. And thanks to all the organizers for having us here today. It's a pleasure, as it has been for the past years. We have a full session again, limited time for discussion, so I suppose we suggest we start straight ahead with the first presentation by Professor Weller from the University of Heidelberg on greening corporate law. Professor Weller is the Vice Rector of International Affairs, the Director of the Institute of Comparative Law, Conflicts of Law and International Business Law, also Professor of Private Law, Commercial Law, Comparative Law. So looking forward to your view on how to green corporate law.
Yeah, thank you very much, Evelyn. Thank you very much, Alberto, for inviting us, William, Henrik, and Matthias for organizing this event. As William Boyd said already, it is an exciting moment because we have a lawmaking movement, and I would like to invite you to discuss about some proposals which we will submit to the German legislator and to the German Jurists Conference, which is a very old traditional setting of coming together of lawyers from all different subjects and discussing different questions of law. Inter alia, the questions are legislative measures in the area of corporate law recommended to combat climate change. And this conference will happen in September of this year, and I would like to discuss with you some proposals we submitted to this discussion. The expert opinion, which we wrote in Heidelberg, has this outline. The first aspect is the need for climate regulation. I don't have to go into details here. The second aspect is the development from shareholder value to corporate sustainability. Then we look at the legislata, which sustainability instruments do we have in the existing law as it stands. We propose in this expert opinion to focus on climate neutrality instead of sustainability because it's more focused. And then are the three recommendations. And to some of you, I sent the handout with some proposals this morning, so you can have a glance on the English translation of these proposals. Now, the need for climate regulation is clear. You all know these statistics from the IPCC. We have an unprecedented warming of the global temperature and also the human influence, which we can see on the right-hand side here, the spread of the green and the orange line. You have to tackle that problem on the level of public international law, that's clear. We have the Paris Agreement, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and they urge the states to take action to combat climate change. However, also not only the private households and the states, but also the big companies or the companies in general have to be involved in that climate transition. And one judgment, which will be discussed this afternoon, the famous Shell judgment, stated the responsibility of big players in economy. The first questions which I would like to discuss with you is the question, is corporate law the right field of law in which you have to tackle the climate change, or is it better to address it only in environmental law? And I would say yes, it is one possible regulatory instrument also to regulate climate transition in corporate law. When we look back, we have to see that private law in general is neutral vis-à-vis general interests of society, and this neutrality traces back to the Code Napoleon in 1804, where there was a separation of political rights and civil rights, and from there on we had the famous public and private law divide. Public law dealing with public interests, general interests, private law only dealing with the interests of the involved parties. This used to be so, and for corporate law it was the Chicago School who said that social responsibility of businesses is only to increase its profits. It's the shareholder value approach of the Chicago School, here Milton Friedman. And this was the prevailing opinion until the change of the millennium. Then we had a discussion of stakeholder interests, of corporate social responsibility, and also of sustainability. Today we are talking about ESG. To the socials, there's now also the environment, social governance. It is seen as a mega trend and also in corporate law. That's why I think that you can also tackle climate regulation in corporate law to combat climate change via company law. And we can see that in all major jurisdictions. One publication is speaking of the politicization of the corporation. In France, we have the movement en droit des sociétés de la structure à la substance, from an organizational instrument, corporate law as an instrument of organizing businesses, also to a material, a field of law which also contains materials interests, that means the substance. For example, gender quotas, for example, human rights in supply chains. And finally, the law of corporation as the new environmental law. Here you can see this approach that you can also use corporate law to tackle the climate change. It is not our proposal to substitute public law, but to support it. That means you have a smart mix, and this smart mix you can also discover it in all recent regulations, for example, the CSRD and the CSDDD of the European Union. So, what are now, and that's the next step, what are the existing sustainability approaches in the German company law? And we have 3 pillars. The first pillar, you have it in Europe, is the sustainability reporting. You know that it's now the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which says that companies have to address a sustainability report. It has not only a nudging function anymore, but it is a true liability, a disclosure liability. But it's not a behavioral liability. That means it's only a reporting obligation. The second pillar is the green finance. We have also heard it from Mr. Schalli. And with the 2 regulations, the taxonomy regulation and the disclosure regulation, disclosing sustainable businesses and the green bonds, the financial products. And the third pillar, we also have it already, is the sustainability remuneration. That means in the Stock Corporation Act, you have the provision that the remuneration structure also should consider sustainable aspects for the remuneration of the executive boards. Those are the 3 existing pillars. And the question is now, what can we add to these 3 pillars? And we propose in this expert opinion to focus not on sustainability but on climate neutrality, because this is a much more precise term, and it is a term already shaped by international law. And I would like to show you this in a few minutes, and then coming to the concrete recommendations. Climate neutrality, we have the public international law agreement in Paris, stating the famous 1.5 degrees Celsius increase, or the obligation of the states to limit the temperature increase below 1.5 degrees Celsius. And this 1.5 degrees Celsius goal was translated into the term of climate neutrality here by the IPCC, by the scientific bodies, and then by the policymakers here in the European Climate Change Act, which is a regulation. And it states in Article 2 the goal of climate neutrality for the European Union and its member states. It has to be achieved by the year 2050 in Europe. And this goal is only binding for the member states. That means not for the companies itself. But now we have the very recent Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is famous Article 22 of the CSDDD, and it states that companies also have to adopt the transition plan, and you can see it here, they have to stick to the Paris Agreement, which is a revolution because public international law is now binding for companies, and they have to achieve climate neutrality by the year 2050. This is now the framework, and the question is how to transpose this into national law. And I would recommend three instruments, and I would talk to you to the climate quota and the climate legal form suffix climate neutral. Let's first look at the board of directors of a stock corporation. And the board of directors, here we have the discussion in Germany to introduce new instruments. And one instrument which is discussed is the so-called sustainability clause. The sustainability clause, we can see it in France, for example, in Article 1833 of the Code Civil. But you have the same clause in Austria, in the Austrian company law code. And it is also proposed for Germany. We have here the proposal of a new section 76 of the Stock Corporation Act. The board shall manage the company in the long-term interests of the company with due regard to sustainability objectives. You can see here that the board of directors, when taking business decisions, shall also take into consideration sustainability aspects. However, we do not recommend to implement this sustainability clause. Why? Because sustainability is a term which is too vague. You can have conflicting interests. You have on the one hand the social aspects, employees, and on the other hand you have the environmental aspects, biodiversity, but also climate, and it's not necessary always going in the same direction. And if you introduce such a clause into the Stock Corporation Act, that would mean that for every decision of the executive board, they would have to balance their decision with sustainability aspects. And that would mean a bureaucratic overload of the day-to-day business. That's why we think it's better to have a more predictable instrument, and that's this climate quota. That's an instrument where the company executive board can set itself targets for the upcoming years. And if you look now here at Article 22, the recent one, it also contains this obligation that the companies should set themselves targets to achieve climate neutrality. And we took now this European obligation and trickled it down for the German Stock Corporation Act, and we would propose this this new norm in the Stock Corporation Act that the executive board of a company, it concerns only the big companies which are listed companies or co-determined companies, that mean companies having a lot of employees, more than 2,000, they have to draw up a climate transition plan, and they should adopt an annual target for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the climate quota, on the basis of its plan. And the idea is that each company, because they are all different, there are different branches, different sectors, that there is no state set target which says for all companies to reduce by 10% for the next year, but the idea is to only give them the obligation to achieve climate neutrality by the year 2045, but the steps how to achieve it, it's up to each company. They can decide autonomously on how fast they achieve it, and it depends also on the technologies, on the sectors, on the branches, if a company can achieve it faster than others. And the idea is that the quota is established by the executive board. It has to be approved by the supervisory board, and then according to the CSRD, to reporting directive, it has to be published. That means the idea is that it is implemented via a transparency, reputational approach. Yeah, that would be the first first proposal, which is a little bit technical because it's for the German law, but I think the general idea to have this quota, which is set individually by the companies, that's the first thing. The second proposal concerns the company forms. Here we made a comparative assessment, and we looked, for example, in the US, where we have in some states the benefit corporation, or in France, the Société à Mission, which allows a combination of profit and purpose, of profit and sustainability. That means such dual purpose companies, we don't have them in the German legal system yet. We only have the profit companies or the charitable companies, but we don't have the possibility to mix the two. And we would like to introduce this sustainability aspect, which suffix of the legal form, which is called climate neutral. So you would have the suffix, for example, Société à responsabilité limitée, climate neutral, or GmbH, which is a German word, Gesellschaft mit beschränkter Haftung, klimaneutral. And how to get this suffix, and that's my last point I would like to discuss here. We would propose an amendment of the commercial code, and the companies can obtain this climate neutral signaling instrument if they meet some requirements. They have to put this climate neutrality objective in their articles of association, and these requirements, we have taken them from the French and from the US regulation. We transpose them into the German system here. We say that the board of directors is responsible to achieve this climate neutrality. The company has mainly to deal with climate neutral products, which concerns the scope 3 emissions. And then, which is probably the most important aspect, that you need a confirmation by a neutral auditor that this climate neutrality is achieved. And here we have a parallel to the CSRD, to the reporting directive, because the sustainability report has to be checked by the auditors, and they have the experience to also control the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And we would take advantage of this parallelism and introduce here, or propose here, the control via the auditors. And then, once the requirements are met, you can publish this legal suffix in the company register. Why should a company do that? Well, it's a signaling instrument, it's a marketing instrument. You can attract not only customers, but also potential employees, which are the more and more aware of such sustainability aspects, especially the climate aspects. It might also be interesting for a law firm, for example, or other service providers to adopt this climate neutral form. Yeah, that would be the two main proposals. We have some more details, but I would like to discuss these ones with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, super interesting. I have lots of questions also relating to greenwashing and using the term climate neutral, but that's for later, I suppose. We'll try to stick to the timing, and so we go to Professor Kunz of the University of Düsseldorf, also professor of private law, commercial law, and corporate law. Yeah, I'm interested to hear from you what your suggestions are to use corporate law also to reach sustainability. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Could I have my presentation? How do we get there? Yeah, thank you. Okay. What I want to do in this talk is to take a step back and look at first principles. They may be obvious to a lot of you, especially when it comes to environmental regulation, sustainability regulation, but they're the perhaps opposing or not ideally aligned rationales of corporate law and environmental law are solidly are seldom spelled out, at least to my mind, and there are some issues which are underappreciated, I think. So this is about corporate governance. I'm not talking about disclosure or corporate reporting. So I want to delve into why environmental law and corporate law are an uneasy regulatory fit. I'll mention 2 examples, or perhaps just one, depending on time. And then I'll come to a brief conclusion. So looking at environmental and climate change and the implications for regulation, as most of or all of you may know, it's important to distinguish between 2 dimensions, the temporal and the spatial dimension. So there are obviously long time spans until negative effects unfold in climate change and until incurred costs yield benefits, and that's a very important point. It may take more than 100 years to have the benefits of investments today. And there are a lot of long-distance relationships between cause and effects. Things we do here affect people living in South America, Asia, and so on. There are subsystem spillovers, and you have costs locally and benefits globally or elsewhere, and vice versa. So investments here may be good for the farmer in Peru, and there's a certain disconnect. What does that mean for regulation? That means regulation in the context of environmental and sustainability regulation has to have a long-term perspective on environmental and ecological subsystems, on human actors, and the distribution of costs and benefits over multiple generations. Concerning the spatial dimension, there's a systemic perspective, a global perspective, and third-party effects are taken into account, and both, and that's important, positive and negative externalities. So now let's juxtapose this with the rationale of corporate actors. What is a long-term horizon for a corporate investor? 10 plus years. So think about your pension, a private pension scheme. That's perhaps the longest investment you can have, apart from specific other investments. That's 20, 30 plus years, but that's it. It's not 100 years, it's not 200 years. So from the investor's perspective, the long-term or intergenerational distribution, which is so important for environmental regulation, is simply irrelevant and has to be irrelevant for certain reasons. And I'll get back to this in a minute. So the effects of third-party consumption on your own position are taken into account. So the outside-in perspective is obviously relevant. Third-party benefits, and that's a problem. So third-party benefits of your own investments are uncompensated. So you have positive externalities elsewhere, but you don't profit. And the effects of your own consumptions on others are traditionally irrelevant to corporate law, so the inside-out perspective. As long as you stay within the rules of the game, which is the important part of the Friedman piece in the New York Times. It's not the headline, it's, you've got to read it. As long as you stay within the rules of the game, the responsibility of business is profits. And you have a project-related perspective. There's an individual investment, and there are individual projects corporations invest in. How does that play out? So environmental regulation, and that includes sustainability regulation, projects are evaluated by a social discount rate. So you have the social planner, the government, and so this is the basic formula. That's the simple Ramsey rule. And so I'm not going into the whole debate about the Ramsey rule and the whole Stern-Weitzman Nordhausen debate and all that. That's not important because there is a more general point to make. So what does the Ramsey rule say, or what does it combine when it comes to discount factors? There's the delta. here. And that's the rate of pure time preference. How do we value future generations? Are they worth the same? If yes, then that's zero, necessarily. And then the eta here, that's the elasticity of marginal utility. What does that mean? The higher the number, the more concave the utility function becomes, which means there's a lower marginal utility of consumption in the future, and that's based on the assumption that at least until now, we've always had economic growth, so we consume more. And if you are able to consume more, having one additional unit of the same thing you consume, it's worth less, given basic circumstances. And G is the consumption growth rate. So that's the proportioned time rate of change of average per capita consumption. And where does this social discount rate lie? There's not the one social discount rate. If you look at the IPCC report 2022, it's between 3 and 10%. A lot of other regulators use 2%, so there's a lot of debate on it, but it's 3, let's say the upper bound is 10%. And why is that important? Because it's important compared to how projects are evaluated in corporate law and when you're doing a private investment. And there you have the private discount rate. And here, the relevant perspective is the opportunity cost of capital. So there's another Friedman quote, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What does that mean? The decision in favor of a specific investment means that you're not opting for another investment. So you lose the opportunities of the gains of this other investment. And so you forego expected return. And how do you calculate that? There are various ways to do that, but that's a very standard way. That's the capital asset pricing model. So what do you want to have as a return? What do you need? So you don't invest in the risk-free asset, but you go, that's the RF, but you go to a riskier investment opportunity. So, which means you have to pay a price, and that's uncertainty. If it's not risk-free, the future return is uncertain. And that means, because of the volatility of future returns, they may be high, but they also may be low. You have to discount these returns to present value. When you think about what is the payment of 1,000 euros worth in 10 years compared to 1,000 euros today, it's probably much lower. And the riskier the investment gets, the lower the net present value of the future 1,000 euros is. And when we look at the numbers, the private discount rate is typically between 15 and 48%. And what does that mean? Just take some easy examples. So a benefit of 100 in 10 years, what is that worth viewed from today? If you take a discount rate of 10% and you discount, then it's worth 38.55. If you take a benefit of 100 in 100 years at 10%, it's below 1. And now use a higher discount rate, the private discount rate, a benefit of 110 years, and just using a discount rate of 20, not 40%. That means the value is 16.15, much lower. And the benefit of 100 in 100 years, discounted at 20%, close to nothing. And that determines how you value climate change mitigation investments as a private investor, because that's the relevant discount rate. Now, how do you change that? You could increase the social discount rate. You could say, well, that's fairly low, and there are arguments made, if you look at the writings of Kenneth Arrow and others, this should be higher than 0 for various reasons. So you up the social discount rate, but then you devalue future benefits, which is very bad from an environmental regulation perspective. Why? You disincentivize investment. So, alternative, decrease the private discount rate. If it's too high, if it devaluates future benefits of climate-related investment today, just decrease the private discount rate. Then future benefits are worth more. However, you have to consider climate risk as a future risk, and this should lead to a higher discount rate. So there is a certain contradiction here. So you could say, well, all the investments in green corporate technology, they decrease future risk. However, it does not necessarily play out in benefits, at least not to me here, and not in my time. So think about retirement savings. 30 years, it's not relevant for you when you serve, when you try to invest for a retirement saving, what happens in 100 years in Peru. It's simply irrelevant. It cannot be a relevant factor for what you're doing. And then the function of private discounting is just different. It's accounting for a specific firm and investment risk. And if you decrease the private discount rate, you weaken that very important function of private discounting. So what does that mean? There are strong regulatory challenges in incumbents and reliabilities. The outside-in perspective is feasible in corporate law. So the rationale of investor protection to account for impact of climate change on firm value is relevant. It may be not relevant for certain administrators in the US, but of course it's relevant. And why is that good? Because in that regard, you may incentivize market actors to invest in climate transition because it's relevant for firm value. And there's a clear incentive. The inside-out perspective is foreign to basic rationales of corporate law, and that's a problem. So corporate law is, and I'm talking about the for-profit corporation here, is the operating system to achieve an economic aim, if you look at corporate governance. And now if you have a disjunction, even if only a partial disjunction between costs and benefits, then you have a problem. So that might accelerate the green transition, legislating like this from the inside-out perspective. However, that might hurt other stakeholders. So you have a clear issue in ethical concerns with respect to environmental priority. And that's a thing, for example, Sarah Light doesn't discuss at all in her article. She just doesn't really, I don't know if she doesn't care, but it's not relevant to what she wrote. And that's a problem. So employee pension schemes are important. And so if you take the inside-out perspective, you hurt other stakeholders. You have increased job losses and other problems, beneficiaries multiply, and that actually makes it easier to justify costs or forces investment or divestment. And that's a very important point, if the costs are not the same for everyone everywhere, there is a high possibility for arbitrage and reallocation of capital. So as long as we don't change the system overall and leave it, even within one regulatory area or one sort of, even within the EU, if you leave it to individual corporations to define certain factors, you create arbitrage opportunities. Because the rules of the game are not the same for all. And how does that play out? Let's have a look at two examples, very short. Shareholder conflict. So you have the Oxfam Action Fund versus a pension fund versus an anti-greening investor, which is there, and more. And they're not all the greedy big hedge funds. So in New York, there's a lawsuit brought by members of three New York State pension funds saying the decision to divest from carbon is a problem. It hurts our retirement savings. And another problem is that you force rationally apathetic shareholders to participate in general meetings, which hurts small shareholders and passive investors. Second example, also on a very general level, stakeholder conflict. So you integrate stakeholders in stakeholder boards, for example. You have different stakeholders with with starkly diverging interests. So you have labor, creditors, customers, and this versus the inside-out perspective stakeholders who are not interested at all in the survival of the corporation. They're interested in the climate change effects of that corporation's activities, but all the other stakeholders clearly are interested in the survival of the corporation, because if the corporation doesn't survive, they have a problem too. And there are possibly anti-commons problems. Depending on the design of the participation rights, boards may abstain from decision-making at all. And that's a problem because you either have a blockade of corporate decision-making in certain areas and nothing happens, which hurts all of the parties, all the stakeholders, including the environment, or you have some middle ground as the bad compromise, which doesn't help either side. So a quick conclusion, corporate law probably is a very good instrument for the outside-in perspective as regarded through the investment rationale, and this is where you see a lot of the corporate action happening. This is where you see a lot of the change happening. It's not so well suited for the inside-out perspective. It doesn't mean doing nothing. I'm not against climate change mitigation. It's about instrument choice, and that's tax, public law. That's the classic rules of the game approach. And then you have rules of the game which are the same for everyone, and then there are much lower arbitrage opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very insightful presentation, pointing out those tensions very clearly, not so optimistic about the possibilities of corporate law, but at least I'm glad there are other instruments that can still get us where we want to be. Third presentation for this session, Professor Weber from the University of Zurich. He's a professor of international business law, co-director of the research program on financial market regulation and the Center for Information Technology, Society and Law, and the Blockchain Center. But focus today is international law in the climate justice context. Happy to give you the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you also to Alberto for inviting me again to Ferrara. In principle, I have to admit I'm coming from a similar field as it has been discussed in the presentations of Mark and Thilo, doing mainly responsible business conduct law, apart from information technology and blockchain matters. However, once Alberto said to me we should be innovative in this group, and since I'm possibly not so much an innovative person, but more a courageous person, I'm trying to tackle a new topic, namely the application of international legal principles in the climate context. And I'm trying to elaborate a little bit within the next 15 to 20 minutes whether generally accepted principles could be applied in the context of our discussions. I have to say that I proposed this title prior to the delivery of the Strasbourg decision. However, I do not think that this topic lost importance after we have taken note of the Strasbourg decision, since on substantive grounds, it was very obvious that the judges somehow were desperately looking for a legal source to be applied, and they finally found Article 8. That's a solution. Another solution would be to refer to Article 2. But what I'm saying here, and by the way, I'm probably the only directly concerned person here in the room, what I'm trying to say here is that we need to be innovative if we want to find legal sources in interpreting legal questions in the challenging topics of climate change. And as I said at the beginning, somehow it doesn't seem to work. I'm looking at the main source which we do have as far as international legal sources are concerned, namely the ICJ statute and in particular Article 38. We also do have a general provision in the Vienna Convention on the law of treaties. However, Article 31, paragraph 1 only refers to good faith interpretation. And if you look through the four main sources which are listed in Article 38 ICJ statute, we obviously do have the treaties and conventions. We do have the international customs. I'm concentrating on the general principles of law. And finally, we would have the judicial decisions and teaching. So in this room, I may say even opinions of academics could be a legal source. Next slide, please. Somehow it doesn't work. If we look at the general conditions for applying Article 38, paragraph 1, literature C, we do have the principle that the generally accepted principles must be broadly recognized, which is not really a critical issue as far as the 5 principles are concerned, which I'm going to elaborate on. And the acceptance should go throughout civilized nations, which I also do not think is a major problem in my context, in particularly also due to the fact that if we look at the number of participating nations in the Paris Agreement and the previous agreements of the United Nations, we see that a large majority of countries were adhering to these instruments in the past. I skipped the supplement which is contained in Article 38, paragraph 2, namely ex aequo et bono decisions, notwithstanding the fact that this avenue could also be considered at least in general. And I'm going now to address 5 principles which I consider to be worthwhile to be discussed in the climate change or climate justice context, namely the duty of cooperation, then the concept of the shared spaces, the concept of global public goods, the common heritage of mankind, and due diligence, duty of care. I start with the duty of cooperation. Cooperation obviously is an important element of international politics. Literally, cooperation means to join forces regarding the application of the given policy objectives. However, cooperation is also a legal term, and I have gone through many international legal instruments, and cooperation is mentioned quite often. I'm not mentioning all the different instruments. I may only summarize. Duty of cooperation is foreseen as a general principle in many multilateral declarations, trying to lay foundation for harmonized framework of global politics, so trying to promote common values and global social justice. We also see, by the way, duty of cooperation in private law instruments, for example, in the UNIDROIT principles on commercial transactions, Article 513 explicitly refers to the term each party shall cooperate. These norms exist, in other words, in parallel to other customary rules being developed as a general standard. And duty of cooperation has already been invoked in quite an old ECJ case, namely the case Gulf of Maine. The ICJ identified a set of norms for ensuring coexistence and vital cooperation. This is our citation, vital cooperation of the members of the international community. So the question may be raised, to what extent possibly the duty of cooperation could also become a possible reference in climate justice matters. The second concept which I would like to introduce very quickly is the global public goods concept, mainly developed by economists, not really by lawyers. Global public goods are those goods which should be globally available and which are non-excludable in use. In other words, it is imperative to have a fair and non-discriminatory use of such global public goods. And these goods should in fact also benefit for humanity as a whole. This means that more than just a certain number of addressees should benefit of the public goods, and also no geographical area should be excluded. In other words, a rather broad spectrum of the global population must be addressed, and the future generation should also be included. Perhaps if I look back to yesterday's meeting and the paper of Matthias Keller referring to Roman terms, I might also add, we do have a similar notion, we did have a similar notion in Roman law, namely the erga omnes notion, encompassing rights and obligations being owed towards all. But I have to admit, so far global public goods are not really enshrined in international legal instruments. Third concept is the concept of shared spaces, which refers to the spaces that are to be used in a uniform, non-harmful way. The concept is quite well known in the international community and in international relations. The shared spaces concept is insofar quite basic and calls for peaceful cooperation of nation states. The spaces must be available to all concerned stakeholders having an interest in the concerned spaces. If you look for examples, then we could shed light on the Outer Space Treaty, for example. I'm coming back to this treaty in a minute, or on the law of the sea. In both UN treaties, we do have references that environmental resources and resources in general are to be used in an equitable manner by nation states. And this leads me to the fourth principle, namely the common heritage of mankind. This principle is also directly or at least indirectly embedded in several international treaties and conventions, as I mentioned, amongst others, the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. And here I would like to quickly quote how the common interest in the moon and other celestial bodies is described as the interest of all mankind. On the one hand, the treaty says that outer space activities must be subject to compliance with international law. And secondly, it is said that implementation of the principles of non-discrimination and of non-appropriation must be applied, thereby excluding any claim of sovereignty. And by the way, a follow-up UN declarations explicitly said that natural resources of the moon and celestial bodies are common heritage of mankind. We find similar wordings in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, in particular in its amendment of 1994, which refers to the exploitation of sea resources in the common interest. What is the consequence out of this principle? In my opinion, it does say that the use and exploitation of common resources must be executed in a fair and non-discriminatory manner. It could be applied in the climate justice context as soon as we have general terms which can be interpreted based on international law, and common heritage of mankind could be understood as some kind of umbrella that protects public interests within a reasonable legal framework. And this leads me to the final and most likely the key concept which I would like to address within the given time, namely due diligence and duty of care. Duty of care principle and due diligence obligations as international legal instruments appear in almost all legal regimes and have even been expanded mainly now through the adoption of the revised OECD guidelines on multinational enterprising, strengthening responsible business conduct, even including RBC in the title of the guidelines. Duty of care as a behavior rule in the exercise of the given function has in fact turned out to be widely acknowledged. Already decades ago, by the way, the ICJ stated in the Corso Channel case that the due diligence concept must be accepted as a legal principle being applicable in most legal fields, including environmental matters, so it can provide guidance for preventing transportatory harm. And notwithstanding the fact that I do not really like the distinction between private and public law, needless to say, we have many legal provisions on duty of care in national, regional, and international law as far as private transactions are concerned, or compliance with duty of care in private transaction is concerned. But as far as public law is concerned, I think duty of care can be linked to the concept of state responsibility, and here to the document of the International Law Commission, draft articles on responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts. And I would like to add that this statement does not contradict the principle of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities, which was enshrined in the UNFCCC some years ago. In other words, this CBDRRC concept, which evolved from the notion of a common concern, can also be applied in my concept of responsibility. What is the conclusion? Very, very shortly, I do think that substantive contents of common interest must be based on widely accepted norms and values, however, that these values can be applied in the climate justice concept, and perhaps from a more academic perspective, we would have to further elaborate on the concept of cosmopolitanism, international law developed during the last few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a comprehensive overview of all these principles through the different instruments. We have some time for discussion, so other questions? Okay. Check whether there's a microphone. I can ask the question. Okay. Yes.
Encompasses a much larger area. So I'm just saying, in principle, if we were able to find the correct term and the correct sort of lever, this could be a good idea, but the problem is the definitional one. And I think that I would sort of challenge the issue of selecting climate neutrality as a clear and easy to operate lever. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Schalli. Indeed, climate neutrality is not easy to define. However, it's a term which is fixed by public international law, European law, as we have seen, and also now by the CSDDD in this Article 22. And there are further EU directives and regulations defining it a little bit more precise. For example, European sustainability reporting standards, which are a sub-regulation of the CSRD of the reporting directive, and they try to define it. But you are right, it's not, until now it's not the last precise definition which we have on the market, but I guess it will come. In Germany, we have a provision in the Energieeffizienzgesetz, it's paragraph 18 of the Energieeffizienzgesetz, which says that klimaneutrale Unternehmen, climate neutral businesses are exempted of certain obligations, and the German government has to define it now, so that he has now the obligation to concretize what is a climate neutral business. And we propose in our expert opinion to refer to the European standards in order to have a uniform definition in Europe.
May I come back very briefly?
Yes.
I think the main problem is already in the example that you give, if you actually take it out of something that is about energy efficiency, because that's the starting point of all misunderstandings. You remember that with regard to eco-design, we started off at the European level by a strong focus on energy efficiency, which led to a very strong focus with regard to the energy efficiency of products during their use phase, taking out of the area of analysis the production phase and the the waste phase in the end, which are, I think, 80% of the greenhouse gas emissions from most products actually occur during the production phase. I'm just saying that what you're proposing, which is interesting, creates a huge definitional challenge, which I think would have to be solved, as you correctly say, at the European level, because otherwise you risk sort of forum shopping at the greatest extent. And I think that's something to be discussed further. Sorry for coming back. Thank you.
I had a further question here, Christina. Oh yeah, okay, maybe you go first, the micro is there, sorry. And then
Yeah, okay, I have a question for Thilo Kunz. I think it was fairly convincing what you said. I think the second headline, I don't know whether it was inside out, outside in. So the second bracket was, I find very convincing. In the first bracket, you sounded a bit more optimistic that incentives could be more aligned. I'm wondering, have you considered, or is there in the literature of which I'm right now not familiar, is the free riding problem considered in that literature? Because that might even jeopardize the first bracket, because effectively, even if you recognize that environmental or climate developments have a bearing on the value of your company, you might just as well rely on others doing your job for you, and hence enter into this typical free-riding deadlock. Is there any evidence for that? Do we see that in the market?
Of course, there's a free riding problem. However, looking at what you free ride on, these are future benefits. And again, here the private investment perspective, the project specific perspective might help, because you're looking at your own assets and how they're individually with respect to your corporate operations are affected. So of course there are sort of positive externalities, but that's good. I mean, that's how you harness sort of the ingenuity of capitalism, you could say, and the incentives of private investors to contribute to the public good. There is a free riding problem, but the problem is you cannot wait until others move first, because your own assets are affected, and that sort of it doesn't. So it alleviates the problem, I would say. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I have a brief question also to Professor Keller and one to Professor Weber. Your two proposals, the first one on climate quotas, a climate quota. I was wondering, how does it relate to legislative approaches? And we have the European Emissions Trading Scheme, which basically sets a quota or a cap per company if it falls under the ETS, which may not make it just a question of deciding by the board of when and where and how to get to greenhouse gas emission neutrality by 2050. So the relationship between your climate quota to the EU ETS would be interesting, because companies are to a large extent regulated. And then the second question, building a little bit on what Hugo said on the suffix of climate neutrality, who would check on that? In addition to all the concerns about greenwashing, companies could use offsets, do very little to reduce their emissions, get offset credits somewhere else. A lot of concerns about environmental, social concerns with regard to that. I've worked a lot on forest protection where this has come up. Would we not see a duplication of many of the problems that we have with voluntary carbon markets in the context of your proposal? And then on Professor Weber, interesting to draw in these general principles. I was just wondering why those and not others, and why would you define some of those as principles? For example, your first one, duty of cooperation, is a duty. I wouldn't necessarily say it's just a principle, but it's a legal obligation that states have under several treaties to which you allude to. Then saying it's a principle may dilute the normativity of their duty. But there are other duties as well, the prohibition of significant transboundary harm and harm to areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is a very core legal duty which has never been applied in the context of climate change and climate justice, may have been one that you may have wanted to include, where in particular the due diligence standard of care is front and center. And the final question is with respect to common heritage of mankind, which, as you said, applies to areas beyond national jurisdiction. But when it comes to climate change, the emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere basically happens into an area which falls under the sovereign jurisdiction of the subjacent national state. So we don't have that areas beyond national jurisdiction element as we have, for example, with regard to the area in the law of the sea or the moon. So where exactly would you think is the applicable scope for common heritage of mankind?
Yeah, thank you very much, Christina, for the questions concerning the problem of greenwashing and defining the scopes and the climate neutrality, as well also the question of Mr. Schalli. Well, we have already here this delegated regulation, which is very clear in defining the scope 1, 2, and 3. Of course, there are some uncertainties, but if you look inside, it's a very long document, and it's very precise also for the accountants what has to be taken into consideration and what not. So I'm rather optimistic that it's possible to define this climate neutrality aspect with regard to this delegated regulation, which entered into force a few months ago. That's the first aspect. And the second question was the relationship of this climate quota to the European trading system with the certificates, the CO2 certificates. I think there are two parallel approaches. The one is a market-based approach with the prices, the certificates. You can buy the certificates if you emit CO2 gases. It's only limited geographically to Europe, the ETS system, whereas my proposal would be a company-based approach and including all company forms of a certain group of companies, whether in Europe or not. But I think in the ideal aspect that would go parallel. The companies are obliged to set themselves targets to reduce their CO2 emissions, and then they would have to buy less of the CO2 certificate. So it's now, the economists discuss the waterbed effect. If these climate targets to reduce the CO2 emissions would hinder the efficiency of the other system, the European trading system. That might be possible, but then you would have to, the states, who are the regulators, would have to adapt the ETS system. That means reducing the number of certificates, for example. So I think that it could be put into compatibility, the two aspects.
Well, thank you very much, Christina, for the challenging questions. First of all, of course, there are more principles than just 5. I have chosen 5 because I had a limited time frame, and I also said that duty of care due diligence is probably the most important concept. I started with a duty of cooperation, and you correctly said, well, if it is a duty, then it's not anymore a principle, but it can only be a duty if the respective legal provision is applicable in a specific climate mitigation context. If we don't have an international instrument applicable to this specific situation, we probably do not have a duty. And I just said we nevertheless have somehow the general principle of cooperation. And when I choose the 5, when I've chosen the 5 examples, I was somehow looking by purpose a little bit outside of environmental and climate change law, more generally in international economic law. But of course, additional important principles could be added. And perhaps the second or the third question, application of such principles, I would assume that we need to find a legal basis which allows to be interpreted in a relatively broad way. And I mentioned at the very beginning, Strasbourg has applied Article 8, not Article 2, but I would think if Strasbourg had applied Article 2, right to life, there had been a possibility to consider common heritage of mankind, etc., problem of transboundary harm in environmental matters, and it remains to see whether other decisions or maybe decisions of national courts are inclined to broaden the interpretation of relatively traditional terms.
Maybe one last question by Eva Maria to then, and the rest of the questions for the coffee break.
Very brief. I have a question for Thilo Kunz. If I've understood you rightly, you'd say that the whole body of sustainable finance regulation that the EU has been producing over the last years is simply not workable, and it's even counterproductive because it of course creates costs on both sides, information costs and the costs for presenting, collecting and presenting the information, and this money could be better invested into direct policies to combat climate change. I simply don't agree with that analysis, because as your example with the New York case shows, there is an interest from pension funds, from institutional investors, because there is an interest in the broader public to invest into climate-friendly enterprises. And I agree that it's not the most direct way of achieving climate neutrality. It is an indirect way, but because of the backlash, of the political backlash against green policies, which we all witness in Europe, we've seen the results of the European election, and the same happens in the US. I think that bipartisan agreement on both sides of the Atlantic are more easy to achieve on this kind of indirect regulation than on further direct regulation.
Yeah, first question, I think, not all obviously, but a couple of ideas now manifested in European legislation are really bad ideas. I think so, and there were a lot of corporate scholars protesting against the ENY study, which was really badly done, and they were more or less ignored. But that's perhaps another topic. The fund example, that's that's outside in. If you say as a fund, as a pension fund, I have to care about the impacts of climate change, then that's an outside-in perspective. That doesn't. It's not a counterexample to my presentation. It actually strengthens it. And so what I wanted to point out in that case was you create a certain kind of strife in corporations and funds, which creates a lot of costs on both sides. And this is what really concerns me, that you create a lot of costs on both sides, a lot of blockage. And the money and effort and time spent on this would be better spent elsewhere by a more intelligent instrument choice. So that was my point.
Okay, last brief remark or question.
Just an answer to send us off in coffee break. Where does the assumption come from that the cost of information and implementation would ever be spent on climate change mitigation otherwise? Because I think for some action, you actually need to impose that action be taken. And the illusion that we can get out of this problem without investing it, without cost, is one that really angers me a lot. Because in the political discourse, there's always the thing like, yes, we need to solve climate change, but it cannot cost anything. Consumers shouldn't bear any cost, producers shouldn't bear any cost. I think that when you go back to the principle of polluter pays principle, I mean, we're all polluters, so actually we contribute to the cost. If we actually make different choices, we should actually have less cost. But if companies make certain choices, they should bear the cost. And that is some of the issues that I actually would have with part of your presentation, because I don't think you have factored in environmental and climate externalities in all those formulae.
No, that's no, I have to answer directly. That's not for the coffee break. I'm not stopping with this comment. You're taxing indirectly because you're creating costs for a lot of shareholders and stakeholders, and that's nothing else than imposing a cost. But if you want to do, then I'm all in for that. Prices have to go up, but then do it honestly through a tax or other public regulatory schemes, and do not use corporate law where it's not that obvious and perhaps not that honest.
Okay, let's continue the discussion over the coffee break. I think it's the same place, yeah, for those who were here yesterday. Don't, okay, you have to cross the street and then on the ground floor.
So, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased to chair this next panel on supply chains, governance, and greenwashing. And I'd again thank the organizers of the conference very much, and in particular Alberto de Franceschi and William Boyd, who is also our next speaker, and as you know, inter alia, a faculty co-director of the Emmett Institute on Climate Change and the Environment, and of course also a co-organizer of this conference, and he's specialized in energy law and regulation, climate change law, and environmental governance. And the floor, excuse me, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about tropical deforestation and supply chain governance. I will say I'm a little intimidated to do this with Gabriel Weedy in the room, who is from Brazil, and I'll say a bit about the Amazon, and of course with Christina Voigt here as well, who's been working on this for a couple of decades. So, but I'm sure that that both of them will hold me to account if I get something wrong here, and I look forward to the conversation. So I want to use tropical deforestation as a case study and a cautionary lesson for ESG and supply chain governance. And I think we can all reflect back on the last decade or so and the ways in, really last 15 years, the ways in which zero deforestation supply chain commitments and more generally supply chain commitments in the climate context have emerged out of these ESG pressures coming from NGOs and this kind of corporate social responsibility movement. This is moving into a kind of regulatory posture in some context, and specifically with the European Union's deforestation regulation. I'll say a bit about that. And I guess the question that motivates the talk in some ways is whether more responsible corporations are an effective or adequate tool for dealing with this particular problem and other sort of knotty problems in the context of climate change, but also thinking more generally about supply chain governance and supply chains as an object of governance when we think about the climate challenge. So just some quick background. This is a carbon density map. You don't see this in law schools very often. So it shows the amount of carbon in above ground biomass, right, per unit of area, per hectare. And the darker green is obviously more carbon dense. So you can think of Brazil, if you want to, as the Saudi Arabia of live carbon. Obviously, keeping carbon in the terrestrial biosphere and not allowing it to escape into the atmosphere through deforestation, burning of forests, et cetera, is critical to the climate change challenge. We can't possibly hit our climate targets without protecting existing forests and restoring degraded lands. There are, of course, lots of obvious other reasons in addition to climate to protect tropical forests, and I think this is where the triple crisis that Ugo Schally was talking about is clear. Tropical forests are huge reservoirs of biodiversity. They play a major role in regional environmental systems. Many of the world's remaining indigenous cultures and rural economies are dependent upon tropical forests. Tropical deforestation has been stubbornly persistent over the last 2 decades. We're losing about 11 million hectares of tree cover a year generally, and close to kind of 3.5 to 4 million hectares of intact primary tropical forests every year. Right? It's roughly 11 or 12% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Land and forests, of course, are also a major carbon sink. So about 30% of greenhouse gas emissions end up in the terrestrial biosphere. And so if you degrade and deforest the forest, you obviously are losing that sink as well as causing emissions. The total amount of greenhouse gas emissions in 2023 was roughly 2.5 billion tons or gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions, which is about half the total annual GHG emissions from the United States. Now, big fire years, and you can see the red sort of top of these bars are when we have large fire years in the tropics, but we've seen this in California, we've seen this lately in Canada. I think last year in Canada, the emissions were kind of 4 times their annual emissions, the emissions from the forest fires in California. In 2021, 4% of the entire state burned, and it basically was, most of the industrial emissions reductions they'd gotten through the cap and trade program in California were sort of obliterated by those forest fires. So we have to think about resilient forests and forest restoration as part of this agenda as well, because as our forests are burning, we're getting, obviously bigger emissions, and we're losing that carbon sink. Much of the deforestation in the tropics has been concentrated in a few large countries. So Brazil, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Indonesia, and Bolivia are the big ones. Bolivia is sort of a newcomer, if you will, to tropical deforestation in terms of its overall rates of deforestation, which are up quite substantially in the last several years. Deforestation has actually been going down in Indonesia over the last 7 years or so. It's back up a bit the last couple of years. It's down significantly in Brazil over the last year as we saw a transition from the Bolsonaro administration to the Lula administration. It was down significantly in Colombia in 2023, but it seems to be going back up there, up in the DRC, and up significantly, as I noted, in Bolivia. Now, the general view, I think, is that big commodities, big agricultural commodities, are driving most of the forest conversion, right? With beef, palm, and soy, the sort of dominant 3, and clearing for cattle and for pasture being the largest by a significant amount. And there's a sense that much of this, not all of this, but much of this is connected to international trade, right? And so this chart, this graph shows land use emissions that are embedded in international trade flows. And so you can see here the very substantial embedded emissions in the soy that is going from Brazil to China, right, to essentially feed the animals to then feed the growing middle class in China. And so you could argue that cheap soy from Brazil has been a huge part of the sort of economic miracle in China over the last couple of decades, and obviously lots of other connections there as well. As noted, the big commodities here, pasture for beef, this is the big one, especially in the Amazon. Much of the beef in the Amazon, though, stays in Brazil, right? So this is not really a heavily internationally traded commodity like some of the others are. Palm oil, this is an oil palm plantation in Papua, Indonesia, one of the outer islands of Indonesia, the Indonesian half of New Guinea, which is where the kind of frontier for deforestation is now and for palm oil expansion. It's just a massive, hundreds of thousands of hectares is what we're talking about, the size of some of these palm oil plantations. And palm oil, of course, is in just about everything. So that is a commodity where it touches international trade in a significant way. And then, of course, soy is another big one, as mentioned. And there are connections between soy and beef in Brazil and other countries of Latin America that are important to understand. But the bottom line here is that starting in the early 2000s, there was a consensus emerging that if we can get control of these big commodities and their supply chains, we can make a big dent in tropical deforestation. I'm going to sort of, I think, hopefully show that that story is obviously more complicated than it seems, and that we should be sort of careful about assuming a global understanding of the problem applies in kind of specific geographies and specific sectors. But let me do a little bit more history first before I get to that. So the idea that tropical forests are in crisis has been a perennial concern since the early 1980s, right? We've probably seen a picture of that very frog 1,000 times, right? And the concern with biodiversity was a big part of the tropical forest crisis for a long time. There have been a lot of efforts at the international level to deal with tropical forests. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but just want to make the point that none of them have really worked at scale, right? Most recently, climate policy has become the sort of, I would argue, maybe the last best chance to save tropical forests, or it's viewed in that way by some, right? And this notion of REDD+, which Christina has worked on quite a bit, has been a huge focus of the discussion around forests in the context of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. That's been going on for 15 years or so. And the big story there is sort of how do we mobilize significant amounts of finance to compensate tropical forest countries and subnational jurisdictions for reducing deforestation. During the kind of early 2000s, I think there was also a growing recognition by the mainstream scientific community that globalization was driving land use change and that we needed to pay attention to distant drivers, or what some people called teleconnections, picking up on the growing attention to global supply chains or global value chains as a major structural feature of the contemporary global economy. And so it didn't take much of a leap from that to then identify, again, the major agricultural commodities and their global supply chains as major drivers of deforestation, with lots of attention to beef, soy, and palm, as noted. NGO campaigns start to emerge during the early 2000s, led by Greenpeace and others, targeting major agricultural commodity companies and traders. And in 2006, Greenpeace launches a very innovative and effective campaign, the Amazon Soy Moratorium, right? And so Greenpeace essentially targeted Cargill, Bunge, ADM, and a few other big companies, and was able to get them to agree voluntarily to stop buying soy from land that had been deforested for soy, right? This was quite effective, I think, in reducing deforestation associated with soy in the Amazon, which is what the bar charts show. In the green bars, you can see those declining significantly, kind of starting in 2005, 2006, 2007, right? But there are questions about whether there were leakage effects where deforestation goes up in the Cerrado region adjacent to the Amazon, or perhaps in other countries like Bolivia. A lot of literature going back and forth about how effective it was, but it was the campaign, I think, that got people's attention. And that then, I think, feeds into this notion that supply chains can be an effective kind of object of governance, and we can leverage supply chains, and we can leverage the reputational effects of naming and shaming lead companies, right, particularly big traders and consumer goods facing companies, to try to get them to clean up their supply chains. In 2010, the Consumer Goods Forum, which is a coalition of, I think, 400 plus consumer-facing companies, took a very bold commitment at the Cancun COP to have zero deforestation supply chains for their major commodities by 2020. So they gave themselves 10 years to basically clean up their supply chains. That then gets ramped up in 2014 with the New York Declaration on Forests, and lots of companies are getting on board. Zero deforestation commitments are sort of all the rage. Private corporate social responsibility, environmental governance is seen as a way forward on climate and some of our most stubborn climate challenges. Fast forward to 2020, and it's clear that this turned out to be much harder than these companies thought. None of the companies hit their targets, right? They were then, of course, roundly criticized, harshly criticized by NGOs and others. And many companies have sort of gone back to the drawing board, or some have gone back to the drawing board and sort of adopted new targets. 2025 is the latest target for some of these companies, and that could get pushed to 2030. And I think it's safe to say that there's a growing sort of recognition that this has turned out to be much harder than many of these companies thought, and perhaps some companies are not taking it as seriously as they sort of indicated that they intended to in 2010. Another sort of big problem that comes out of this is that, that was the same point there, the criticism of the companies for not hitting their commitments. Another big problem that has been at the center of this, though, is that all soybeans look the same, right? Traceability is very hard. It's very difficult to take soybeans, right, that show up in animal feed for, livestock in China and trace it back to a particular place that may or may not have been deforested in the Amazon, right? This is hard for all of the commodities, right? There are 26 million cows in the state of Pará in Brazil. The average cow moves through 3 different farms during its lifetime. And this is in a state that is larger than Spain, Portugal, and France combined. It's very easy to do what is called cattle laundering and very difficult to actually trace that cattle back to pasture that has been deforested, right? So some people are proposing to tag and track every single cow in the state of Pará. That is a lot of cows. There must be a better way, right? If we're going to be tracing every single cow, it seems to me the transaction costs of trying to do this become quite high. Maybe we can do it with blockchain and other digital technologies. I doubt it, right? There are, though, some great tools that have come out of this effort to trace the supply chains and link them to municipalities, to particular regions, to particular companies, to intermediaries. And so this group, TRACE, T-R-A-S-E, has done this for many of the major commodities. And so I think we're starting to get a handle on, or render visible and legible, these supply chains in ways that we never did before, which I see as a major positive outcome of this whole effort. The other big advance here is that there have been truly revolutionary advances in remote sensing over the last 20 years or so, which now allows us to do sort of remote sensing at 3-meter resolution scale, where you can literally do kind of almost real-time surveillance of the entire surface of the planet, right, at 3-meter resolution. And so there's a company in California known as Planet Labs that has a whole fleet of Dove satellites, which are shoebox-sized satellites that they're constantly iterating on and sending into space. And they have 100, 200 or so that are constantly circling the Earth and providing these high-resolution images of tropical forests. There are some challenges there in terms of clouds and things like that, but in general, we have a very good ability now to link this, right? And you can see the changes right here in terms of these two images, right, to link, particular commodities back to specific areas of land. The European Union, as noted, has adopted its own regulation, the European Union Deforestation Regulation, to require deforestation-free commodities on the EU market. This is a very important intervention, very bold, it seems to me. I think the implementation challenges are significant. It has been certainly quite controversial from some people's perspective, and there's been a lot of concern in the global south. There's even concerns raised now in the United States, which must mean that they're doing something right. But the United States, the pulp and paper industry is upset about traceability problems because much of the stock for these pulp and paper companies in the United States is coming from residuals from hardwood products, and it's hard to trace that back to actual land. But I'm sure they could figure it out if they really tried, right? But to me, this is a an indication of how we've moved from the CSR voluntary kind of ESG world into a regulatory posture, right? It is, I think, a good example of the Brussels effect potentially, because if the European Union can figure out how to do this, right, this is proof of concept, then there's no reason why the United States or China or other big markets could do something like this as well. The trade concerns, I'll leave it to others to kind of sort out kind of how serious they are. There are concerns about market segmentation and concerns about exclusion of smallholders, about traceability, about implementation, all of that, right? But the other kind of problem here that I want to mention more generally is that even though most deforestation is associated with agriculture, only about half of the actual clearing is directly for agriculture. And so even if land ultimately ends up in pasture or cropland, it may have been cleared for other reasons, right, that have to do with land speculation and land grabbing and local dynamics around land markets. And that is, I think, part of the challenge here in trying to understand deforestation. So the dynamics that are driving the actual clearing can be quite different and more elusive, perhaps, than the big supply chain picture indicates, right? And so this is just a chart that comes from a recent paper by Eric Lambin, who is actually has an appointment at KU Leuven and at Stanford, right, where they kind of looked at the amount of deforestation that is actually tied to commodities that enter international trade that are exported to Europe or North America, and it's roughly sort of 2.8%, right? That's a small number. Now, you put China in the mix, you put domestic markets in the mix, and you start getting up to a larger number, but you're still probably only talking about half of the total amount of deforestation, right? Two other major concerns here, and then I'll close. There has been obviously a big pullback and a backlash on ESG commitments, and I think this is why this needs to be put into a regulatory context. The second, which is more worrisome in my view, is this sort of explosion of organized criminal activity in frontier regions of the tropics. And so I think over really the last 5 years, 10 years, right, you've seen organized transnational criminal networks coming out of narco-trafficking, coming out of Brazilian prison gangs and others, moving into the Amazon, diversifying into different sort of environmental crimes, illegal gold mining, land grabbing, money laundering, drug trafficking, human trafficking, moving across the border regions, right, in ways that are extremely difficult, right, to think about from a regulatory perspective. This is not the huge driver of deforestation at the moment, but it is a bigger and bigger problem here, and I think raises a bunch of questions about how to think about the problem as a whole. So let me just conclude by making a few final points. The first is that we need to be careful about taking our kind of big picture understanding of supply chains in the global economy and assuming that it applies to specific sectors and geographies, right? This is the kind of riff on the idea of the ecological fallacy that I'm playing with here, and I don't want to push that too far, but that's kind of the idea or the analogy. Second, ESG seems to me to be too limited and fickle and unstable to deal with a complex problem like tropical deforestation. It's not to say that it can't play a role, but I think we should be very cognizant of the limits, right? Third, market-based approaches are limited in terms of their ability to build new economies on the ground. And so if you think about what really needs to happen in the Amazon is the existing economy needs to be turned into a new forest economy, right? That is a forest preserving and maintaining economy. The concern with the organized crime is that the illicit economies in many of these municipalities is becoming the real economy. And once that happens, it's really hard to unwind that. And so there, I think, are big questions here behind all of this about the obligation and the commitments of countries in the global north, right, to provide the finance, to really de-risk the kinds of investments that need to be made in the global south to develop these new forest economies. And I don't think that happens through supply chain efforts or anything like that. It's not to say that the supply chain efforts shouldn't go forward, but they need to be complemented by this larger kind of pro-rural development, new rural development agenda. And that's a much harder set of commitments and questions, it seems to me. All of that against the backdrop of the current kind of global debt crisis and the fact that we are seeing net outflows of roughly $200 billion a year going from the global south to the global north, where we should be seeing hundreds of billions of dollars going into the global south to fuel or finance this green transition. So I think keeping that big picture in mind is important. So I know I'm sort of at time. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this complex and also alarming picture. And without further ado, I hand over to our next speaker, Massimiliano Mazzanti, who is professor in environmental economics at the University of Ferrara with a focus on policy assessment and circular economy innovation. The floor is yours.
Okay. Should I manage by, no, this one, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, first of all, thanks for having me here. I'll try to convey a couple of messages from the econometrics policy side. So skipping a little bit, I'm going to present a couple of results on environmental policy, climate policy effects. Again, I'm not obsessed with econometrics. Just to say that, I mean, my first course as a student was sociology and political science, as Alberto also has. But in this period of my life, I'm interacting with a group of econometricians, nice people, pretty crazy ones sometimes. But just to share with you, this is not linked to the talk, but I just finished reading this book, which has been The Monster. Okay, very nice one if you have not. And the first part of the book is a narrative about multidisciplinarity, I mean, the creation of some interaction between disciplines, and so this is the first part. And you have the other part of the book, which is maybe more famous. But I have this slide, I mean, to say that, yeah, what was positively surprised by this citation by Mary Shelley. Having said this, on conceptual grounds, I had shared for years this report, which is downloadable. We produce for the European Environment Agency. Students know it is part of one of the compulsory, benchmarks, which is about, talking about sustainability, including demographic change, technological change. Here I'm especially in these 15 minutes talking on innovation, and so you see, this is the framework I may suggest to all of us, even for future projects, to consider all the interactions and connections. And then you need policies. I mean, I fully agree that the analysis of policies, the analysis of well-designed policies, interactions, policy mixes, and so on and so forth. Environmental policies and other policies as well. So in the complementarity and also the possible trade-offs you may have across, but also European, national, regional level. So it is a complex picture. Going to the facts. So, you know, I don't have to tell you, this is what we had in Europe, maybe surprising the US in 2003, because we didn't want the carbon tax. I mean, I was a student in the 90s. I mean, we had the Jacques Delors carbon tax proposal, double dividends, recycling back the revenues, and taxes were not liked. And we have, all of a sudden,
the 2003 Emission Trading Directive. Okay, always said it. Okay, that's the pilot phase, the failure of the Copenhagen Summit, the recession, austerity, and then you have this type of non-linear effect, which is a financial market. Okay, could be another type of commodity. Okay, so this is what you face. We can regulate this by ceilings, by caps, but this is a financial market, okay, exposed to policy expectations, failures, okay, like financial markets. So some firms and sectors now say, well, we'd rather like a tax than this mess, okay? Even because if you have a tax here, for example, what I'm sharing is another possible project. If it is easier for the tax to say this is the revenue, okay, and then I recycle back, here is not that transparent, at least in Italy. I take the responsibility, at least in Europe, to say, well, we have revenues out of the allowances, okay? Now in Italy, it's 3-4 billion euros, okay, increasing. And what are we doing with that? I asked, but I don't have a real answer. I asked me in the ministry. Yeah, sustainability, okay, but that's specifically what? So we have billions of euros now to being reinvested. Okay. Other point, R&D, my obsession, but it's not that obsession. You see the strong heterogeneity of R&D, which is an input of growth, development, and going back to that, in linking R&D and environmental policy. You see here, you see South Korea up there. South Korea is not, it's now maybe, it's 2015, but now things have maybe worsened in terms of heterogeneity. South Korea is close to 5% R&D on GDP, okay? Europe still lagging behind with some leaders, Italy still 1.5, so forth. And this is the Eurostat main page. It's not, I'm not that intelligent. So this is the Eurostat first page saying that, okay, also look at China in terms of competitiveness. Okay, so be aware of that, okay? We know that R&D and human capital are the main drivers of development and GDP and so on and so forth. So we shouldn't be surprised that if we don't grow, we don't develop, we don't, okay, it's in some cases, because that's the stuff. Environmental policy has increased, okay. Pretty bizarre, I mean, the UETS rose during the pandemic crisis, during a recession, but this is linked to the craziness maybe of the financial market expectation and so on and so forth. Okay, I said that. So the political economy issue, I mean, really original for PhD students, master students as well, is to what are we doing with those revenues? Okay. Okay. So this is the first part of my talk. R&D, environmental policy, a political economy discourse on the possible revenues out of ETS. Okay, this is a general framework. I'm giving two messages out of the empirical evidence I mentioned. So we have played with numbers with some friends. So the paper one, so I mean two messages, which is going to be published soon, luckily just accepted after 5 years in empirical economics, co-authored with Antonio Musolesi, our econometrician, is on green knowledge functions and environmental policies. So again, R&D, key message, I skip that, also skip that. But the issue is to analyze patents, mean green knowledge, depending on environmental policy, R&D, human capital, spillovers. But this is not interesting, but just to say that we have a model. This is the main message, sorry. The main message is that it seems that the larger the stock of R&D and human capital a country has, okay, the more effective the implementation of environmental policy is. Okay, you could say trivial, yes, but we have 30 years, 30 countries, it's a microeconomic paper, okay. In some cases, if you don't have, this is a possible shape of complementarity or trade-off. In some cases, if you have too low R&D, human capital, or only R&D, low human capital, you may have negative effects, okay? So you implement environmental policies, the country, the region is not able to capture, absorb, react to that, okay? So you have the typical cost, I mean, Michael Porter. So trivial, but empirical evidence, 30 years, 30 countries. The larger the stock of human capital R&D is, the more effective environment policies are. Okay, so that's the first point. Paper 2, working paper. I'm going to present the paper next week in Leuven at the European Environmental Economics Conference. Second paper is on the effects of environmental policy on CO2. So typical Kuznets idea. So during development, CO2 may decrease. Sorry, this is badly, okay. May decrease, this is better, because of the fact that we are richer, we invest more, consumers do change their habits, okay, we are greener, okay. But you see that's the point. Maybe we are not, this is not enough because we may go beyond some critical threshold. Okay, so it's not just we grow and we are greener. We need to reshape our CO2, for example, GDP in coefficient. Through what? Through policies, again. So policies are necessary to reshape the business as usual development. Okay, so it's not enough that we are, as we get richer, we are also greener or more interested in public goods or whatever. So we badly need policies. Okay. This is course 1 in environmental policy, environmental economics, in public economics. Okay, so we need policies all around. Good policies, but we need policies. Okay, here, and I'm done with that. Sorry for this, but this is the most robust. The one we prefer in statistical terms. So it seems, besides a section that we are investigating, could be a reaction to what? Again, over 2005-19 in Europe, which is mainly, again, the macroeconomic, it seems that in addition to R&D, GDP, on the other factors, the price of carbon is a significant factor behind decarbonization. Okay. Taking into account the weird nature of the fact that the price was pretty high at the beginning, then collapsed during the austerity recession, and then it increased in 2018-19 with the jump during the COVID, now is more or less stable. So it's really not linear as a financial market and fragile, financial market. But having said that, this is the evidence. So I repeat, environmental policies probably do need stock of knowledge for increasing their effectiveness, okay? And happy enough, maybe, the price of carbon has delivered some effects in Europe. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this economic input, and our next speaker is Evelyn Terrin. She's a full professor at the Catholic University of Leuven, and she teaches commercial law, company law, and consumer law, and her research focuses on sustainable consumption and circular economy. Looking forward to your presentation.
So, yeah, thank you so much. Green claims, climate claims, greenwashing, green hushing, state of play, so a lot to talk about, but I'll try to stick to the 20 minutes that were given. We'll also try to summarize a bit. We had a conference on the subject 2 weeks ago, co-organized with Alberto in Leuven. So I'll also try to summarize a bit conclusions of that conference. I will be talking about voluntary claims and about the initiatives that are taken right now to regulate that more strictly than what we already have. But I do want to stress that this is not the only regulation we have at EU level for greenwashing. Everything that deals with mandatory information, either directly or indirectly, also has an impact on greenwashing, CSRD, CSDDD, taxonomy. And it's quite interesting to see that the link between the two sets of instruments are not always being made, and that was also clear from previous presentations. If you have a mandatory regulation on to use climate neutral in a company name, well, then you would hope that there is a link also with the voluntary claims. But I'll come back to that. I think I can be short about the problem. We all know it. You just can't go out without seeing any advertising, any clothing that claims to be sustainable. You can fly carbon neutral, you can buy carbon neutral meat, even your fuel can be carbon neutral. So green marketing is hugely popular. We have hundreds of green labels, but no one understands them, no one knows what they mean. And if you look into what's happening, or if you really look at what they mean, more than half of them have insufficient information and are misleading. The Belgian authorities were also present 2 weeks ago. They said they had 65 investigations so far, and their conclusion was every time that the claims about sustainability were misleading, so an infringement rate of 100%. Labels could be the solution, perhaps, but then stricter control is necessary. For a stewardship council, actually, label got the greenwashing prize, as there is apparently not enough control on what is actually happening, on what is certified by this label. Does it matter? Yes, it does. Consumers are susceptible to green claims. There are studies showing that consumers would be willing to spend more for greener products, and the climate neutral claims that we also see so often apparently even have a larger effect. So there was this recent study by McKinsey, it was a US study, but that showed that products that have these ESG claims, they grow at a faster rate than products without such claims, and the stronger the claim or the less usual, like carbon zero, would have larger effects. We've talked about climate neutral already, and if studies are being done, consumers just don't understand what this means. Climate neutral bananas, they don't emit any CO2 in the production or transport. Consumers do not see the difference between offsetting or contribution to voluntary carbon credits. If you give them beef and pork, consumers know what has the biggest footprint, but if you then put a label that the beef is carbon neutral, they get confused. So something needs to happen, and we have a legal framework, fortunately, that also allows to tackle this. Climate claims, but green claims more in general. So what is out there? The Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. with the open norms prohibiting all misleading claims. Quite a lot of guidance by the European Commission, specifically focusing also on environmental claims. Then we also have the guidance at national level, very detailed by some authorities. The Dutch authorities have also been at the forerunner here with very detailed and also guidance that they also update in function of the evolution. And what we see is that as of today, it is perfectly well possible on the basis of the existing legislation to tackle greenwashing. Yes, we can do something about generic claims, about carbon neutral claims, lots of decisions also by self-regulatory bodies. And then, thank you very much for sending that decision. Also more and more decisions by courts, the Netherlands, Germany, Austria. So we can do something about climate claims, but it's also broader than that. It has been mentioned here today, and we shouldn't only focus on climate-related claims. There's other problems as well. So also promoting plastic bottles as 100% recyclable and thereby giving a message that you're actually doing a good thing for the environment by not drinking tap water, but this 100% recycled and 100% recyclable bottles. It also has an indication here. There has been an alert also by BUC, European Consumer Organization, about these kinds of misleading claims. And there's also a decision by a Dutch self-regulatory body condemning Colgate Palmolive for those kinds of claims. The textile sector is also being tackled. And if we then look at climate-related claims, some interesting decisions there already on the basis of existing legislation. Important one, I think, is the KLM one, where KLM was condemned for misleading advertising by the generic claims that you could fly responsibly, that you could compensate, and the emissions you have just by contributing to their compensation program, exaggeration of the environmental benefits, and interestingly, the court applied the guidance both by national authorities and by the European Commission. So yes, a lot can be done at national level and also in cooperation at EU level, where an action is now ongoing against airlines, also for flying with sustainable aviation fuels. It's just impossible to do that for 100%. So we have a lot, but there will be more in the future. One directive has already been adopted, changing the current norms of the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, will become stricter from September 2027. But actually, what you see is that the open norms are, as of today, already interpreted in view of the future stricter norms. That's quite interesting to see. And like the Belgian authorities just acknowledged that, yes, we already apply, by applying the open norms, the stricter norms that will be applicable. And then, of course, the more revolutionary directive, the Green Claims Directive, that would actually require a prior approval before you can use a green claim. We have the system in the health and nutrition claims, but we would also introduce it at EU level for environmental claims. First reading by the Parliament and a Council position there of last week. So what is changing? This is already adopted, so, well, some specifications there of what can be considered misleading. Clear rules about future environmental performance claims will be climate neutral by 2050. You'll have to have commitments verified by a third party. And then the new blacklisted practices. So no more private sustainability labels, no more saying yourself that, creating your label yourself will have to be verified by a third party. No more generic environmental claims unless you have this recognized excellent environmental performance. And no more climate neutral claims based on offsetting, but that's only blacklisted for product and service claims. So this doesn't deal with the climate neutral claims at company level yet. Green claims proposal is additional. So there you would have minimum requirements of what you actually have to be able to demonstrate, and then minimum requirements also for communication, the information you have to give. All of that would have to be verified ex ante. Well, some discussion ongoing there, whether micro-enterprises should be excluded, Commission proposal, or whether they should be included, Council position. But what you also see in the latest Council position is that a lot of exceptions would already be created to this obligation to have an ex-ante verification. So yeah, you see there the categories of claims you would not, if that makes it to the final text, that would, you would no longer need this ex-ante verification for. As for the labels, already UCPD has changed, is stricter, so no more private labels, you need third-party verification. Green Claims Directive even wants to go further, again a bit of a discussion between Commission, Council, Parliament, how many schemes would still be allowed. But in any event, new EU public schemes, new national public schemes in the Council position only if the Commission approves them, private schemes only if added value, and then the aggregated indicators like the Planet Score or the Eco Score with very simple information, that would also, well, either be only if you have an EU methodology, or the Council says you could also have national methodology. So the number of environmental labels would decrease, which is probably also a good thing. So where does that lead us at EU level? Quite a complicated structure. So we would definitely always have unfair commercial practices as a safety net, stricter rules for environmental, so that applies for all sustainability claims, for environmental claims, the green claims proposal, and then if there is more specific legislation that would take precedence. And then definitely ex-post control possible under the unfair commercial practices legislation, but an additional layer of this prior control. So will you still be able to claim that you are climate friendly when all this is adopted? Well, that's a generic claim, and you will need to prove excellent environmental performance, and that will mean you either can rely on EU eco-labeling schemes or national eco-labeling schemes. Safe way would be to fall under such label or under a national label like Blue Angel or like the Nordic Swan. So I've already mentioned that the possibility for new schemes will be limited in the future. But that is not to say that nothing can be done as of now against private sustainability labels. They're not per se prohibited, but they can already be considered misleading. There has been a Danish case in which pork was marketed as climate-controlled pork. It was actually a label that was an own label, and that was already on the basis of the current norms considered misleading. And then we have the carbon neutral claims. Consumer organizations have been arguing very strongly against these claims, misleading for consumers, and the rules are stricter as with the new directive that has been adopted. So it will be prohibited per se for carbon neutral claims based on offsetting. So only if in the life cycle of the product itself, the product is carbon neutral. I don't really know how that would work, but only if it's not based on offsetting, you could use the claim. And this is this is prohibited for products, for services. It doesn't say anything about carbon neutral claims at the company level, but there the general norms still apply. The Green Claims Directive provides additional rules for carbon neutral claims. What we see there is a lot of discussion ongoing. I'm not sure where this will end. The Council is a bit less strict than Parliament, for example, would still allow carbon neutral claims. You would have to be clear about whether it's a contribution claim, so whether you're just not offsetting your own emissions, but actually investing in carbon credits and forestry projects, for example, you would have to give a lot of information. The assessment would then have to be done on the basis of a harmonized methodology. But the last word is probably not said on what exactly will have to be included, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and definitely also the same rules should apply to mandatory legislation. Quite interesting, I think, is then the decision of yesterday of the Bundesgerichtshof that also had to decide on climate neutral claims. It was a product related claim, but I thought there were some quite interesting considerations. So the court thought there was a very high risk of misleading when your claim is about the environment, similar to what you have in the health, where you also have this ex-ante verification, or at least in the future we'll have that for green claims. Court thought that explaining climate neutral, that is particularly necessary because there's a huge difference between reduction and offsetting, and that is not equivalent. So climate neutral is considered an ambiguous term, and the court considered that you have to actually explain what it means in the advertisement itself. So to me, that seems to go further than what the council is now asking for. Yes, give more information, but not in the advertisement itself. At least that's how I read this. So interestingly, the Bundesgerichtshof is already stricter on the basis of the current legislation than what is on the table in the Green Claims Directive. So, has the right balance been struck? Do we combat greenwashing, and do we still allow companies to communicate about their sustainability efforts? There has been some discussion, at least in Belgium and other countries as well, that it's too strict and enforcement authorities are targeting the wrong companies and it's not possible anymore to communicate about your sustainability efforts, and that this is actually giving an advantage to the non-sustainable companies. There is definitely a danger there. If you need this ex-ante verification, we will have to look very carefully into the costs, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises, so that's definitely a concern. On the other hand, I am definitely convinced that we needed stricter rules, that we need a level playing field, and that we need a common vocabulary when we're talking about environmental claims. These directives, in my opinion, they are definitely a step in the right direction. Enforcement will be key. Control of these third-party verifiers that operate at member state level will also be key. We'll have to make sure that a certificate in one country is as strict as one given in another country, because it will be recognized throughout the European Union. But all in all, well, my analysis would be that it's definitely a step in the right direction. And if you are honest about what you're doing, you don't exaggerate the advantage of your sustainability effort, and you're specific, it's, in my opinion, still quite possible to communicate about your sustainability efforts. But looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this rich and very clear and certainly climate-friendly presentation. And I hand over to our next speaker, Grzegorz Waszewski. He's an attorney specialized in energy law, geological and mining law, as well as commercial law. And he's also active as a university lecturer in Warsaw. And we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Beate. And Alberto, Henrik, thank you very much for inviting me again to these so inspiring discussions regarding climate justice. I will this time do it without the PowerPoint, but it's also because when I was considering what to deliver today and looking through the program of our meeting today, and by the way, the interesting observation from this is how the evolution of and the scope of our discussions, and which is a perfect illustration of how broad the subject of climate justice is and how multidimensional it is. If we look on the discussions we had in the previous years and the more detailed subjects that we focus now, like corporate governance, like consumer claims, like competition law, it only indicates how interesting and at the same time important the subject is. My thought then was that maybe then I will try to use this Polish example of customer law protection as an illustration for some more general observations regarding the green product claims, and at the same time as a kind of an illustration for some challenges for law and for the judges regarding this subject, but at the same time as maybe some opportunities therefore. And of course, one general observation to start with would be that protecting consumer rights and protecting natural environment can have and do have much common grounds. It was well noted in one of the first presentations today. Green Deal is a very complex project and it covers so many areas that apparently also the consumer behavior is part of that, because part of the combating climate changes is also education of the customer, education of the consumer, and change of consumers' approach and habits. And if we think about greenwashing and about green claims, of course, greenwashing is wrong for multiple reasons. But and it was also noted in Evelyn's presentation, one of the key elements why greenwashing is wrong is, of course, because it creates a false feeling among consumers that they are doing something good when it's to the contrary. And that we choose something pro-ecological, that we somehow contribute to increased sustainability, especially since all those researchers, they do indicate that with the growing awareness of the general public, we are more and more willing to contribute to the climate change in a positive way and to make something better for the environment. So in that way, greenwashing is especially wrong because it makes the wrong habits more permanent. And that's the key problem there that probably needs to be observed. And from that perspective, of course, because that has impact on climate and climate change, combating of greenwashing can be, and misleading product claims can be perceived as a part of the broadly understood climate justice. The other observation would be that, of also a general nature, that if we speak about fair and unfair competition, if we speak about product claims and consumer rights, then it can be also seen as an additional tool for climate justice. I mean, of course, we see and we discussed here those big litigations against states, against big businesses. But then we also observe different difficulties related thereto. And we had this interesting discussion yesterday, locus standi, causation, who can claim, what can one claim. So looking from that perspective, because for competition, for consumer rights, there are usually a separate legislation rules existing and implementing, that can be also seen as one of those elements of bottom-up approach, which can contribute to the change and which can contribute to what's happening in the market. And of course, the other observation is that with the growing awareness of the public, the number of that kind of initiatives, it will increase. And of course, it's about the claims from the customers and consumers. It's also, of course, about the claims between the entrepreneurs under the unfair competition rules. That is something that will be probably more observed under these new directives that Evelyn has characterized, but also under the ESG requirements, which will touch upon broader and broader scope of entities being subject to those reporting regulations in the time. So that's apparently something that we will observe in the next year, especially in those business areas that also Evelyn mentioned, which probably will be most important part of these discussions: energy market, clothing companies, cosmetic companies, food and fast-moving consumer goods sector. And then, of course, there is a question how the rights of the consumer can be protected in practice and what remedies the consumer may have or should have. One could, of course, say that the consumer has a right to be informed, which one could also define as a right not to be misled. But if there is a right, that means that there is also an obligation on the other side, and then there is an obligation not to mislead the consumer or to provide the consumer with a proper and sustained information, so that the consumer can then make a well-informed decision. And for that, a couple of examples from different Polish challenges related thereto. And one more general observation to begin with, which also applies, it of course applies to the customer claims and consumer claims, but it also applies, I think, to many other areas of climate justice that we have discussed upon during this meeting and in the meetings in the past, that in many cases the provisions related to the given area, they do already exist, and it is so also with the legal regulations related to product claims, to consumer rights, to unfair competitions. They are already there in place. So it's not always, if we're speaking about climate justice, it's not always that we need to invent a new legal tool, because in many cases the legal tool is already there, and in some cases it's rather often a matter of considering how to use the existing legal framework for a new purpose, or for the purpose that was maybe not part of the solution for the time being. And I think it was also noted in Evelyn's presentation that there is a number of regulations already in place, even before the directives that are to come, that can be used by the authorities, can be used by lawyers, can be used by the courts, should of course the practice allow to do that. And observing that from the Polish perspective, then of course those legal tools, they can be of a different nature, because they can be administrative tools, but well enough they can be a civil court, civil law tools. The authority in Poland, which supervises the market from the perspective of the rights of the consumer and the unfair competition, is the president of the Competition and Consumer Protection Office, which the proceeding which the office performs is usually composed of two parts. First, there is some explanatory proceeding, and then if the authority sees that there is indeed something in the claim, the proceeding is changed from the general supervision to a proceeding aimed at an individually indicated entrepreneur, and that can result with the with the penalty imposed in a way of administrative decision with the possibility of appealing from the penalty to the court. The penalty, which at least in theory can be quite unpleasant because it's up to 10% of turnover from the previous year. I mean, turnover, not necessary income, and then a separate penalty which can be imposed on the managers of the company should they be found liable for the given behavior. Of course, as it happens with the proceedings related to consumer rights in different jurisdictions, there are some advantages and disadvantages of that, because on one hand, the information about the market behavior, which in the view of the climate falls under the either something that violates consumer rights or violates fair competition, can be submitted to the president of the Competition and Consumer Protection Office literally by anyone, including especially the NGOs representing common interest of the consumers, but the party that notifies the authority is not a party to the proceeding, unfortunately. So the proceeding itself is performed ex officio, so to say. The party to the proceeding can then become the challenged corporation or company, but not the one that notified something to the authority. He will get a response, what happened with the notification, but will not be able in any way to challenge the decision of the authority, should one not agree with that. In practice, if it comes to greenwashing claims, one could say that so far the outcome of the proceedings of the Polish authority are unfortunately, quite humble. When I checked recently, there are 8 pending proceedings regarding greenwashing, and they are aimed at the companies from the e-commerce, clothing companies, and cosmetics companies. The e-commerce companies, for example, under the revision for claiming that the way of delivering the products is a green one, and that's the subject of this revision. But of course, the other thing is that those proceedings are pending for quite a time now, so there is no ultimate decision in those cases. And it also means that the number of notifications, effective notifications made to the Polish authority is still not that high. But on the other hand, with the growing awareness, I would expect, and also the new regulations, because if one observed also the Polish media, when there was a discussion about the new directives coming into force, it also opened some discussion regarding greenwashing in the Polish market. That also, I think, makes a kind of a pressure for the authority to consider more greenwashing cases and have more direct look on that. If we look on the past solutions related thereto and past activities of the authority, some of related to greenwashing more or less directly, some of those actions were quite effective, some of those not that much. An example of the last one refers to something called eco-coal or eco-p-coal. You may imagine that there exists an eco-coal in Poland, and the eco-p-coal is a trade name for the coal used for burning in the household boilers for the heating. So it's a very small briquettes of coal, it's packed in the bag, and this trade name of eco, that's why it's called p-coal, because it's small like a pea. And this trade name eco-p-coal, it exists for like years or decades, I would say. So it's a kind of a market custom that I think is older than any discussions about greenwashing in the modern understanding. And that was a couple of years ago challenged by Client Earth Poland, who submitted notification to the Office of Consumer and Competition Protection, stating that, well, it has nothing to do with being ecological, of course, but it can create a false feeling of the people that are using that kind of a fuel that, well, it's still coal, but maybe a better kind of a coal than another. and it was also supported by some of the research presented that it's really the feeling of the customers that they do feel that it's as ecological as they can do having the coal-fired boilers at home. Surprisingly enough, the authorities said that they will not follow the case, because what the authorities said is, well, maybe that is so, but look at the law on fuel quality. And in Poland there is a legal act, a fuel quality law, and it has then a secondary legislation issued by the respective ministers, which establishes detailed quality parameters for the coal. And then you will find the line, what are the quality parameters for this EcoP coal, with the name included in the regulation, because it's so common for the market that it's also used in the legislation. So therefore the authority says, well, you cannot claim it's illegal to use the name which you find in law directly. In other ways, speak with the legislators rather than with me, because I don't treat that as a misleading advertisement. It's rather using the name which you can already find in the legal act, which means the Competition and Consumer Protection Office didn't follow the case, but indeed it opened some discussion that it should be changed on the legislative level. The first step which was made was that this unfortunate EcoP coal name still stays in the regulation, but with the additional statement that it's a trade name. So in some way to distinguish that it doesn't mean it's ecological, it's just the name which is being used on the market. And there is a new draft of the regulation now under discussion to delete it completely. But unfortunately, it's a bit pending, because it's not only about changing the name, but also changing the parameters itself. And then that is subject to some more intensive discussion with the additional comment that maybe should be made, that in the countries which used to have the energy market coal-based for many years, like Poland, of course, any discussion about coal, its parameters and use of coal, to some extent is also a political discussion which does not facilitate that, and maybe should be also seen as another challenge for climate justice, if we speak about different challenges for law and lawyers in that area. But also it influenced this discussion a little bit, the market itself, and also the mining companies that they sell this product, preparing for the fact that sooner or later this unfortunate name will disappear. They prepared themselves for this process. So it seems that they are using that less frequently, at least, than they used that in the past. So that's an example of that. Not always the authority reacts or responds as one could expect, but on the other hand, slowly, but it can somehow influence the market and how the market actors do behave. On the other hand, there was another NGO which, it's maybe not the green claim directly, but which challenged the company which sells energy, and claimed in its advertisements that the increase of energy prices is caused by the emission trading systems and related costs. So in a way, presenting that as it is a kind of an additional European tax that they do not have any influence on. And the notification submitted to the Competition and Consumer Protection Office raised that, yes, of course, maybe those costs result from the ETS system, but on the other hand, the company itself hasn't done much to become more sustainable. So the level of this cost is much dependent on them, not only on the system itself. That is also something that is currently pending under the revision of the office, still without the final decision yet, but something that happens. The other way, so this is the administrative way of protecting the consumer rights. The other way to do that is the court claim regarding unfair competition. That can also be done by the NGOs, but also, of course, by the competitors. the act of unfair competition is, of course, misleading advertisement. There is also a long line of the Polish judicial decisions saying it's not necessary that someone must have bought the product for the advertisement to be misleading. It's enough that it misleads. Client Earth, having lost the discussion with the authority, submitted that kind of a claim regarding this EcoP call to the Polish court. That, unfortunately, is still pending without any final decision, but it would be very interesting to see what the decision will be, especially in the dawn of these new regulations that are to come in force, and which obviously the court will need to somehow take into consideration. As a couple of final issues, not to prolong, of course, among the existing tools for protecting consumers and combating false claims, one should also not forget about specific regulations related to different market areas. And for example, a lot of those are with food industry, where of course using eco or bio label, it's regulated on the European level, and then it's also regulated on national level. And here in Poland, there is quite a long and stable line of judiciary saying that you cannot use eco label or eco name if it does not fulfill the European requirements for something to be named ecological product. And that's notwithstanding whether it's part of the advertisement or whether it's part of the name, because one of the arguments used by the claimants in those cases was, well, but it's my registered trademark. So the answer of the court usually was, so well, the trademark is wrong then, because it's not ecological product that you have. And on the top of that, of course, there are self-regulatory codes related to advertising. There is the non-binding, but however used in practice, advertising codes of ethics, which is also has been amended last year to add the chapter on green claims, and is also a tool which is being used in practice. So by those couple of observations to conclude, there is a lot of tools that already exist, and maybe in many cases, it's as also from those Polish examples, it seems, it's maybe kind of a practice of the authorities and the courts, how to apply the existing tools for combating greenwashing and unfair competition related to not precise green product claims. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for sharing your Polish perspective and experience with us. And we come now to, so perhaps we put the right, sorry, just a second. So, and our next speaker, last but not least, Paolo Cassinis from the Competition and Market Authority in Rome, and he will talk on, kind of more enforcement challenges in the supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Andersen, Boyd, De Franceschi, and Keller for organizing such an interesting conference and for inviting me. Well, I will try to make a presentation which is twofold, dealing with briefly with the competition side and the consumer protection side of this matter. First of all, I'd like to say that there is a big interaction between competition and competition rules, consumer protection rules, and the sustainability matter. Since antitrust rules can stimulate innovation for more sustainable products and services, consumer protection rules, of course, protect consumers from greenwashing. And the authority, the Italian Competition Authority, has been very attentive to these matters and to this interaction, and for this purpose also created a working group that I try to coordinate on sustainability, consumer protection, and competition rules. And the authority, as I will show briefly, has carried out enforcement activity and also some issues of sustainability have been included in advocacy interventions as well as in general fact-finding inquiries, like for instance in the fuel for road transportation sector last year. Just to give the idea of the importance of this matter, next week the ICN will organize a workshop on sustainability, a two-days conference, a two-days workshop on these issues. Well, first of all, I'd like to point out that there is when the discussion on sustainability came in the center of the debate at European level as well as national level, the idea was that competition rules cannot be seen as an obstacle for the sustainability goals, but rather competition rules can have a complementary role to play. Of course, there are instances in which there can be a contrast between sustainability goals and competition objectives, and we will see shortly how these problems of contrast is going to be solved. So this complementarity can be seen from the consumer demand side. Because the consumer demand for more sustainable products increasingly drives competition. So sustainability is a great opportunity for competition on the merits. As the OECD pointed out within the working group that deal with competition in 2021. And on the other hand, the use of misleading or false green claims prejudice consumers' free choices from the demand side, but also damage the companies that make genuine investment and massive investments on green innovation. So there is a risk of free riding from other companies that do not make this investment, but try to appear green as well. And so this is a point, greenwashing and greenhashing. Of course, the new legislation, the new directive on consumer empowerment that was adopted in February, and also the new regulation on green claims directive that is going to be adopted deal with or is aimed at resolving the two problems. So, and in the enforcement activity of the authority when applying competition rules, this element of complementarity of the goals of competition and sustainability was the main outcome. So we didn't have in our practice instances of contrast between the two goals. With this slide, I would like to just briefly, because the debate is quite extensive, just give you a few ideas on what is going on and the recent developments. So first of all, there is a challenge of considering sustainability and environmental goals as efficiencies in horizontal agreements, what they are called sustainable agreements, when companies try to get together for instance, phase out products that are more polluting and less energy efficient. And here we have this kind of efficiencies in horizontal agreements was first dealt with in the CESET case in the year 2000, and when the commissioner for competition was Mario Monti, and then enter into the guidelines on horizontal agreements with a special section on sustainability agreements in 2001. And there was the very innovative element that sustainability goals could be appreciated in terms of exemption of Article 101, even if the benefits would go to the general collectivity or to the consumers at large, not necessarily only to the consumers of the relevant market. Second issue is that the debate between full share and fair share is a quite technical point within the exemption of Article 101.3 of the Treaty of Function of the European Union, but is again a problem of how far you can evaluate a sustainable benefit if in case of for instance, an increase of price resulting from an horizontal agreement between companies, but for products less polluting, so to say, if it can be appreciated or not. And if you take a full share standard, maybe this is not possible. Well, if you adopt a fair share standard, it can be appreciated. And Article 101 refers to fair share. Among benefits, the third point is environmental benefits to be considered, I mentioned it before, only within the relevant market or also out of the market for the benefits of all the consumers and citizens. And this is a very sensible point, and because the solutions there are different. I just mentioned the guidelines of the European Commission in the year 2001, which was quite looking forward. But I have to say that the new guidelines adopted in 2023 by the European Commission on horizontal agreements is rather conservative on this point, basing its analysis on the full compensation of consumers in the relevant market. Instead, the Dutch guidelines, policy rules 2023, the UK guidelines and other guidelines adopted in last year in Japan, Singapore, and New Zealand are more favorable for an analysis which in some instances can encompass also out of the market benefits. And the issue of sustainability entered also into the merger control. I want to quote a very interesting decision of the ACCC, the Australian Competition Authority, decision of October 2023, Origin Energy case, where efficiencies in terms of acceleration of adoption of renewable sources for energy, and the public benefits resulting from this development caused by the merger was taken into consideration to approve and to authorize this merger. Of course, there is a red line that cannot be passed on, which is that there cannot be greenwashing through sustainable agreements or monopolization practices or merger. So that is not sufficient to paint with green color a cartel for that cartel to be allowed. So, of course, antitrust rules has to be applied in a very severe way against those attempts to try to, so to say, to make greener agreements between companies in which are cartel or attempt to monopolize the market. Ugo Shelley, and I will not comment these slides, and rather I think that it is rather important to comment the fact that, of course, as environmental sustainability is becoming more and more important for consumers, especially those that are younger, and also an issue of public interest. Traders aim to be considered or to appear sustainable. And we know that, I mentioned here the recent amendment of the Italian Constitution in February 2022, which inserted in Article 9 among the fundamental principles of our Constitution, and was the first time from the adoption of the Constitution in the 40s that a fundamental principles was amended. So I think this is important to point out this point. So was inserted the protection of environment, biodiversity, also in the interest of future generations. And we know that in some, not in all, constitutional laws of member states, there is this reference to next generations, as in the preamble of the chapter or the Charter of the European Union Human Rights. But there is a strong information asymmetry for consumers, and therefore an high risk of greenwashing. I'd like to quote a recent study made by Deloitte on Gen Z and millennial, which shows that climate change and environmental sustainability are top priorities for them. And then roughly 30% of Gen Z and millennials conduct research on company environmental impact and policies before buying products and services from them. And roughly 2/3 are willing to pay more to purchase environmentally sustainable products and services. So there is a big concern, a big priority for these consumers to buy sustainable products, and also the but this of course can be exploited in a way by the traders, by the companies that knowing this new interest and new concern about sustainability, the climate change and sustainability, they are can consider to use green claims to make greenwashing. And it is interesting to see that in a recent survey made by the OECD, it came out that there is a substantial room of improvement in the understanding of green claims. So claim like recyclable, carbon neutral, net zero. So there is a big confusion, really an information asymmetry that, in my view, enhance the responsibility of companies in making, when they want to use green claims, making them very clear, very precise, and very, and not to mislead in any way consumers. And also, I would like to quote the recent guidelines of the ACCC in which they say consumers are unlikely to really understand what is meant by broad headlines claim like carbon neutral, climate neutral, and net zero. So there is a big information asymmetry together with a great interest and concern for what is around climate change and sustainability of consumers. There are two opposite risks, greenwashing and greenwashing. Traders' incentive to innovate for the green transition and greenwashing are the two opposite problems. So on the one hand, it is the traders' incentive to invest in innovation for greener products and services has to be protected. And it has to be protected also the way these companies have the interest to communicate their effort for greener products and services. And I'd like to quote the recital first of the recent directive of empowering consumers, which says that ensuring that environmental claims are fair, understandable, and reliable will allow traders to operate on a level playing field and will enable consumers to choose products that are genuinely better for the environment than competing products. This will encourage competition, leading to more environmentally sustainable products. So greenwashing and greenwashing are the two opposite, so to say, interests to be protected by the enforcers, like consumer competition and consumer protection authorities, like the Italian Competition Authority. And briefly, going to the enforcement activity in the area of green claims and environmental claims started in 2009, so well before the new empowering directive just adopted, and of course the green claim directive that is going to be adopted were enforced. So we used as a legal basis the UCP directive on unfair commercial practices. And I'd like to mention also that we made cases which were quite innovative, like the decision on planned obsolescence on the Samsung and Apple case. We didn't adopt guidelines on green claims like other member states, Netherlands, UK, Australia, among others, making reference to the principles set by the European Commission in the guidelines that since 2009 were adopted on the basis of the UCP directive. Now, of course, there is a new directive. The new directive as pose some question, because the new empowering directive will enter into force in 2 years' time, and what happens in between from now to the implementation in September 2026. So this is a legal debate, and also the issue of the scope of these rules. Are the new rules wider than the principles stemming from the UCP directive? Of course, there are differences because, for instance, vague and generic claims and offsetting claims are in the blacklist in the new directive. So the assertion of the unlawfulness of these claims will be easier for the enforcers. So this is a debate, and if you have to evaluate these claims nowadays, is not that easy. I'm going to conclude, and I'd like to make reference to a recent judgment of the Italian Council of State on any Diesel Plus case, which was maybe the first time the new empowering directive 825 just adopted in February was in a way applied. Because it was a case of green claim associated with a fuel with part of which came from not from petrol, so to say, but from biology. So 10% came out from not from fuel, and the Council of State said, well, it was not possible to forbid green claims only because these claims were associated by to products polluting by nature. So it is still possible to associate green claims with polluting products, but you have to be very clear and not overestimate what you are saying in these green claims. As a matter of fact, our decision was not did not, so to say, condemn green claims only because they were associated with polluting products. But anyway, this is the principle stemming from this decision. And let me finish by quoting the opinion of the Advocate General Emiliu in a case pending before the European Court of Justice on a preliminary ruling, according to which is on the notion of average consumer, which is the average consumer, which the Directive 29/2005 UCP directive makes reference to a certain if a claim is or not correct. So the reference is to average consumer. Well, who is the average consumer? And the conclusion of the Advocate General is very interesting, and now we are waiting for the decision of the court, of course, but as far as I know, the date of the decision is not already fixed. And average consumers is not always a rational person, and in some situation, it can be considered as a person with a bounded rationality who acts without obtaining all the relevant information or is unable to process rationally the information provided to him, including information which is represented to him or her by the trader. I think that is an important point because, once again, together with the information asymmetry I was touched upon during the presentation, enhance the responsibility of traders and companies and the legal professional standard that they have to use when using claims and green claims in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your adding your thoughts and concerns and experience to the picture. Of course, we have already run out of time, but I would allow one or two questions, and perhaps I can group them and be as brief as possible. So all was perfectly clear. Okay, so thank you very much. Thanks the speakers, thanks the audience, and have a good lunch break, everybody.
Back to our conference, and I have the great pleasure now to introduce to you Raffaele Sabato, who is the Italian judge in the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, and he has, as he's just told me, participated in the famous Klimasenioren judgment, and we have the great privilege to hear from him directly of what the court held. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be in the difficult position of saying something and not saying too much, which of course comes out from my professional obligations. Maybe the most important things will be mentioned at the very end, where I will possibly make some off-the-record statements. We'll see if that can be done. So basically, I start with this little summary entitled "A Warm April," because it was the warmest April ever recorded. At the same time, these two decisions and one judgment, I'm being a little bit technical, decisions because they declared the claims inadmissible, judgment because it accepted the claim, were handed down by my court on the 9th of April. And the articles that were found for Switzerland to be in breach were Article 8, right to private life, and Article 6, fair trial. The facts and the legal issues are very complex, and probably most of you are very well acquainted with them. But, you know, in general, many of those topics will be covered by other speakers, so I will also have to defer to them. But science, causation, the role of international agreements and soft law vis-à-vis the convention, this is probably one central point. The interplay between these several sources, we have seen already one of the speakers this morning suggesting things in this area, and other admissibility requirements, such as mainly territorial jurisdiction, standing, and victim status. The summary would be incomplete if I would not mention that probably the main finding concerned victim status and/or standing of individuals and associations. I will say a few more words in a moment, but basically most of the commentators who wrote right a few days after did not perceive that senior ladies actually lost the case because it was declared inadmissible, and the only applicant who won was the association. And this is also very, very interesting. The Swiss courts had decided that there was no need to examine whether they had standing under national law. And so there was a sort of inversion. The Swiss rejected the claim as proposed by individual applicants. We said that there was a violation because no access and no entertainment was done concerning the association's claim. There will be a specific speech addressing the Klima case, but a few things that I might want to underline is that the complaints concerned the fact that Switzerland allegedly failed to comply with GHG emission targets that Switzerland itself had set out. So this is very common also to the Neubauer case in Germany. So we tried to use national targets as a reference point. The second point that I might wish to underline is that the Swiss judges, the domestic judges, rejected the domestic claims because they held that they were actio popularis. So once more, exactly the opposite that happened in Strasbourg. The case of Carême versus France is very interesting. So here I can say a few more words. First, because it was an administrative law case in France. Second, because it was proposed at the same time domestically by a person in a double capacity as an individual and as a mayor of a town. The case was won domestically by the mayor as a representative of the municipality. But there was a lack of standing, according to domestic law, for the individual as such. In this, we could see that there is some correspondence with what then the Strasbourg court will find. In the Duarte case, so this was one of the most, so to say, media sensitive, with children trying to claim that it was their generation that will suffer for the future possible consequences of what was happening. There is something that the court will not examine, the Strasbourg court, and that is the fact that no action was proposed domestically. So let's remember that there was no domestic proceeding. Since many cases are pending that resemble very much the Duarte case, one thing for a doctrine to explore, for us it was not necessary to examine it because of course we will decide on the basis of status of victim and lack of standing, because it was not demonstrated that they suffered an immediate and actual jeopardy to their own persons. But the idea is, should you always litigate domestically before, or the fact that there is a positive obligation and an intermingling of actions or omissions on the part of several states would exempt individuals from litigating? I think that the issue is, in a way, solved radically, because as we will see, the test for individuals is so difficult to reach that in practice, I wanted to keep this for the off-the-records consideration, that in practice, individuals would very rarely be able in the future to come before the Strasbourg court. The Klima case has a number of procedural elements that I think I should quickly comment for you. First, there were 37 third-party submissions across the 3 cases. Most of them were in the Klima case. The fact that there were so many states being respondent in the Duarte case, on the other hand, caused a rule of procedure to be applied which imposed on us to have a common interest judge on behalf of all the 33 countries. And this was one of the members of the steering committee of your project, my colleague Tim Eike from the United Kingdom. The other point was that the court had to organize itself in a way which not only included opening the court to a number of people assisting to the hearings, which was totally unprecedented. We practically filled up all possible spaces with the public coming inside. It was the first time in history. And the fact that it was impossible to hear the cases all on the same day. So there was a staggered dealing, but by the same composition. So the judges, the 17 judges of the Grand Chamber were the same for the 3 cases. Unfortunately, because of the staggering, there was an illness that appeared in the 3rd case. So you will see that in the last hearing of the last case, there will be one judge, a substitute, who took the place of the judge who was absent. Having said this, let's come to a few considerations. First thing, what can we derive in general from these 2 decisions and 1 judgment? There is a paragraph in Klima which tries to highlight, and this is for me of the utmost importance, what is the role of our court, of the Strasbourg court. But, you know, I presume that this could provide some guidance also for domestic courts. Courts, including the Strasbourg court, are complementary in a true view of subsidiarity to other democratic processes. So we do not step in to substitute, but only to complement. Then there is this issue of who has access to court. I will discuss it in a moment. The difference between climate change and environmental cases, this morning we have heard the real experts. I'm only an observer in this area, but for sure the time span and the role of future generations and the fact that reduction can only take place if actions are taken in good time, it's very, very important. And then the intergenerational burden sharing. It remains, there is a specific paragraph that those who hold convention rights, so rights under the convention, are only the people who are alive at the moment of application. But still, the case should be seen from the perspective of the respondent state who has a positive obligation. So this is the progress that we try to make in a very easy way using the doctrine of positive obligations. Therefore, the protection of future generations goes through judicial review. I am unable to tell you what would have happened if, in the Swiss case, instead of having a piece of domestic regulation, we would have had nothing. But this is quite important to understand the rationale of the judgment. This morning I was amazed to listen to a number of scientific elements within both legal and economic reasoning. That was very, very remarkable. Thank you so much. But basically, the Strasbourg Court can only enforce the convention. Of course, under the Vienna Convention and under a doctrine of integration of legal obligation at the international level, because the Strasbourg Court is an international court, we can consider other legal rules binding on the states that are also bound by the convention. But yet, all the things that we refer to, because we refer to it, are either not binding, so there is a strong role for the first time in a judgment of the Strasbourg Court to soft law, or if they are binding, they do not set those standards that we found in the Swiss legislation. And so this is a second consideration that I would like to offer to you. And again, this would have been better kept for my off-the-record considerations. So there are references to the UN Framework Convention, to the Paris Agreement, to IPCC. We have heard a lot about this this morning. The conclusion is that based on a general, very broad consideration of these other sources that surround Article 8 of the Convention, under Article 8, in paragraph 436 of the climate judgment, the court holds that it is a matter of fact that there are sufficiently reliable indications that anthropogenic climate change exists. And therefore, if something is not done, if action is taken urgently and the current global mitigations efforts are not sufficient to meet the latter target, then the relevant risks are projected, etc. Starting to conclude now. So I was mentioning it before. Individuals have to meet a very strict test to litigate for climate change. High intensity of exposure of the individual applicant to the adverse effects, not to the causes, not to the process, to the effects of climate change, and a pressing need to ensure the applicant's individual protection. If so, this is a test which will work in some years, when there is this pressing need. Associations, nowhere in the judgment have we written that associations represent future generations. But for sure, there is a wide acceptance in the member states and a reference in the Aarhus Convention that recourse to collective means is the best suited way to defend collective interests. So this is connected in a way to what we were saying before with intergenerational burden sharing, and the conclusion is that associations can protect at the same time those that are affected and those that are at risk of being affected, nothing on future generations as such. The test is very complex for associations, but the main organizations in Europe are within this test. So they should be established for some time. They should be able to demonstrate that they are genuinely working and qualified to work on climate change, etc. When associations litigate, there is no need, and this has been another creative point, to demonstrate individual victim status. So you don't need to demonstrate that you are individually affected. So this is a simplification of what we have made very complex in the first test. Uh-oh, what did I do? To conclude really, okay, we can skip these and skip these. The idea is that we work, as I was saying before, on a new concept of positive obligations. There is something concerning mitigation, which is also very interesting, but my time is going to expire. Mitigation should be supplemented by adaptation, and there are some procedural safeguards that the court reserves the right to use for future cases when information and participation of the public could also be relevant in assessing the conduct of the state. Here there are some technicalities that in Duarte, in which maybe I can dedicate 3 seconds. I mentioned to you before that there was an attempt by the litigators in Duarte to establish jurisdiction on the fact that you could not distinguish the contribution of the respondent state and the other states. So I bring in the cases, all the countries that belong to Paris and at the same time have the most relevant emission activity, 33 countries in Europe out of the 46 member states. Oh, a curiosity, Ukraine was left out by explicit request of the applicants, left out of the litigation because they were not in a position to defend themselves because of the situation, and this is a very sad moment. So the idea is that the positive obligation cannot as such establish jurisdiction. So you have a positive obligation, but we don't know when and how, possibly in the future, you can be brought before the Strasbourg court and respond for activities and or omissions that are not individually consistent with the territory. I promise some off-the-records consideration. And I will restrict myself to one because I have 10 seconds. The idea is that I wanted to comment on what the possible impact of these judgments could be on future, this is terrible, on future actions, both domestically and before the court. So my expectation, and probably this was in the mind of judges, I don't know if I can, but it was for sure in my mind, this will create a difficulty for individuals to come to Strasbourg, but not necessarily to litigate before domestic courts. Conversely, I cannot tell you whether the fact that we chose associations as the means to bring cases to Strasbourg will also function domestically. This will, to a large extent, depend on domestic laws and domestic case law. As I told you before, it was paradoxical that really in the Swiss litigation, the Swiss judges, both in first and in second instance, decided not to address the issue of the standing of the association and rejected the claim of the applicants. So this is the second off-the-records consideration that I would like to share with you. Third point, what is the expansive role of those rules that we set for ourselves? Will domestic judges use the same concepts if the domestic legal framework will so allow? We have seen that in the Urgenda case, more or less the same was done. So it was an association that was, but of course there were 800 and something people also litigating. In the Italian case, they took the same precaution, having at the same time, etc., and everything was declared inadmissible. So I am in no position at the moment to imagine what will happen. Third and final point. The creation that we made on the basis of the interaction between the several legal sources, both under the Vienna Convention and the fact that it was a persuasive effect to interpret our own rule of Article 8, probably this will not work in most countries because of the dualist approach. And we heard the speaker this morning recalling to us what the statute of the International Court of Justice recommends concerning international sources, but what about domestic sources? So I think that lots of effort will have to be done, and these efforts, because of our judgment, will be mostly on domestic judges, in true subsidiarity, in true respect of what they will do. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker will be Matthias Keller, and he does not need any introduction to this circle, and so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind words. So it's now for the audience to do an assessment test, because you've just heard the perspective of the top of the judiciary, and now you're going down. I'm first instance judge. So, and it might be interesting, I hope there isn't too much overlapping, but it might be interesting what a simple first instance judge understands and takes out of it. It's a kind of an example of legal communication between different levels of our legal order, which is very, very interesting. And so my first approach in the coffee break, I was a little bit in the library, and they have wonderful books here, and one book of Bartolo's. So I tried to impress my Italian colleague. I try to impress my Italian colleagues now and refer to Celsus. And if I translate it correctly, I know the Italian colleagues, they can read Latin like a journal or a newspaper. So my translation into historic context here is an action. We're talking a lot about action, actio popularis, etc. An action, so what is an action? An action is nothing else than a right to pursue by judicial process that which is due to one. So it sounds a little better in Latin. Nihil aliud est actio quam ius quod sibi debiatur judiciu persequendi. Even at that time, there must have been some kind of legal dispute on the question, because Celsus, like a judge, insists on his definition, nihil adiut, nothing else, and then elegantly combines a procedural element, judiciu persequendi, pursue by judicial process, with a substantive element, quod sibi debiatur, which is due to one. And for me, as an observer, it was very interesting to see that even my highest colleagues are in a way trapped in this, because you cannot separate locus standi totally as a procedural element, totally from the substantial element and aspect. So I would, my first takeaway on this very general level is takeaway for first instance judges. Admissibility and merits are inevitably intertwined. So this is something that should be kept in mind. And then I will do something that we do with judgments from top level, top judicial level. I will read the judgment like a holy text. And there is, and look what I found. I found paragraph 421 on locus standi. And please judge yourself. You all could be a judge and read that. And is it correct? It says locus standi in climate litigation is different. It is different from locus standi in ordinary environmental disputes. That's what the court said. And the next sentence is golden words as well. According to the court, it's neither adequate nor appropriate to follow its environmental case law on standing. Instead, a more appropriate and tailored approach has to be developed concerning climate complaints. That is the approach we push NGO standing, and we're not so generous on individual standing, to say the least. So, the court describes climate change in wonderful words. I don't have to repeat that. We are all well aware of that. And then comes the next paragraph I selected here. Paragraph 444, it's the drop in the ocean. You might have heard of this argument, drop in the ocean. And immediately on Swiss TV, there was not an old lady or an elder lady, but an elder man saying, they should go to China, not to us. We are the good ones. The China are the bad guys in this game. So drop in the ocean. We are a small country. So the court says the non-justiciability of issues of climate policy or the drop in the ocean argument precluding responsibility of individual states for abating the global phenomenon of climate change is rejected. Full stop. The colleagues on the Constitutional Court, German Constitutional Court said the same. No, this is not a valid argument. Judge for yourself. I will be happy to have your reaction. Next one, very delicate, very delicate subject, separation of powers. It's the paragraph 450. And the court says the separation of powers doctrine does not bar the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights. Climate change, which impairs human rights, and then, here I quote, is no longer merely an issue of politics or policy, but also a matter of law. I can fully subscribe. And I would be happy to have some opponent here in the audience, but I think that will be difficult. So it's a matter of law. And, well, we've we have already heard that there is a high threshold for individual locus standi. And it's true, it was not in the Swiss press or journals or newspaper whatsoever the Klimaseniorinnen, the individual ladies, they were, sorry for my words, kicked out of the court, which is quite a restrictive and strong decision, considering that this court is a human rights court. So nevertheless, the narrative was that this was a big win for Klimaseniorinnen. And, well, there is, and that's the important point, there is a lower threshold for legal standing of NGOs. That's a bit of overlapping now, but it's so important for me that to understand and to assess this new approach. And it says, this new approach is characterized by an especially high threshold for individuals for claiming standing in the parlance of the court having victim status under Article 34. However, the newly developed test for locus standi in climate litigation lowers the bar with respect to standing for competent NGOs. So this is interesting and to be discussed, but I mean, I think the court was a bit in a dilemma situation, and as a judge I can refer to these dilemma situations. You have some terrible cases and you sit there and there must be some rational solution to that. You just cannot deny any jurisdiction on that. And of course, then you are under the pressure, that's a terrible pressure for judges, under the pressure to decide. And that's our, yeah, it's a gift and a curse, so to say. There is, for me, as administrative judge, there is a very interesting approach, and I feel a little bit flattered as administrative judge, because in my limited understanding, the Strasbourg court took an administrative law approach. So that's my reading. Of course, it's your constant jurisprudence in environmental cases, but it resembles very much to an administrative law approach when you are reviewing planning acts or when you review wide public discretion. So what do I mean? The court cannot find the solution, but the court can say there is a positive obligation to do something and to do it coherently on the way to climate neutrality. So, and then we have a very well-accepted public law approach where we say, well, the public entity has this margin of appreciation to pursue carbon neutrality, but no discretion, no margin of appreciation is without legal limits. So there must be some legal limits of the discretionary powers of the states and public entities. And the court was was sending a message. So don't be too theoretical. It's not so complicated. And I love a little play with numbers, and so it's in the paragraph 550, we get 5, give me 5, so to say, 5 legal, we get 5 legal limits of reviewing this state discretion. So I will summarize and finish with this 5 legal limits. First of all, the states have to adopt general measures specifying a target timeline. And then the first one. The second one, they have to set out intermediate GHG emission reduction targets and pathways by sector or relevant methodologies. The third one is they have to provide evidence showing whether they have duly complied or are in the process of complying with relevant GHG reduction targets. And the fourth is keep the relevant GHG reduction targets updated with due diligence and based on best available evidence. And last but not least, fifth requirement, act in good time, which reminds me to act myself in good time. I think the 20 minutes are almost over. So the states have to act in good time and in an appropriate and consistent manner when devising and implementing the relevant legislation and measures. This sounds bureaucratic, but it leaves a lot of discretion to the member state. And perhaps the court should do a bit of public relation on that, because otherwise there may be this reaction, oh, now we have very, very strict limits, and this is not in compliance with our sovereignty. It's not. As an administrative law judge, I would say it's quite the standard in so many fields of public law. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for highlighting the core elements of the judgment for us, and also thank you very much for keeping in time. So if our last and third speaker in this panel will do the same, we will have some time for discussion before the coffee break. Pasquale Fimiani, who will be the third speaker, is Advocate General at the Corte di Cassazione, and he will bring to us the perspective of criminal law.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. Well, the criminal aspects of climate justice requires the examination of 3 issues. First, applicability of the offenses provided for environmental protection. 2, the use of penalty provisions that indirectly may have climate protection purposes. And third, the existence of a criminal climate protection obligation after the recent decision in the Clima case. And the answer to these 3 questions also has consequences on the identification of the victim of the crime and on his standing before the criminal judge for the compensation of the damage suffered. First issue. The first attempt concerns the possibility of including the behavior leading to a global increase in temperatures in the scope of protection under environmental crimes. We can refer to the recent Directive 12.3 of 2024 on the protection of the environment through criminal law. This directive mentions various conducts that member states should consider as criminal offense if they are intentional or at least carried out with some gross negligence, whereas those conduct are unlawful. But what does mean unlawful? For the purpose of this directive, conduct shall be unlawful where it breaches a Union law which contributes to pursuit one of the objectives of the Union policy on the environment as set out in Article 191. Second, a law, regulation of administrative provision of a member state or a decision taken by a competent authority of a member state which gives effect to the Union law in environmental matter. But such conduct shall be unlawful, this is important for me, even where it is carried out under an authorization issued by a competent authority of a member state, if such authorization was obtained fraudulently or by corruption, extortion or coercion, or if such authorization is in manifest breach of relevant substantive legal requirements. We have a crime that in theory have a direct effect on the climate in the set of crimes in the new directive. The Article 3, letter A, considers as a crime the discharge, emission, or introduction of a quantity of materials of substance in general, energy or ionizing radiation into air, soil, or water which causes or is likely to cause the death or serious injury to any person or substantial damage to the quality of air, soil, or water, or substantial damage to an ecosystem, animals, or plants. But, in my opinion, the application of this offense to the case of emission of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere is problematic for two reasons. First, it will require the proof that the conduct is unlawful. And we reference with this point, unlawful atmospheric emission in the European Union could be only the emissions by the companies subject to the Emission Market Directive, exceeding the permitted emission ceiling. On the contrary, other companies not subject to the directive or companies subject to the directive but not exceeding their cap or compensating their excess by purchasing emission allowance are not violating any environmental legislation. And so, even if their emissions are dangerous for the climate, their conduct cannot be considered unlawful. The second problem is that crimes against the environment cannot generally be used to tackle climate change. There is a structural difference between climate and environmental concept. I can refer to para 414 in the Clima case that Judge Sabato said before. There is a structural difference between climate and environment. And for this reason, even the crime of ecocide, which has been introduced by some national legislation and is proposed to be introduced as a fifth core crime in the international criminal law, doesn't appear to be suitable to represent a fight against climate change because it is structured as a particularly serious form of environmental crime and therefore belongs to a category that in general is not suitable to provide criminal protection against human activities that compromise the climate. Second issues, crimes with indirect climate protection purposes. Criminal protection against climate change is implemented by this kind of crimes So the first context is the protection within the economic market. The directive, the recent directive 12.3 of 2024 considers as crime the unlawful protection, placing on the market, import, export, use, or release of ozone depleting substance, or the unlawful, returns unlawful, production, placing on the market, import, export, use, or release, or fluorinated greenhouse gases. Only two types of crime could protect in an indirect way the climate. There is another market solution in the market directive of the 23 number 87, but this directive doesn't oblige member states to introduce criminal sanctions for violations of emission allowance market rules, but only requires that these violations must be punished with effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. But the criminal protection of the emission allowance market is ensured by the market abuse regulation that qualify emission allowance as financial instruments. As a result, the market for emission allowance is subject to supervision by securities market authorities, and insider trading and the market abuse offenses, crimes, are applicable in accordance with the provision of Directive 57 of 2014. So the market abuse regulation requires that the companies and the financial intermediaries shall conduct some internal investigation to detect suspicious cases, and in such situation they have a duty to notify the supervision in each country immediately, in addition to the duty of suspending the transaction. In this way, indirect climate protection is implemented through the supervision of the emission allowance market for criminal purposes. We have a third hypothesis. Another form of indirect climate protection through criminal law could be found in the rules of the reporting sustainability directive. Why? The new Article 19, recent amended, establishes sustainability reporting by stating that companies subject to the directive must provide a range of information on their organization. One of this information is the compliance of the company's business model and strategy with the transition to a sustainable economy and the limits of global warming in line with the Paris Agreement. They have to be consistent with the objective of achieving climate neutrality by 2050, as established in the Regulation 1119, and, where relevant, the exposure of the undertaking to coal, oil, and gas-related activities. This information is an integral part of the company financial statement and management, and as a result, their false statements can become a criminal offense. In Italy, false corporate communications, because they concern material facts that can be financially relevant in the relations with shareholders, the market, and the stakeholders. And finally, the third issue, the introduction of new criminal rules to safeguard climate. It is possible, it's necessary. The examination of this possibility must begin with the answer to the question of whether such introduction is necessary as a result of the recent decision in the Klima case. In particular, in my opinion, it must be examined whether the recognition under Article 8 of the Convention of the right of each individual to state authorities effective protection against negative effects on climate change, on his or her life, wealth and quality of life, requires the introduction of criminal sanction in case this protection obligation is infringed. The case law of the court doesn't require criminal protection as a necessary measure in any case of infringement of the rights safeguarded by the Convention. It only requires this solution when it is the only adequate measure in proportion to the seriousness of the offense. Therefore, criminal protection is considered as an extrema ratio in an individual case, as established inter alia by the Grand Chamber in the environmental case on Eldis versus Turkey of 24. This case, relating to the explosion of a garbage dump due to the lack of control, which led to the production of a relevant quantity of methane gas. And the court identified the following parameters to establish the need for a criminal sanction. 5 parameters. The relevance of the sector for public activities under consideration. The high number and status of state authorities that supposedly infringed the duty of activation. Third, the degree of risk awareness by the involved state authorities. Fourth, the number of persons that might be involved in the third risk on the basis of an ex-ante and concrete assessment. Fifth, the seriousness of the damage actually caused, which is based on an ex-post assessment. I find a link with the paragraph 550, a link, a similar decision. We could speak better. Give me 5 of climate judgment. But all these conditions apply in the event of infringement of climate obligation, at the same condition of this paragraph of the climate case. So in this case, we have a second question to be answered. Which kind of criminal sanction should be introduced to protect the compliance with climate obligations? I believe that it is difficult to envisage criminal sanctions directly against public authorities that must ensure the compliance with this obligation. Why? But the adoption of the adequate measures against climate change represents a political responsibility, or eventually an administrative or accounting responsibility due to the higher cost the community has to pay because of their non-compliance. The nature of climate obligation as an obligation of due diligence and not an obligation of result does not allow to identify a special mandatory conduct for a public authority. As a result, it would be up to a criminal judge to make an ex post assessment on its violation, and this solution doesn't seem compatible with the principle of predictability of criminal sanction in the court's interpretation, affirmed by the jurisprudence of the Court of Human Rights as an expression of the principle no punishment without law, laid down in Article 7, paragraph 1 of the Convention. Therefore, I think that the measures for criminal protection should be implemented by introducing specific obligations for the companies, for the emission limitations and envisaging criminal sanction in case of violation. With reference to the structure of these offenses, we must take into account how hard it is to identify a causal link between a single conduct and climate change. It is difficult to repeat the structure of environmental offenses as event and damage offenses in climate matters. And so I think that in this area it would be appropriate to provide for crimes of danger. It has offenses based on conducts that could have a negative impact on climate change without the need of proving the causal link with climate change in practice. Another kind of crime, different from the environmental crimes that are typical damage crime. But among these behaviors, for example, I'm thinking of the expansion of the regulation of emission quotas and the provision of exceeding the permitting limits as a crime, with a seriousness that is proportional to the extent of limits exceeding, for example. But another issue, with regard to the type of this criminal sanction, I tend to refer not only to those that are expressly qualified in this way by the law, but also to sanctions that are essentially criminal in nature. This is in compliance with the three-angle criteria relating to the notion of criminal charge established by the court within the meaning of Article 6, Paragraph 1. And there are three criteria: the legal classification of the offense in domestic law, the nature of the offense itself, also even if is an administrative sanction as the name, and the nature and seriousness of the penalty incurred. And in this perspective, sanction having no impact on personal freedom but severely restringing property and economic rights could be introduced as criminal insubstantial crimes. For example, exclusion from entitlement to public benefits, exclusion from access to public funding, including tender procedures, grants, concessions, and licenses, temporary or permanent disqualification from the practice of business activity, etc. Finally, a brief mention of criminal liability in corporate groups. Many cases of climate justice concern activities, one more minute, I finished. Concern activities conducted by companies belonging to a group where the parent company has its head office in a state while the factory producing emissions is located in another state, usually a developing country. The civil liability of the parent company was established several times in this case, but it would be useful to envisage the criminal responsibility of the parent company's executive, even for lack of supervision, in order to punish a criminal conduct for which local managers are charged. And this because in almost all cases, the illegal activity is a result of the business policy of the entire holding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the strict discipline of our three panelists, we now have 15 minutes time for comments, questions, interventions from the floor. Please. Here's one question in the front, and then Chris in the back. I think this one was first.
So thank you very much for all the interesting speech. So I have a question for Judge Sabato and for Keller as well. So by reading the Clima Signorini decision, it was clear to me what the position of the association is not and what the nature of the action is not. So is no actio popularis. The association cannot represent personal interest of people in front of the court, and they are not even acting representing their own interest. So I'm like, just to clarify to myself what is the legal position of the association and the nature of the interest that they are representing in front of the court. Because if it's not an actio popularis, then is a form of extraordinary legitimacy of third-party interest, which is not legally possible in front of the convention. So this is the first question. The second is regards the states where it's not possible for associations to act in front of judges to represent general or collective interests. Because the decisions after developing thoughts around the Aarhus Convention about the position of associations in front of national judges, there is a paragraph that says what happens if it's not possible for associations to act in front of national judges. But it's not clear what will be the case. So will they be able to act directly in front of the Strasbourg judge? A new form of action, or will they have to obtain all the inadmissibility decision in all the judges inside the nation and then move to Strasbourg? Thank you very much.
Chris, Tomale, does your intervention go into the same direction, or is it something totally? Yeah, can you add it and then we? Yeah.
Because there was in another gathering, I was talking to Austrian constitutional lawyers, and they were praising the effect of the European Convention of Human Rights and everything, and the disciplinating effect it has, the bolstering effect to democracy and everything. And then some students brought up the fact that it is enforced in Russia and in Turkey as well, where such effect is, tenuous at best. So are we possibly stretching ourselves a bit thin? Are we pushing this too far? Are we leaving this consensual common ground of the European Convention of Human Rights? How do you perceive this uproar from the legislature in Switzerland?
Well, Professor Tomale is sort of cutting with a very painful knife in what is a scar which already exists. I only, so to say, feel like underlining what I said before, that in the black letter part of the judgment, we have written that it's part of the democratic process and it's complementary to it. Therefore, I cannot comment on political reactions that have come from the Swiss Parliament, from the Swiss judiciary, and of course, a lack of enforcement for the moment is announced. We will see what happens. As you know, the enforcement of the court's judgment is not with the court, but it is with the committee of ministers that also has an action available. I'm saying this just for completeness sake, of infringement before the same court, before taking further action. But, you know, having said this, I do not feel, with your permission, to say more. Going back to the original questions, those are not technicalities also, the ones that you are addressing. I tried to mention before in what I entitled my off-the-record dealing with the case that, you know, we cannot tell what the acknowledgement, reception, acceptance by the domestic judiciaries of this idea concerning the role of, we are using the expression associations. And of course, associations are NGOs, but so to say, we have decided to employ this term. There is a reference to the Aarhus Convention. And this is why we thought that we should, in a way, sort of frame this role of association even before the court. As I mentioned before, the interests protected by the associations are certainly protections of the people who are affected. And this is different from the individuals, from which we have seen that the individual involvement is very, very difficult to attain. So in a way, you could say that this is in contradiction, that association, etc. But the expression, those at risk of being affected, it gives you the idea that the threshold is much lower for the association. And this is, in my view, it's consistent with the fact that under Aarhus and under many domestic frameworks which are cited in the judgment, the recourse to collective means is to defend collective interests. So my answer would be, it's not in the judgment, of course, but my individual answer would be, they defend collective interests. So this is the idea, as different from individual interests. Your final part of the question was what will happen domestically, and I said originally I cannot tell. What I can envisage is that domestic judges could develop a bit more on Aarhus, if they are parties to that convention. They could, however, Aarhus of course requires domestic legislation to do that. So it's not a general rule, self-implementing and self-executive. I would say that, however, interpretive tools could be used. And if associations are associations that act at the European level, something could also take place in that regard. We have said that there is no link, that's why I'm doing this lengthy, no link with the victim status of individuals, which we have said are closely connected in a way to territorial jurisdiction. Okay, so you can imagine that something can happen also at the EU level and using EU legislation. More than this I cannot say.
There's a lot of things to do and to contemplate. But I think it's feasible because we have Aarhus Convention, the Aarhus Convention. So the Aarhus Convention is already setting the scene, and the court borrowed from the Aarhus Convention. And the Aarhus Convention follows the idea that NGOs, they are the good guys. The NGOs, they push legislation environmental legislation. That's the core idea. I mean, environmental law is always a problem of enforcement. So to remedy this, Aarhus says the public concern can go to court under Article 9. And the idea is to enforce environmental law via court litigation. And we have this in all the member states of the European Union. We have this mechanism. It's not a perfect thing, of course, there's transposition lags and so on, but sorry to criticize our friends from Switzerland, they are a little bit behind that when it comes to NGO standing. You can't just say, oh, no, this is public interest, this is, the court is closed. You have to explore Aarhus and then find a middle ground to give at least some access to justice. This is the big word, and therefore I wouldn't be too pessimistic. For me, it's a bit sad that the individuals are kept out, because that's not the idea of Aarhus. The public concerned is associations and individuals. So my retired biology teacher that likes to go to court and said there's a bird there and there's a problem there, and bird watchers, they should, under Aarhus, you could reason that they should have a standing as well. But life is not perfect, so we have NGO standing.
But we have a few more minutes. Well, no, it's 3:45, but I would not like to curtail the discussion. Christian Vogt, you also raised your hand. Please.
Thank you. Next to Judge Sabato. On the margin of appreciation. You, in the Klima Seniorinnen judgment, the court established a twofold element to the margin of appreciation. One element relates to the what, and the other one to the how. Right? And the what, if I understood it correctly, is the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. And then the how is a bit more wider, because states can choose their own means of implementation. Now to the what, to the rather stringent view that every single member state now has to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. My question is, where does that come from? It doesn't come from the Paris Agreement. Science is not so clear on that. It would probably say carbon neutrality globally by 2050, but some states may have to be there much earlier than 2050 to allow the entire world to get there by 2050. So it's a rather stringent and very limited margin of appreciation, and I just wondered how did you come to that conclusion?
Thank you. It is inherent in the concept of positive obligation that something must be done, and it is consistent with the idea that something must be done, concept of obligation, the idea that deadlines are usually inherent in an obligation, and therefore the court was called to define this obligation, as you correctly mentioned, by separating the an and the quando in Latin. The formulation of paragraph 543, which is the one we are discussing, is no doubt imperfect and could have been improved, and of course is the result of lengthy work on it. So what it means, it will be perfected by national judiciaries, scholars, and maybe the same court in future occasions. But the idea is that narrow as regard the commitments is a tautology as saying there exists an obligation, commitment, obligation, obligatio, whatever. If you go on the test regarding mitigation, everything is clear. And where that is been taken from, of course, it's been taken from international sources that more or less advise to have the same kind of procedure. Paris had more or less the same structure, but with a number of flexible clauses in it. So I would say that it is in international law the source of this specification of an existing obligation. Of course, some part is creative, and we accept that case law should also be creative. We took responsibility. We are being criticized, and we will see what happens now with the domestic judiciary. Thanks for asking, because this is I've tried to be good in guessing what our good friend Judge Keller was going to cover, and we were very good in so far, but I'm very interested in what you would perceive after reading it.
If you would like to react rather shortly to it.
Shortly, sorry for, thank you very much for this wonderful question, Christina, and sorry I can't answer it. But there is a device from the Neubauer case, and I mean, the German judges were exactly at the same crossroads. And there, I think they had a wonderful idea of constitutional law, which was then self-commitment. The German state said in his laws, oh, we are good Germans, we will apply, and we are parties of the Paris Agreement, and in our legislation we have climate neutrality, but then when it comes to enforcement, we are not so good Germans. And then the court said, well, if you make this pledge in your legislation, then we hold you accountable. And this is a constitutional obligation. Whew, saved. Nothing more to say.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the three panelists. And we now have a coffee break downstairs.
A wonderful thing to have so many important panelists here. I'm eager to hear what they have to say. But if I would start to read out CVs, then we would, for each of them, we would have already spent the 20 minutes. So, without further ado, I give the floor to Professor Eva Maria Kieninger from the University of Würzburg.
Well, thank you very much, and I will immediately start. Now we are moving to private law, at least for my presentation. We'll move private law, and my provocative question, which is the title of my presentation, is climate change litigation before civil courts mere strategic litigation. And I hope you can see this picture. Climate litigation is often characterized as strategic litigation, and very often with a negative connotation, mere strategic litigation, which means, in other words, substantively unfounded, meant as a threat, as a means of seeking publicity. And you all know the acronym SLAP, strategic litigation against public participation, where courts are misused to silence journalists. And in that sense, often climate change litigation is also perceived as mere strategic litigation. And this picture shows Roda Verheyen, Germany's probably most well-known attorney representing plaintiffs in climate cases. She represented the claimants in the Neubauer case and is representing currently Niuya, the Peruvian farmer who is suing RWE. And this picture is from a venue with students in Leipzig in May this year, and we both sat at the podium. And Rhoda was very innocently asked by a student whether her cases were strategic litigation, and she kind of exploded and said that it was not her who reached out to possible claimants, and that instead people came to her because they had a real and personal concern. And for her work, she said the whole literature in strategic litigation was just zero helpful. As I said, I'm sorry. So, before coming back to the issue of strategic litigation, I just want to give you a very short overview of the type of litigation, and I'm limiting myself to claims against companies. And there are basically two types. The type 1 litigation, which is sometimes called forward-looking, because if successful, it's most efficient because it's directly aimed at cutting emissions, and the obvious example, of course, is the Shell case, which has been successful at first instance, and we are all awaiting the second instance judgment. The claims in Germany of this type against car manufacturers were so far unsuccessful, and I have little hope that this will change. And I'll come back to the reasons a little bit later. Type 2 claims are sometimes called backward-looking, but next to damages, they also cover mitigation expenses. Unfortunately, I think they're not backward-looking, they are forward-looking because we are all awaiting future damages through climate change. This type of cases puts indirect pressure, kind of threat of liability on carbon majors to cut emissions. Now, just a few figures to remind you of the scale of the damage that is to be expected from climate change. The very well-known Potsdam Institute for Climate Policy estimates that on average, net income will decrease by 19% worldwide if we continue on the present pathway. And of course, this loss will be very unevenly distributed. People in the north will suffer less, and the greatest losses will take place in the southern hemisphere. In contrast to those estimates, the so-called Loss and Damage Fund, which was created at the last two climate conferences, COP27 and COP28, has so far attracted a total sum of only $661 million. Currently, the fund doesn't even not operate because there is no agreement as to who is going to run it. Countries from the Global South, understandably, are not happy with the decision that on an interim basis, at least, the fund shall be operated by the World Bank. But the greatest problem is that the fund is a mere drop in the ocean. Here, the picture of drop in the ocean is really a very appropriate picture. It's a drop in the ocean not only in relation to the estimated damage through climate change, but it's also a drop in the ocean in relation to the profits that are still earned from the extraction of fossil fuels. And I've compared it here to the net profit earned by the 5 biggest Western oil companies only in 2022. And when you compare the current pledges of $661 million to the Loss and Damage Fund, then this fund only amounts to 0.347% of the net profits of these 5 Western oil companies only in 2022. And these are really stark figures, even if one takes into account that possibly in 2022, profits were extraordinarily high due to the Russian war in Ukraine. I'll start my overview of the legal challenges with the Type 2 lawsuits, damages and recovery of mitigation costs. And I will thereby concentrate on German law, bearing in mind the possibility, in front of European member states court at least, to choose a more favorable system, which can be that of a member state or that of a third state. The suit against RWE is based on trespass, which has the advantage that you only need causation and a certain degree of responsibility, which is, however, lower than negligence. Whether the RWE case can be subsumed under the relevant paragraph in the Civil Code is hotly disputed. The Court of Appeal in Hamm seems to side with those who think that it's applicable. The other legal foundation is the general rule on liability for harm caused negligently or intentionally to another person. And here we have three main challenges. One is, again, causation. The second one is duty of care. And the third one will be negligence. Here you see the causal connection between greenhouse gas emissions, global warming, and climate-related damage through slow and sudden events. And from a scientific point of view, and I'm very happy to have heard and read that the European Court of Human Rights is of the same opinion, the causal connection can no longer be disputed. From a legal point of view, however, and I'm now talking about the law of torts, which wants to hold an individual specific actor liable for a specific damage, causation is less easy to establish. And we'll hear about causation, I think, later in this panel. So just a few words from a German point of view. Some authors took, and I'm talking now in the past tense, I hope they took an extreme view. And they said that in order to meet the German doctrine of causation, the glacier melting in Peru must be directly and specifically linked to the activities of RWE, and such a direct link can never be established because the concrete emissions from plants run by RWE could have also sunk into the ocean. You can never establish a direct link of causation. So that is impossible. But I said that in the past tense because with recent discussions with Gerald Wagner, who's held this opinion in his expert opinion for RWE, I have the impression that he's no longer adhering to this very extreme position. And it also seems that the Court of Appeal in Hamm will not take this extreme position. I'll skip this. Even then, even if we say that causation does not have to be such an extreme causal link, it cannot be denied that German law stemming from 1900 still adheres to the principle of all or nothing. If the event is not caused by the defendant in the sense that his act significantly enhanced the danger, then there is no liability according to the current state of the law. If there are several possible tortfeasors, they are only jointly and severally liable if one of them could have caused the entire harm. Neither the prerequisites nor the results are compatible with climate liability. It would be absolutely absurd to hold one carbon major liable for the whole damage worldwide. But it would be equally absurd to exempt all carbon majors from liability because they are 90 or 100 and not just 3 or 4, in which case the significant role of the role or enhancement of the danger test would be fulfilled. So the crucial question is, will German law be advanced by the courts? Is there a duty to reinterpret the tort law on the basis of higher ranking norms such as the German Constitution or the European Human Rights Convention? That's the crucial question. And I'm not going to answer it. Now, turning to sudden onset events such as floods, droughts, storms, heat waves, they pose an additional category of causation problem that should not be mixed up with the form, and that's a very important point. You see here the website of the Weather Attribution Institute run by Friederike Otto, an Oxford-based climate scientist specializing in attribution science. It's nowadays absolutely possible to calculate the extent to which an extreme weather event has been rendered more likely due to global warming. And there are some sudden onset events which have been termed virtually impossible without climate change. And I'm explicitly referring here to that heat dome which US and Canada suffered in 2022. But with other events, attribution science told us that they have become more likely, like they have become 5 times more likely, 10 times more likely, 8 times more likely. And the crucial question here is it possible in the field of tort law to sort of say, I mean, there are 2 possible answers. I have to go back, sorry. There are 2 possible answers. Would you say that a causal link can only be established if it's sort of nearly, if the sudden onset event would have been nearly impossible without climate change? Is that the only category? Or can you sort of calculate within the calculation of damages the factor with which that sudden onset event has become more likely with climate change? Now, all these problems with causation do not exist if we construe an individual right of climate-related freedom. And that's now, we come now to the type 1 suits. In the Neubauer case, the German Constitutional Court did exactly this. Because Article 28 of the Constitution, which obliges the state to take care of the natural resources with a view to protecting the coming generations, is a mere objective state goal. It's not a subjective right in the Constitution on which a constitutional complaint can be based. The court held that an insufficient climate policy which postponed the cut of emissions to a later stage already today violated the future freedom of young persons. That was the thrust of the argument of the Constitutional Court. And the crucial question here with the type 1 claims is, can this reasoning be transplanted into private law? Can the general clause of tort law be interpreted in a way that it also protects a general right of the individual person to enjoy this freedom from future stark cuts of emissions and therefore a very strict climate policy. The German courts of first and second instances have not been, they have not followed suit. And the issue was whether BMW, Mercedes-Benz and other car manufacturers had to end the production of combustion engines already by 2030. And I think that this claim was really strategically not a very wise claim to make, when at the same time the European Union had just decided to end the production of combustion engines by 2035. So, I mean, it's not up to the courts to say, oh, you must do it 5 years earlier. So that brings me back to the question of strategic litigation. I think there are elements of strategic litigation in some of those cases, and there are also legitimate elements of strategic litigation, like, for example, in the Holcim case, the case in front of the Swiss court in Zug. One of the goals of the whole complaint is to give climate victims a voice in the media, in the courtroom, in politics. Whereas, as I said, I find it problematic to try and sort of reverse a political decision with a margin of 5 years. On the other hand, there are, of course, litigation strategies, and they're very legitimate. You have to be careful in the selection of your plaintiffs. We've just heard that from the point of view of the European Court of Human Rights. You must be careful in what you in the case which you select, the respondents, carbon majors as typical respondents, do you sue in front of a domestic court? Are you opting for domestic law, or are you opting for foreign law? Presently, it seems that NGOs tend to sue domestic companies on the basis of domestic law because they want to advance domestic law, and that's best done in this type of cases. But perhaps choosing a foreign law, which is perfectly possible under Article 7 Rome II regulation, would produce better results. But then, of course, if you sue a company in front of a foreign court, then you have all the problems of cross-border enforcement, which the Shell case or the Dutch court now faces with the Shell case. Well, I think that at least the type 2 climate litigation cases are not mere strategic litigation, they are rather mass tort litigation. And that involves a whole bunch of further questions. How can such cases be administered? You see here, this picture is taken from the press coverage of the Pakistan floods in 2022, which has been a mass tort event. How can you administer fair distribution of damages? Is legal tech a solution, the assignment of claims to legal tech firms, like it happens nowadays in Europe with, in connection with Flightright or MyRide, or do we need new types of collective procedure or class actions? Well, I'll skip this. This is a very stupid article which just appeared in a German law journal by 2 attorneys from Clifford Chance, I think, who think that it's a good idea that companies themselves should now resort to strategic litigation and seeking declaratory relief in their home state that the claimant is not liable for climate change-related damages. I don't think this is a very good path to pursue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Eva Maria, for being so concise and giving us 5 minutes extra. So thank you very much. And then we come to Chris Tomale. Yeah, that's what the program reads. And perhaps could introduce him. He is a German by citizenship, but also a professor at the University of Vienna. This is something because we are separated by a common language. And in addition, a professor of Roma 3. This is a miracle. And look at his age. Those young scholars, they make me fear. I think this is enough, huh?
So now, after this high praise, I will get straight to it. My today's contribution, I give to you from a strictly civil law standpoint. So I'm not politically partaking in the, beyond being a citizen, an interested citizen in the climate change discussions, but I've taken a critical look from a civil law, from a tort law, in fact, point of view on these climate change litigations. And there, what emanated from these observations was a bit of a critical reassessment of causation, which I started 2 years ago. The book is still not finished, so it can tell you that one thing led to another, and I will just present a couple of doubts I have about the way we handle the causation element in these climate change litigations and beyond. So the main point here is that although it may play an important part, and Eva Maria Kininger has just laid out the importance of causation within climate litigation, as you're aware, causation has an importance that goes way beyond this specific instance. Now, I would still like to start with an observation of the type of causal chains we're looking at when it comes to climate litigation. And I would simply note that the causal chains we're dealing with are very far away from what legislators, notably at the turn of the last century, or even usual court decisions would envisage. So for example, if 20 years ago you had asked about challenging causation questions, probably something about medical liability would have come up. And these cases are child play as compared to the kind of global causal chains we're dealing with in climate change. So just to give you some evidence, which I will cut short because you're the experts in the field, but there are at least two causal narratives we need to show, okay? So there's the big narrative of anthropogenic carbon exhaustion causing climate change. The evidence is in. I think that's the strongest part of the causal case when it comes to climate change. But we also need to make what I call the small narrative. That is, we need to, in these climate change litigations, individually isolate a causal contribution. And just so, I've collected a couple of physicists, you know, you're way smarter than I am, and we looked at the evidence. And I give you just a couple of points which made me question the degree of conviction we have when it comes to these causal chains. So for example, the estimate when it comes to which gases are causing climate change, the estimates have a very far-reaching vagueness. So for example, it says water vapor is 36 to 70%. That's the degree of vagueness we have. Methane, 4 to 9%. That's what I would like to focus on. So the vagueness is very, very high. And then when it comes to carbon dioxide, we have 9 to 26%, and that's total carbon dioxide, of which we're dealing with human exhaustions, of which in climate change litigations we're dealing with the specific contribution of a specific human emitter to that human contribution. Then there are the carbon sinks. Why are carbon sinks so important? Because they make the entire process non-linear. We see in these climate change litigations that people, and I think that's a trick that our mind plays on us. A human mind has a tendency to linearize problems, okay? Because we really don't deal with exponential problems. Everybody remember the COVID crisis. The human mind doesn't understand exponential growth intuitively. So I will just say that carbon sinks and the latency of the influence of carbon dioxide exhaustions on the atmosphere make this a strictly non-linear problem, and for us even harder to grasp. And that's why, for example, what you find in some court decisions, this budget perspective, that you have like a carbon dioxide account and you can withdraw, and this, if I believe the scientists I've worked with on this topic, they call it, I wouldn't call it because I can't tell, but they call it really naive. This entire idea of one set budget. It's much more fluctuating, much more complicated. So we have to summarize, a very, very complicated animal here, a very, very complicated type of causation. Now let's go to the causation element itself. I will have to lay out a couple of things. The first is causation is a relation. And as a relation, this is Hume, this is basic stuff, but we need that as common ground. So it's a relation between two events, and this relation per se is inobservable. Nobody sees causation. When you have a causation witness, you have a witness to events, and the causal link is always an inference by the human being. I mean, one of my favorite sort of philosophers, Immanuel Kant, has written extensively about the topic. I won't bore you with that. Now, so given that that's as it is, that causation is strictly and unforgivingly an inference, always, I think that is a promising point of departure for people who want to, for example, litigate the question of causation. And I have noticed that even amongst litigants who clearly try to stretch the concept of causation, they have not made use of the possibilities that are technically at your disposal in legal doctrine. So I thought this might be an adequate forum of giving you some ammunition you might want to work with. Okay. So the first thing is that the typical causation test we employ is this conditio sine qua non, very popular around the world, really. And to many lawyers I know, it's deemed to be the only alternative how to test causation. But this is just not true. And I would really like to draw your attention to the work by Jane Stapleton and notably by Richard Wright, who I had the privilege of working with last year in Chicago. And this is the genius contribution that Richard Wright makes is, he calls it the NES test, the necessary element of a sufficient set. So Richard Wright starts from the assumption that there are certain cases in which, I don't know, natural justice, what have you, commands to find a causal link, although technically conditio sine qua non does not. I'll give you just one example about merging fires. Eva Maria and I, we set fire to the same forest. At some point, Matthias's house, you live close to that very forest, breaks down or burns down. Now, technically, none of us, and we are not co-perpetrators, so none of the typical exceptions work. So that's one of those cases where Richard says, if you contribute, you cause, okay? So the claim by Richard Wright is to say that us limiting the picture to condizione sine qua non is really unreasonably restrictive of the concept of causation in the first place. And as I said, most legal systems have a series, I've done a comparison of some legal systems, and each legal system, there's not a single one that strictly adheres to conditio sine qua non. There are always concessions. For example, sufficient conditions, right? Two people shooting somebody and then you can't figure out which bullet hit him first, that kind of stuff. Co-perpetrators, which are or who are jointly and severally liable, yeah? So what I would dare to say is that given that comparative legal landscape, given the fact that conditio sine qua non is never purely employed, you have enough legroom, I feel, in a case to argue that there is room for an alternative causation test. And I think one offer made is by Richard Wright. And the reason I bring this to your attention is that I was really surprised that to my knowledge, which again is limited, nobody has been using him so far. I found him quoted for example, in the leading monograph in German by Jan-Erik Schirmer on the topic, but he doesn't actually apply the test or criticize and critically employ the test. So that's one way to go, I feel. The other way that is already being pursued, in my perception, is what Eva Maria pointed out as being, you know, how about we give way in the causation department and then limit at the damage, at the legal consequence, we limit it to proportionate liability. That's one of the rare occasions where really Austrian scholarship has interesting contributions to make. It's really, I mean, it's a small, and no, I don't mean it in a deprecative way. It's just that it's a very small country, but there, you wouldn't expect it. But I would like to draw your attention to both Walter Wilburg, das bewegliche System, which is precisely what we're doing. Yeah? So the idea of Walter Wilburg is, if a cause of action has a series of elements, you are actually allowed to do precisely that, to cut back on one element and compensate with the other, okay? And we see that also well established, perte d'une chance, for example, in France, or fraud on the market. You know, you find these kind of reconciliating efforts in legal systems between various legal elements of a cause of action, and why not employ that very strategy also when it comes to causation? The third thing I would like to bring to your attention is what Franz Bödlinski another pillar of Austrian civil law, has termed minimal causation. And the cases he's discussing are really when people go on strike and cause damage to their employer, and every single employee is really technically only responsible for a very, very small percentage of the damage suffered by the employer, to which Belinsky answers pretty much in the same way. He says, joint and several liability is way too much, as you say, but it would be equally ludicrous to simply absolve everybody. How about choosing pro rata instead? So what I'm thinking is there is plenty of stuff to work with on a comparative level in order to move away from simply claiming conditio sine qua non, and because my claim would really be that if carefully looking at conditio sine qua non, if you buy into conditio sine qua non, plain vanilla style, my assessment of the evidence is that we do not have enough evidence to make the conditio sine qua non case. I think that would be stretching things too far, but that's only my assessment. So I think we need to get creative on the test itself. I think that's rather the way to go. And as we do that, and this is my pledge as a civilian, as a civil lawyer, we should take into account what we do to other fields of the law. So if we want to come up with a new causation test or different handling of causation, we really should look at it across the board and kind of connect intradisciplinarily in terms of how does that play out when it comes to medical liability? How does it play out in all these other fields? That makes, I feel, the argument in terms of climate causation much more convincing, because you absolve yourself from the reproach of just, making up special rules to serve your specific case. Yeah. So that's my general pledge, and I don't know if I have any time left.
Yes, I give you 5.
You give me yet 5 again. So because I've been. Thank you so much. Because at this state of my reflection on the topic, I am inclined to not buy into Richard Wright's nest test. And here's why. And I'm not buying into many other concessions that have been made on the conditio sine qua non. And I will just give you a brief outline why I think at least we have a lot of way to go in order to make that truly. So the first thing is we need to ask ourselves, what do we want to establish by causation? When we say something is caused by something else, what kind of investigative endeavor is this in the first place? What do we want to establish there? Other than serving our case, which is not the right question to raise, I suppose, from a policy standpoint. So what we really want to do is we want to be analytical. So we want to be able, as every event is caused by an unlimited series of conditions, the causation test is supposed to lift up one condition and test it. Okay, so the condition test is supposed to be analytical, and that means it has to be counterfactual. Okay, that's the first proposition. Second proposition, each of this philosophy of science is heavily disputed, but this is my sort of pledge today. So it has to be counterfactual, which is what we do, conditio sine qua non. Okay, yeah. So the counterfactual, and the second tenet is we want to explain a result through its cause, not the other way around. Okay. And if you buy into these simple propositions, you are stuck with conditio sine qua non. And I've spent 2 months discussing it with Richard, but really you need to the kind of convictions about causation you need to let go in order to be able to use the nest test are actually really committal. Really committal, and you need to think that through very fundamentally. The second observation I would like to make is when you look at the kind of cases, including climate cases, when you say contribute means to cause, I'm wondering whether we are not deforming the notion of tort we apply. Because I think when we, commonly as lay people think of a tort, we think about the tortfeasor to be making a difference to the world. The idea to be responsible for something that would have happened anyway, I feel runs counter to most fundamental notions of distributive and corrective justice. So, yeah, and we have to discuss that. So the idea here is that the test, we have to go way beyond realizing that these alternative tests work, i.e. yield the result we want in a certain litigation we're running. But we need to test them against the ramifications, the repercussions on our general theory of the law. And I would say that if committing a tort means making a difference in the world, then committing a tort really presupposes conditio sine qua non. And likewise, while we're at it, to increase the probability of something, I would dare posit, is not to cause something. At least I don't think that's our notion of causing something, is to increase the probability of something. Because we are aware, especially in medical liability, we're aware of plenty examples where, yes, sure, then the probability may have risen. We still don't know. Had he not committed the error, would that have made a difference in the world? So we need to be really careful not to turn causation into probability, not to turn causation into correlation, not to turn causation as in making a difference into just contributing. And yeah, and given that as it is, I will stop here.
Still punctual as a German, I would say.
Runs in the legacy. So
to the second.
So I thank you for your kind attention, and yeah, thank you.
Just one short comment. I'm a bit confused, but on a very, very high level. And yes, it's a pleasure to welcome Christina Vogt, who she is known to the community. I mean, Christina Vogt. And I just want to stress that she is co-chair of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. Many of you might be familiar with the Aarhus Compliance Committee. It's not the same thing, but she is almost on our judges' side. She reviews compliance, and she does it so perfectly. She has, to my knowledge, no critics at all. But there are two young boys, Victor and Oscar. They are very critical. I'll leave it with that. Christina, you have the floor.
I do have a presentation of some sorts, which may be in the machine.
Yes, well,
but I can start without it. It's an incredibly boring presentation because I only use some text examples. But
fishing for compliments.
No, it's actually really true. But thank you. But about no critics, that may change drastically after my presentation. Let's say. So what I'm going to talk about is the normativity in the Paris Agreement. Oh, that looks interesting. Different from where the normativity in the Paris Agreement, and I will explain why. We have heard several times today, and in general, that Paris matters. Paris matters in many of these international and national climate cases. It comes in through all sorts of different ways. The very seldom example is that it applies directly if you have a monist legal system, but that's really the huge exception. Usually Paris matters as an interpretative element. When it's international law, it's either through Article 31.3c of the Vienna Convention on the law of treaties as an international rule to be taken into account,
or you have international treaties that do invite other norms to be taken into account. We heard this morning about the WTO or the law of the sea. So Paris comes in and matters as a normative element. But I dare say that it is not being deployed in that interpretative exercise to the level it could be. It is usually recognized as something that's out there, but I always have the impression that we do know Article 2, a little bit of Article 4, but that's basically where it stops. It's never really being used in its full extent of normativity, of what is there in terms of legal obligations in the Paris Agreement. And also many judgments refer to the agreement as simply a bottom-up agreement that basically is understood. It leaves it up to the discretion of every single party to determine freely whatever it wants to do. And I want to invite you here to a brief journey into the Paris Agreement and invite you to critical reflections of whether that is actually a correct legal understanding of that very crucially important agreement. Now, first, a couple of reasons why we have that understanding that Paris is soft. What did we hear today? Soft nature, but hardening at the edges. That was your term this morning. I think there are several reasons why that perception of Paris has kind of cemented itself. One is there is a certain political spin on Paris. Right after it was adopted, several parties went out saying, it's wonderful, but basically everything is up to parties, it's bottom up and all that. But that's a political intention. They want it to be like this. They want to hide behind Paris and say, no, it's all up to us, it's really no normative strength in that agreement. But there's also another camp, in particular small island developing states, that now say Paris is not enough, it doesn't help us. And these two camps, although they come from very difficult, very opposite ends, kind of meet in the middle. And I think both are not quite correct. And as I said, I invite you to share that or explore that statement with me. Also, it's often understood as a very sensitive political agreement. I was Norway's lead legal negotiator of the Paris Agreement for 10 years. I was a negotiator. And yes, it was a very politicized negotiation, but by the end of the day, we have a treaty. We have a legally binding international instrument, and I implore you to use the text, because we don't have much in terms of travaux préparatoires. It's not really much out there because negotiations were a mess. It was so politicized that every day there was a different draft. So there is not much to rely on in terms of going back to the préparatoires, which means that we have to rely on the text. But the text is being used very carefully, if at all, by many judges. So let's see where this takes us to. It's not my font that I used. Yeah, I know. One recent example comes from the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, who, as you perhaps know, published its advisory opinion on climate change and states' obligations on the law of the sea to protect the marine environment against anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. And at one stage in that rather long advisory opinion, the tribunal, which is based in Hamburg, said something along those lines, that the Paris Agreement does not require parties to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to any specific level and leaves it to each party to determine its own national contributions in this regard. And then it continues saying that the obligations under the Convention on the Law of the Sea would not be satisfied by simply complying with the obligations and commitments under the Paris Agreement, and gives that impression that it would be very simple for parties to comply both with the obligations and commitments, and there seems to be a difference there under the Paris Agreement. Now, I think this is an incredibly minimal view of the Paris Agreement, to an extent where I may say it's even not quite correct, because it does contain legal obligations, it does contain core legal obligations, and in addition it does contain legal obligations of conduct, of due diligence conduct, which parties will have to comply with. So let me first look at the primary core legal obligations, and they bind every single party to the agreement. It's a legally binding international treaty. And the core legal obligations, well, I'll come back to that. So first the core legal obligations, then I'll venture into those due diligence standards, and then I say something about actually implementing and achieving the nationally determined contributions and reporting. I try to make it quick so that's not too much. Well, first of all, as you perhaps know, one or the core legal obligation under the Paris Agreement is that each party shall, now, as we know, if you see that formulation, each party shall, legal obligation under international law. Each party shall prepare, communicate, and maintain successive nationally determined contributions. I highlighted that part because this is the backbone of Paris. But there's an element in there which is usually not explored. Maybe perhaps everybody by now has heard about NDCs. But there is this word successive in there, which isn't really explored, but it has a very concise legal meaning when we negotiated Paris. Successive means that every time parties communicate an NDC, that NDC has to have a timeline that goes above and beyond the current one, temporal expansion, because otherwise it would not be successive, which is one element that limits a little bit that, general discretion that is often ascribed to parties have under the Paris Agreement. So they have to communicate an NDC, and each NDC has to go in its timeline above and beyond the current one. And I have a beautiful graph in a moment that I can show you. Another legal, no, this is not here. I have to use this. This one. Another legal obligation is hidden in Article 4, paragraph 8 of the agreement, which says, again, that when parties communicate their NDC, all parties shall, that's a legal obligation, provide a certain set of information. They cannot just say anything they want. They have to provide all information that is necessary for the clarity, transparency, and understanding of what they actually put in their Paris Agreement in accordance with a set of decision that was taken by the governing body of the Paris Agreement. That came into place in 2018, where we have a rather comprehensive decision from Katowice, which lays out some of the elements. I do apologize, that's not exactly how my slides, something mixed up, but you get the text. Anyways, where parties have to be very concise in what is the reference point, how are they going to implement, what are the planning process domestically, how does it consider its NDC to be fair and ambitious, and so forth. These are legal obligations that parties have to comply with if they want to say they comply with Paris. That's not just up to parties. Another one is the iteration of NDCs, right? There is a lot of criticism these days that Paris, the contributions, NDCs are not ambitious enough. That's the whole point of the Paris Agreement, is that every 5 years, parties have to put forward next successive NDCs that then increase in level of ambition. I'll come back to that in a moment. But first of all, the obligation to put forward NDCs every 5 years is a legally binding one. It says each party shall communicate an NDC every 5 years, in accordance, again, with a number of guidance that is contained in decisions by the CMA. First of all, the time frame to NDCs. It's a little bit tricky, but we know since, again, Glasgow, actually, when it was decided, that NDCs now have a 10-year time frame. So every time parties put forward NDC, it's a 10-year time frame. Next time that matters is next year. 2025 is the first time in the history of the Paris Agreement that every party has to put forward an NDC in the same year. Parties had to have an NDC to become parties. But since then, in 2025, there was no legal obligation to put forward an NDC. That happens now for the first time next year, and then every 5 years thereafter. That will come, chuck, chuck, chuck. It's a lot of work to prepare an NDC if you want to comply with all these requirements. And they have to be communicated 9 to 12 months prior to the next climate COP. And if you're in that field, you perhaps know that in 2025, that's going to happen in Brazil in November, which means by the 10th of February next year, every single party has a legal obligation to put forward its next NDC. This is Paris. And it looks difficult, right? It's complex. But this is Paris. It's like a spiral. It's supposed to be an upward spiral, but it's very difficult to, to show this in 2D. This slide was prepared by a colleague of mine, Felipe Ferreira, from Brazil, who tried in this graph to make it graphically accessible, that Paris is like one process continuing one after the other. And they're slightly overlapping, but it's a continuous spiral that is meant to bring parties up to the level where we collectively need to be. Now, what do parties have to put in their NDC? That's, of course, the core legal issue. And what is the level of ambition that needs to go into an NDC? Now here, in terms of legal obligations, we don't find that terribly much in the core obligations of the Paris Agreement, but we have that one, that each party shall be informed by the outcome of the global stocktake. And I always point to the shells, because these are legal obligations. The global stocktake took place for the first time ever ended last year in Dubai, and it will take place every 5 years. Every time 2 years prior the next NDC is due. And that's intentionally put that way, because it is meant to give parties a 2-year preparatory period to take into account the outcome of the global stocktake and then put it in that next round of their NDCs. We find it in 2 places in the Paris Agreement, Article 4, Paragraph 9, and Article 14, Paragraph 3, but both have that operative word, shall. And I only included it here I'm sure you may have seen it. The outcome from the global stocktake last year has a whole list of all sorts of very important aspects, not least the transitioning away from fossil fuels and energy systems. But this is now something that parties need to take into account, break it down to their domestic emissions portfolio, but be informed by it when they communicate their NDC next year. And that's going to repeat itself every 5 years by a new stocktake and a new round of NDCs. So that is there's much more in that global stocktake decision, but I don't want to go into all that level of detail. If you're interested in those NDCs, there's a registry at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change website where you can have access to every single party's NDC, and that will be updated as the new NDCs now come in.
I give you my 5.
That's okay, that's good. So, moving on to the, just to round this up, the Paris Agreement Compliance Committee has the authority, and it has actually no discretion, but will have to pick up on whether parties have or have not communicated an NDC next year, every 5 years from there on, and will initiate proceedings if a party has not. Now, as I said, in addition to those core legal obligations that are in the Paris Agreement, there are a number of standard of conducts in the Paris Agreement, which orient, or on which parties should orient themselves when they're preparing and communicating their NDC. One of them is, of course, clearly the temperature threshold in Article 2, which we already talked about today, and in the context of the European Court on Human Rights, who used the temperature threshold to a certain extent to define what are the positive obligations under Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights that member states have to discharge. But there is a bit more detail on that temperature goal that we also can get from the global stocktake decision. We also see that the Tribunal on the Law of the Sea used, again, the temperature threshold as well as the corresponding timelines and pathways in interpreting what all necessary measures are under the Convention on the Law of the Sea to protect and preserve the marine environment. Now, the Paris Agreement also has in its Article 4, Paragraph 3, those 2 elements, where it says that each NDC, each party's NDC, will represent a progression compared to the previous one and will reflect each party's highest possible ambition. These are very important normative parameters or standards that define the conduct of parties that they need to exercise in the preparation of their next NDCs. There may not be obligations of result. It's very hard to check whether parties have done it, but it's a legal expectation of conduct. And this is not just my opinion, this is also an opinion shared by the European Union, for example, in its written statement to the International Court of Justice in the advisory proceeding on obligations of state with respect to climate change. I'm probably not supposed to show you this slide because the written statements are confidential until the legal proceedings. I was thinking of I should mention it or not, but I think in the context of the Aarhus Convention, maybe it's good to have some transparency on it. But if you see what the European Union says, it says basically that progression implies an increase in ambition that should match best efforts of a party. Progression implies that there's a floor for the next NDC, discouraging backsliding, and further sets a clear substantive expectation that each party should raise ambition as much as possible when preparing, communicating, and maintaining its successive NDC. And it says that it is the combination of both factors, progression and highest possible ambition, with the overall aim reflected in the temperature goal that delineates the standard of due diligence when formulating NDC mitigation objectives. It repeated it a little bit further down in its submission, but it is something that is gaining much more acceptance, that the Paris Agreement does contain these due diligence standards in relation to the level of ambition that parties need to put in their NDC. I only got you 5 minutes. It's probably getting very close to the... Now it's 2 minutes, okay. This is an interesting quote. You may think, okay, it's a due diligence standard. What does it mean? It may be very weak. But here I included a quote, again from the ITCLO's advisory opinion on climate change, where the tribunal explained a little bit that due diligence should not be understood as an obligation which depends largely on the discretion of a state or necessarily requires a lesser degree compared to an obligation of result. It says that in many instances, an obligation of due diligence can be just as demanding or highly demanding. I jump over the example from the Klimasenioren case, but basically, and we just heard it in the previous panel from the judge, the argumentation that the European Court on Human Rights put up of what states now have to do to comply with their obligations under Article 8 of the European Convention is modeled on that understanding of Paris. You have to have a temperature target, which in this context is 1.5 degrees and the aligned pathway of carbon neutrality by 2050. And you have to put measures forward which have to progress in its level of ambition all the way until 2050. And you have to implement and comply with them effectively. Basically, an implementation of the Paris Agreement. That's, I think, my final slide, which goes to the obligation to actually implement your NDC. And that's one of the concessions that needed to be made when the negotiations happened of the Paris Agreement, that we have that Article 4, paragraph 2, which says that parties shall pursue domestic mitigation measures with the aim of achieving the objectives of their NDCs, which means that they are not legally obliged as an obligation of result to achieve their NDC, but they are legally obliged to pursue domestic mitigation measures, which means a party that doesn't do anything or has highly insufficient mitigation measures, again, would be breaching that legal obligation under the Paris Agreement. And the final point here is that parties now also have to be very transparent in how they're achieving and implementing their NDC. There are very strong and detailed reporting obligations established under Article 13, where parties every other year need to provide that information. We haven't seen that yet from any party, because the first time this is due is on the 31st of December this year, and then every other year onward. And I'm a technical reviewer of these reports, so I'll see what's going to come. But this is going to give access to anyone to a massive amount of information of how parties are actually implementing and achieving their NDCs. And that in lieu of a legal obligation of results. Very important that, coming forward with your transparent information might be just as tough as reaching your goals. Yeah, that's everything I wanted to say. Also on that, the Paris Agreement Compliance Committee will catch up. It has the legal mandate to see whether parties are providing that information. So next year is going to be a very busy year for the Compliance Committee, both on the next NDCs and these reporting obligations. And I thank you for your 5 minutes.
Very well-determined contribution by the author, of course. And yes, we move on and we come to Claudio Sconamiglio, un professore. For the Italian audience, there is no need to introduce the professor of private law mainly, but in the vast list of publications, I've tried to find something, and you even wrote something for the administrative judge. I don't know whether you remember, in 1999, you wrote La nuova giurisdizione esclusiva del giudice amministrativo. And there is another overlapping between you and me. We are both from '62. So we're not yet Klimasenioren, but still on the way to be Klimasenioren. So è un grande piacere che lei sia qui. Grazie mille.
Thanks a lot, Mr. President. First of all, let me thank the scientific organizers of this very interesting conference, Professor Andersen, Boyd, De Franceschi, and Keller. I want also to address a special and warm thanks to my dear friend Alberto for inviting me and for his so kind and efficient hospitality. I would also like to apologize if I have prepared a traditional written presentation and not slides. I am a very bad slide maker, I'm afraid, and therefore prefer to fall back on the tradition of the written report. In the hope of making my presentation easier to follow, I will try to summarize in a sort of abstract a couple of ideas I will develop in the 20 minutes I have been allotted. It is necessary to start from the premise, even if quite obvious, that any case will be decided on the basis of the civil liability rules of Italian law. By the way, soon we will know about the decision of the Court of Cassation, Corte di Cassazione, about this case, but only on the issue of the lack of jurisdiction of the ordinary judge, which was also raised here, albeit for reasons partly different from those underlying the very recent decision of the Court of Rome, which in the first Italian climate change litigation case against the state declared actually its lack of jurisdiction. So the discipline of civil liability in the Italian system, on the one hand, might seem very promising for solving problems of protection of new interest, like the ones related to the climate change, and I will try to explain why shortly. However, on the other hand, it suffers from a perhaps insuperable structural limitation that probably suggests looking elsewhere for a truly effective remedy for the problem of climate change. So, the problem of civil damage from climate change, or to use a recently proposed formulation from climate catastrophe, represents a particularly significant test case for verifying once again the adaptability of civil liability. The role of civil liability as a first remedy, a sort of first responder to attribute relevance to new interest, has been in some respects facilitated within the framework of the Italian regulatory system by the approach of the discipline of Italian civil code on the subject. In fact, as far as the selection of the area of the damage that can be compensated is concerned, this discipline is largely based on general rules, such as that which is summed up in the formula unjust damage, Article 2043. A similar argument can also be made with regard to the question of the causal link. In fact, it is common to observe that the legislative framework on this point in the Italian regulatory system is ambiguous and insufficient, or to put in its positive term, it is very light. These preliminary observations make it possible to establish a first result. The interpreter of the Italian system of civil liability enjoys a wide margin of discretion when it comes to defining the area of the damage that can be compensated from the point of view of the selection of the interest to be protected, the definition of the rules of conduct payable, and the fine-tuning of the causal judgment. From this point of view, therefore, the Italian scholar could be said to be placed in a good position when it is necessary to reflect on such a radically new problem as that of damage from climate catastrophe. However, it is difficult to escape the feeling that even the Italian path of civil litigation due to climate change against companies, that is any case, may face obstacles similar to those that have emerged in other regulatory systems. In particular, it is intended to take into account two difficulties: that of recognizing a rule of conduct violated by the defendant in the proceeding, and that of affirming the existence of a sufficiently specific causal link between the conduct referred to the injuring party and the damage complained by the injured party. It is a feeling that derives, first of all, from the acknowledgement that the model of civil liability proceeding as regulated within Italian civil code is still based on a logic that we could define as bilateral, a logic that through the mechanism of the establishment of an obligatory relationship aims to bear the cost of the damage suffered by the injured party, considered relevant by the legal system, to the sphere of the person who caused that damage. It is a mechanism that appears difficult to reconcile with events in which the damage, according to the plaintiff's over-reconstruction hypothesis, seems ontologically destined to escape the bilateral dimension that has just been mentioned, both from the side of the person who asserts the claim for damages and from the perspective of the defendant. Let's look into it a little more to see whether or not the impression I have just mentioned is well-founded. The first aspect to be addressed is that of the existence of a duty of care for the company according to a reconstructive model of the civil liability judgment, which within the Italian civil code essentially refers to the problem of the injustice of the damage as governed by Article 2043. According to Italian both scholars and case law, injustice of the damage is closely connected with that of the identification of a situation of interest protected by the legal system for those who complain that they have suffered compensable damage causally linked to the conduct of others. From this point of view, in my opinion, there is a quite significant difference between Italian civil code and Dutch civil code, that is the regulatory system which has been taken into account as far as Royal Dutch Shell case is concerned. I am referring, but I don't want to deepen my path in Dutch civil code to Article 6, 162, second paragraph, which defines an unlawful act as the violation of another person's right and the act or omission that is contrary to a legal obligation, but also to unwritten rules of social relations, thus opening up to a transpose without exception evaluation criteria deduced from merely social and pre-normative. The choice of the Italian legal system has been completely different, as can be inferred not only from the way in which the requirement of the injustice of the damage is now largely interpreted, it has as such as to require the prior legal relevance of the interest in the hypothesis injured, but also, and even before, from the point of view of the hierarchy of sources, from the content of the Article 23 of Italian Constitution. In fact, this provision, according to which no obligation of a personal or financial nature may be imposed on any person except by law, is presently interpreted also as a rule applicable in relations between private individuals. At this point, it is necessary to verify whether in the Italian regulatory system it is possible to recognize a rule of protection of the interest of private individuals in the face of the productive effects of damage caused by climate change, such as to impose on companies specific obligations of conduct from the point of view of reducing CO2 emissions. From this point of view, we could give significant importance to the still recent constitutional reform of Article 9 and Article 41 of the Constitution, which has introduced, in the first of the two provisions, the protection of the environment alongside that of biodiversity and ecosystem, also in the interest of future generations, with the provision in the same context of the reference to the law for the regulation of the ways and forms of animal protection, and has included in the second, Article 41, the environment together with health, in addition to the other limits set out to the exercise of private economic initiative, placing in the third paragraph of Article 41, alongside social purposes, the environmental ones, such as those to which public and private economic activity must be directed and coordinated. However, it should be noted with specific reference to Article 9 Constitution in its current regulatory content that it seems very difficult to see in it the source of a sufficiently specific obligation to behave on companies that emit CO2, and it is even more difficult to affirm an obligation of this content in terms of the private protection of the interests of future generations. Of course, after decades of debate in the Italian doctrine on the subject of the so-called Drittwirkung, there would be no doubt any more possible about the Drittwirkung, that is the effectiveness even on the horizontal level of relations between private individuals, of constitutional norms or principles, so that in the abstract, even what we might call a climate Drittwirkung would be conceivable. The fact remains that it does not make it possible to identify a specific rule of conduct for private individuals with regard to the containment of CO2 emissions, much less to provide a solution to the problem of standing to bring proceedings in the interest of future generations. A decisive step forward in solving the problem will therefore be the entry into force of the Commission proposal for a directive on due diligence, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which obliges large companies to mitigate their negative impact on human rights and the environment. In order to ensure the maximum effectiveness of this rule, of the rules contained in the proposed directive, this obliged the member state to establish a system of supervisory authorities, Article 17, as well as to set up a mechanism of civil liability, Article 22, for damage caused by non-compliance with the obligations laid down in Article 7 and 8 of the proposal itself. It has the obligation relating to the prevention of potential adverse impacts and the halting of actual adverse impacts. The difficulties surrounding the figure of the causal link, difficulties I have already mentioned, and the lack of a specific regulatory system about this issue in Italian civil code, can be also grasped on another level. In the development of the same, of the problem of causal link, it is also necessary to use knowledge other than law that can provide schemes for explaining the relationship of derivation between events. In fact, the law does not possess or have developed its own theory of cause and effect relationships, so that the affirmation of the existence of the derivative link between events is referred, at least for the first phase of the discourse, to extra-legal criteria, on which the law then intervenes with choices that identify the interest to be privileged from time to time. This premise makes it possible to understand why a decisive step forward in the approach to climate litigation against companies has seemed to be that represented by some of the developments in the so-called science of attribution. This allows, on the basis of mathematical models applied to the data deducible from the recognition of the statistical series of extreme weather events, to calculate with an approximation that was impossible to achieve until a few years ago, whether and to what extent a given meteorological phenomenon, characterized precisely by exceptionality, is attributable to the entropy factor or to natural factors. In particular, the developments in the science of attribution that are most important for the purposes of the discussion that is taking place here are those which would make it possible to identify the emission quotas specifically attributable to a single entrepreneur, and therefore, in any case, in particular to Eni itself, so as to establish its causal impact on the phenomenon of global warming and to overcome the undoubtedly solid argument that the defendant undertaking may oppose to the claim for damages. The total uncertainty as to the existence of a link between the specific breach of a rule of conduct, hypothetically a rule of protection, by the company and the triggering of a causal series which led to the damage occurring in the legal sphere of the plaintiff in the proceedings. Of course, it's not possible here to deepen the discourse on the actual reliability of the data acquired in this way, if only because this would imply the knowledge of scientific data that escape the competence of the jurist, and in any case, certainly the competence of the speaker. The scholar of civil liability, as it is regulated in the Italian legal system, can therefore limit himself to observing that from the point of view of the causal link, of the problem of causal link, only the possibility of affirming as more probable than not, according to the formulation of Italian case law on the issue, or as more probable than not, the causal derivation of legally relevant damage from a specific breach of a rule of conduct on the content of CO2 emissions could indeed form the basis of an assertion of viability. I'm going to conclude. In the midst of the economic crisis that had followed the First World War, and in order to put in place the most suitable initiative to face it, John Maynard Keynes emphasized the need to invent a new wisdom for a new era, with the awareness that in the meantime, if we want to do something good, we must appear heterodox, problematic, dangerous, and disobedient in the eyes of our parents. It's a quotation of John Maynard Keynes' book. The climate catastrophe we are going through requires, in all likelihood, and to use Keynes' word, a new wisdom of the scholar of civil liability, that in the presence of phenomenon of such devastating novelty, such as climate damage, it cannot be resolved only in the reworking of reconstructive solutions that remain placed within the regulatory system as it is. In fact, the hypotheses from framing and solving the problem of civil liability for climate damages are those that have proposed the radical rethinking of the category of subjective right, read in a transsubjective perspective, and that have argued with a lot of argument that a matter of climate damage, even the destination of compensation in favor of the plaintiff, should leave room, precisely because of the transsubjective nature of the right, for a heterodestination of the compensating obligation. The conclusion of my speech is therefore in the sense of a reconsideration of the possibility, and perhaps also of the necessity, of looking only at civil liability as a remedy against the consequence of climate change on the level of private law relationships. Those consequences can be addressed, in my opinion, perhaps more appropriately, through remedies of a preventive, organizational, and inhibiting nature that, even if activated hypothetically at request of a private individual, can achieve the objective of containing emissions. In this perspective, injunctive relief, especially in the form of class action, to prevent or reduce future emissions, could be accompanied by state-administered indemnity protection for damages already suffered, indemnity financed on the basis of a tax proportionate to each company's proven contribution to CO2 emissions. After all, paraphrasing a passage from Shakespeare's Hamlet, which has been already quoted in a similar situation by one of the most important Italian scholars in tort law, Cesare Salvi, there are many more things in the world of climatic conflicts than civil liability philosophy can understand. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have so much to rethink. And when I was a student, I thought private law and responsibility is just written in stone since ancient Rome, and nothing will change. But this is not the case. Living at the German-Dutch border, if I want to look in the future, what will happen in 10 years? I just look to the Dutch side. Sorry for being so informal. We know each other, and Stain is somebody who joined us on the first session here in Ferrara, and your reaction to Klimasenioren was emblematic. So what? We said this almost 10 years ago, and we made it better. So this is a wonderful Dutch self-confidence, and I'm very much looking forward to your lecture. Your day must have more than 24 hours. You are a partner at Nauta Dutil, and you are a lecturer in Leiden, and I shouldn't miss this one because you get rated as a lawyer. I can't help. And there was one client saying, you know, there
Thank
was
you very much, Matthias. Sorry.
Him saying Rolls-Royce service. That can be better, but he's too modest for that.
Sorry, this was too much, 2 microphones. Thank you very much. So, a pleasure to be here, obviously, again. I should have the right distance, I think, to the microphone, because if I'm too close, it becomes too hard, I believe. So, please let me know if I'm not loud enough or too loud. Yeah. Thank you very much. Like previous years, I have always a general idea, theme, message I'd like to convey. And that message, I think, I would say, resonated very much to me into what Chris said on causation. Because my general message each and every year is that the tort law, civil law, is a living instrument, thank you, and that we should develop it further, and that we can develop it further, and that it's really, if we want to use it as a private enforcement instrument, it's required that we develop it further. And I agree, in the Netherlands, we do have a relative easy provision, a very general tort law provision, that gives us the opportunity, also we do not have constitutional courts, that the civil judge can, if he wants, proceed and move in certain directions and develop further. And my general idea is, as Chris already knows, that the law should develop, or is actually already developing, from a corrective instrument towards a more distributive instrument. And I think the Shell case is a nice example to show you how I believe that this could work.
Sorry for interrupting. Is the free mic off?
But I don't need to repeat this, I think.
No.
Okay. So, the Shell case. Let me say something about this, and I should be honest and fair with you. We are involved in that case from the Shell side, and I should also say we were also involved in the Urgenda case from the Urgenda side. You may then think that we argue whatever the client asks us to argue, but that's not the case, because in both cases, I'm honest, the argument is pretty much the same. And in the agenda case, it was the basis for the claim, for the demand. And in the Shell case, it's the basis for the defense. And that claim basically is that when it comes to reduction, it's a responsibility basically of the state to make sure that everyone can reduce in a safe way environment to create the required level playing field. The Shell case. Well, in brief, the case is pending at the Court of Appeal now in The Hague. It started in 2019. Milieudefensie asking for a 45% emission reduction of scope 1, 2, and 3 per 2030 compared to 2019. And that was surprisingly, I must say, I was really surprised, granted by the District Court in The Hague in 2021. Now pending, pleadings were last 2 months ago, and the judgment is being expected on the 12th of November in 2024. And I would expect the court then also to hand over to the public an English translation and an English summary, so we can all enjoy. What I would like to speak about is a little bit about the position of Milieudefensie, then a little bit about the position of Shell, and then make 3 observations, particularly to this type of duty we are discussing. What is the duty really in a case like this one? And I think that very much comes links with the causation question. Balancing of interests, which I think is the type of duty we're essentially speaking about, and then the position of the court in this. And then you may decide yourself whether you think that the Court of Appeal will reverse the decision or not. We can have a vote maybe on that, Matthias, afterwards. So, the demand made by Milieudefensie. Well, Milieudefensie's claim is, I should say, very traditional, based on negligence. A very traditional tort, essentially saying that Shell's policy in step with society, as Shell states, is not aligned with a 1.5 degree Paris target. And to support that position, also I think the arguments and the facts presented for the court are pretty traditional. It's being said that Shell already knew of the risk of climate change long ago, that it's a large sophisticated market player, that Shell should behave according to the precautionary principle, typically a principle that's being applied to employers and manufacturers, and that should also be applied in a case like this one. And that's, well, if that leads to a reduced company, let's say that the 45 production of the emission reduction leads to a reduction of the Shell company, then Milieudefensie states you can still have a profitable business. So what is the problem? Next to that, Milieudefensie purports that such a reduction order may well be effective in limiting global greenhouse gas emissions, because it says directly or indirectly it may lead to global emissions reductions because other companies will follow, and it's necessary in the end to reach the Paris target and avoid stranded assets. That's in a nutshell their position. In a nutshell, the position of Shell. Shell is willing to reduce 45% by 2030 for scope 1 and 2. But Shell is not willing to reduce or to commit for that number for scope 3. That's the core of the debate. Actually, Shell says, I will do better by 2030 on scope 1 and 2. So don't worry. And the grounds Shell is presenting for not wanting to commit to a 45% decrease on scope 3 is that it says, you know, such an order is ineffective and possibly even disruptive. We should be aware that to a very large extent our whole society still depends on fossil fuels. And if Shell stops supplying, other competitors will step in undoubtedly. In particular, the very large state-owned oil companies. And we should be aware that they have by far the majority of the worldwide market. Shell is a large company, but it is only a market share worldwide of, let's say, 2%. Moreover, Shell says, Shell is a producer of gas. And according to Shell, gas is a very important traditional fuel. Countries like China, in particular, should move away from coal. And the best way for China to move away from coal is going to gas. So by allowing Shell to produce gas, we help China to transfer step by step to a better position. If Shell is now being forced to slow down its emissions, to cut down its business basically, that becomes less easy, more difficult. And if we have a crisis, for instance, like Ukraine, Shell will not be able to step in and to supply substitute gas, for instance. And ultimately, Shell says the citizens will pay the price. So either it leads to energy scarcity, higher prices, or competitors will earn better. And then the overall worldwide emissions are still the same. So why is this reduction order effective? And is it not a risk? That's in essence the defense of Shell. Now, first observation, the type of duty. As I said, I think Milieudefensie is arguing its case on a very traditional negligence basis, which means costs and damages. And if the costs are reasonable compared to the huge amount of damages, then there's an obligation. That's in essence the demand made by Milieudefensie. And Milieudefensie also relies on the precautionary principle, saying, as we all know, that in case of threat of serious or irreversible damage, lack of full scientific certainty shall not be used as a reason to postpone cost-effective measures. To be honest, I don't think that this principle fits into this debate, because there's no lack of scientific uncertainty, as was already being indicated. We all know what we need to do to make sure that we prevent a rise in temperature. And why is this reduction order a cost-effective measure? Precaution assumes that effective measures can be taken where the cost of the measures, by definition, outweigh the risk to be avoided. And in cases of asbestos or deep sea activities, I think that's a plausible assumption. But when it comes to the risk of climate change, it's certainly not evident that the individually requested reduction order against one company has the desired common net beneficial effect. Far more likely, I think, is that we should not see this case as a kind of negligence case, but as essentially a balancing of interest case. And that means that such reduction order can only be granted if the interest of emission reduction by Shell only, outweighs the interest of security of supply and affordable energy and freedom of enterprise. And it may be true that even a halved Shell is profitable, may be true. If it's not plausible that such a halving would actually reduce global emissions and have no other negative side effects, it seems there's no legitimacy for such a halving, and Shell is actually being expropriated for no good reason. Arguably, I think there's a second reason for seeing it differently than just as a negligence case. Because negligence, causation, may be effective, is based primarily on the potential impact a reduction order could have, and thus on a presumption of effectiveness. Such a standard inevitably leads to a joint and several liability, multiple parties being responsible for the same emissions and accountable for them. Now, when it comes to climate change risk, it seems to me that joint and several liability may lead to double and unbearable liabilities. It seems far more efficient to assume that partial responsibilities, proportional contributions, or individual fair shares are more effective. I really would wish that Germany would have proportional liability as well, because I think that's the way forward. And I think we discussed this last year also extensively. Thank you very much, yes. But to have that, and that is a very quick, short response I need to make to Chris' causation, you cannot take out just causation. You cannot take out just damages. You cannot take out just duty. You should see it all together because they are communicating with it. And what we're doing then essentially is using tort law not as a corrective instrument based on behavior and remedying the negative consequences of behavior, but using it as a distributive instrument for the advantages and disadvantages that we are all together in, that have a common ground. And I think that is the way forward. Now, that brings me to balancing of interest. Because if the correct standard is basically a balancing of interests, and in the Dutch tort law that's possible. I mean, we do not need a change of the statute to make this happen by a court. Then the issue is to what extent the reduction order sought meets the requirements of basically subsidiarity, can Shell behave more safely, and proportionality. Is its behavior the right mean to avoid climate change? More specifically, to what extent is halving Shell necessary and efficient for reasons of the risk of climate change? To answer that question, the extent to which an individual mitigation order can be effective is then irrelevant. And that's essentially the debate Milieudefensie is making. The effectiveness refers then to the negligence standard, which does not apply. It doesn't give us any solution. And to be honest, I think that was the misreading of the court of first instance in this case. However, what is relevant is to what extent a reduction order is necessary to prevent the realization of basically a tragedy of the commons, and proportionate as a mean to achieve our joint and common end. In particular, to what extent the requested reduction order is necessary in addition to the regulations of, for instance, the EU, the ETS system, how it operates, how it asks for contributions already by so many companies and will even more when ETS2 comes into force, as well as all the other market initiatives that will come into force. We have heard it this morning, Europe is the golden standard. I mean, every year new ETS systems come into force worldwide. While such reduction obligation then should not only be required, but also not lead to disproportionate social disruption, for instance. That brings me to my third observation. This all, I think, touches upon also the position of the court. Because Milieudefensie relies against Shell on a context-bound standard, facts and circumstances specifically referring to Shell, not a general rule. The 35% reduction standard is based basically on global average. That's what it is. While such a standard seems to me differs substantially from the standard that was being applied in the Agenda decision. Agenda was international agreement. We all agreed that Annex 1 countries should by 2020 at least have reduced by 25 to 40%. That's not average, it was an agreement. The reduction order Milieudefensie now seeks is difficult to relate, therefore, to objective sources, like, for instance, efficiency, factual or statistical plausibility, international agreements, or other kind of soft law regulations. And to apply such a standard in similar cases becomes extremely difficult for a court. In other words, the requested average reduction order is difficult to connect to other legal, objective existing sources, and therefore runs the risk of being arbitrary. The EU regulations, for instance, we've seen that also today, do not assume average reductions by any company, but contributions in the form of research and accountability, CSRD, CSDDD. And the lack of being able to connect the 45% to objective standards and rules, I think, but that's my prediction, makes it very difficult for a Dutch court to grant such reduction order. But as said, we will see on the 12th of November this year. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Stijn. A wonderful presentation. And my first thought is, it's so important as lawyers that we see both sides, that we understand the NGO side and the corporate side to come to decent conclusions and not be taken from American administrative law, not be capricious and arbitrary in our judgments. So thank you very much. So last but not least, we're going down to the global south. It's a special pleasure for me to have Gabriel Veg. I think Veg is the right pronunciation. Here among us, an old friend of the group, and perhaps with the longest journey. But I mean, I think you will stay a little longer here in Italy, and you already have been in Rome, and therefore it will not be too burdensome. Gabriel is a Brazilian federal judge, so top of the judiciary, and almost near God, I would, if you allow me, and a professor as well, a professor of environmental law as well, and whenever there's something going on environmental law, it's a conference where you won't miss Gabriel, because it's a conditio sine qua non in the old-fashioned way that you give your input and your insight. Gabriel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Almost good evening. Thank you, my dear friends, professors, Matthias Keller, and my colleague in German, Alberto de Franceschi, Henrik Andersen, William Boyd, with this invitation for participating in this research in this important seminar to address the topic of cities and climate change mitigation. I extend my greetings to Professor Christina Voigt, who has done exemplary and qualified work as chair of UCN WCL, demonstrating the essential work of women in times of climate emergency. It's a joy to be in Italy, in this beautiful city of Ferrara, at Ferrara University, in an event of the European law with strong support to clay. I can bring my experience as a federal judge who decided the environmental cases until the year 2016, and has been a professor of environmental law for 25 years. The Brazilian legal system has also been influenced by the development of environmental law globally. As of the Stockholm Declaration of 1972, the Brundtland Report of 1987, and the Rio Declaration of 1992, to the most recent international acts such as the Johannesburg Declaration of 2002, and again the Rio Declaration, Rio follow-up process, the Paris Agreement of 2015, COP21, and the agenda in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In Brazil, the legal protection of the environment has been through some gradual development. Nowadays, we have not only the provision of a fundamental rights to an ecologic balanced environment under our Constitution, but also a broad regulatory framework and statutory provisions of environmental law. However, despite the large amounts of legislation on the subject, and even its good quality level, Brazil has suffered, like much of the world, from a crisis of effectiveness in environmental law enforcement. That is to say, environmental destruction is accelerating even after the enactment of environmental laws. This crisis of effectiveness is quite pronounced in Brazil. It is evidenced by the low payment rate of environmental fines, flaws in the administrative process, deficient enforcement, illegal deforestation, wildfires, albeit with little human development. The good news is the forest loss in the Brazilian Amazon was down 50% year on year in 2023, according to government figures. Under far-right President Jair Bolsonaro, who left office at the end of 2022, deforestation in the Amazon reached a 15-year high. His successor, the Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, has stepped up enforcement, curbing forest clearing by farmers and ranchers. Last year saw the loss of 1,989 square miles of Brazilian rainforest, an area slightly larger than London, for instance, a drop from 3,963 square miles in 2022. By the way, the new left-wing government in neighboring Colombia has made similar progress in slowing the destruction of the Amazon. Amid rising temperatures, however, the Amazon remains threatened by worsening drought and fire, particularly on degraded lands. In June the last year, the number of fires in the Amazon reached its highest level in 16 years. The crackdown on forest clearing in the Brazilian Amazon has also increased the pressure on other regions. Facing greater law enforcement in the rainforest, many soy farmers have sought to expand their operations in the dry Cerrado region. Last year, forest loss in the Cerrado rose by 43%, with 3,022 square miles destroyed. It is worth remembering a statement by Justice Herman Benjamin, our future president of our Superior Court of Justice, about the current state of our environmental law in Brazil. Unlike other countries, a judge does not need to create laws for the protection of the environment. Environmental obligations flow from the legislative tests. Fortunately, he says, our judiciary is not haunted by an ocean of gaps or a festival of legislative half-words. If a gap exists, it is not for lack of legislation or even a deficit in the statutes. It is for the absence or deficiency of administrative and judicial implementation of the unequivocal environmental duties established by the legislation. Even before the Paris Agreement, the National Policy of Climate Change, Law 1295, came into effect in Brazil. According to its Article 3, the national policy on climate change and the actions resulting from it will be carried out under the responsibility of federative entities and public administrations bodies, observing the principles of precaution, prevention, citizen participation, sustainable development, and common but differentiated responsibilities, the latter in the international sphere. These are the principles recognized by Brazilian law in our climate law. There are other principles of environmental law applied in a subsidiary way by judges.
The national policy on climate change establishes that the guideline to be observed are, among others, the commitments assumed by the country in the United Nations Framework, Conventions on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and other documents on climate change. Having made these necessary considerations, the Bulletin on Climate Litigation in Brazil 2023, based on data from the Climate Litigation Platform of Law, Environment and Justice in the Anthropocene Research Group at the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro, reveals a significant increase in the number of climate-related lawsuits. From 14 cases in 2018, Brazil saw this number grow to 70 by September this year, now reaching 77 cases. Several lawsuits related to climate impacts are already in progress in many Brazilian courts. Such cases are scattered in states and federal courts across the country. The ones that deserve scientific reference and have political importance are evidently being dealt with in the Supreme Federal Court and have been analyzed by it in a green agenda. As expected, we have many cases related to the main causes of emissions in Brazil. Forest burning and deforestation. In this category are found a legal action in which the Federal Public Prosecutor's Office requests the Environmental Federal Agency to increase command and control measures to reduce illegal deforestation at hotspots in the Brazilian Amazon rainforests. And case before the Supreme Court against the federal government for violating fundamental constitutional rights by failing to implement the national deforestation policy and thereby contributing to dangerous climate change. Case over timber exports, a case in which the federal government is asked to stop deforestation in a conservation unit. Cases against the use of fire as a harvesting and processing method. A case against the omission of the federal government in fighting forest fires in the Amazon forest and the Pantanal ecosystem. A case in which the legal issue is whether a farmer is responsible for the climate and environmental damage stemming from deforestation in the Amazon forest, and a case on the validity of a fine imposed by IBAMA for the burning of lands for livestock grazing. We can also mention cases requesting specific actions by the government to adopt environmental and climate protection measures. This type of case includes action related to mitigation targets in the country's national determined contributions to reduce emissions, action to recognize the fundamental rights to a stable climate and to compel the federal government to meet emission and deforestation targets, and a lawsuit asking for a structural measures to protect a lagoon. Here, we can also refer to the cases before the Supreme Court challenging the non-release of resources from environmental funds or the decision-making procedures for these funds, such the Climate Fund and the Amazon Fund. Also worth mentioning are these cases against environmental deregulation by the National Environmental Council. The exploitation of coal and the thermal power plants is also the target of several lawsuits. It is also worth highlighting the legal actions filed by the government or the public prosecutor's office against individuals and companies for climate damage. This is the context that leads to the analysis of the main climate disputes in Brazil, on the so-called climate fund case, recently judged by the Supreme Court. I had the honor that my scientific essay was mentioned in this leading case by Justice Fachin. In his opinion, this case precisely dealt, in a sense, with budget cuts in the National Fund on Climate Change, created under Law 1214. The court held that this resource containment is unconstitutional. It stated that the executive branch has the constitutional duty to make the climate fund work and allocate their resources annually for the purpose of mitigating climate change. Therefore, its blocking is prohibited due to the constitutional duty to protect the environment, to international rights and commitments assumed by Brazil, as well as the constitutional principle of separation of powers. It has also been said that treaties on environmental law are species of the genus human rights treaties and enjoy for this reason higher value than the statutory law, status supralegal, we call. Thus, there is no legally valid option of simply omitting to combat climate change. The shortcomings of government's actions to combat global warming, coupled with the increased visibility of climate harms, have driven the spread of disputes on this issue. In Brazil, the independence of the judiciary and the public prosecution service, the wide range of judicial tools to resist rights violations, as well as examples from comparative law, have created a fertile ground for climate litigation to be brought to resolution by the judiciary. It is up to the judiciary to shape climate change law together with the executive and the legislative branches within their respective powers. Okay. Cities, therefore, in addition to their constitutional, executive, and legislative powers, which must always be exercised in a protective, evolving, progressive way for the environment and the climate system, can be plaintiffs in climate litigation and also defendants when the subject is climate law. They can sue in defense of the environment and a stable climate system, but they can also be sued for illegal and unconstitutional actions and omissions. Citizens can sue for compensation and to improve urban infrastructure, which must be built using sustainable projects compatible with adaptation and resilience concepts. Municipalities, on the other hand, can also sue companies and other state bodies for compliance with climate legislation and for the implementation of the principles of prevention and precaution in defense of residents and environmental macro goods itself. At the end of my presentation, I can say that we would apply to the test of the Constitution, the Brazil Constitution in climate case, in my country, of course, perhaps based on constitutional hermeneutics, declare a constitutional right to a stable climate system, recognize the autonomy of climate law in Brazil, and apply the principles of precaution and prevention in ongoing and future cases, in addition to determining the civil, administrative, and criminal liability of those responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. Whether these agents are public or even governments or private companies and their CEOs. In this field, even when discussing the relevant challenge posed by the debates on locus standi, new technologies must be accepted, such as artificial intelligence in the production of evidence, as well as the science of attribution to relate the actions and omissions of defendants with climate damage that violate public goods, private goods, fundamental rights, and even rights can be considered of nature itself. Judges must be prepared to apply international law, the Constitution, federal laws, and precedents to concrete cases in the interest of present and the future generations, when the legislative and executive powers omit themselves and companies act without respect for Mother Earth. Thank you all. Pachamama. Yeah, Pachamama. Yeah.
And I heard we have so many links to Brazil. I almost, in my mind, I have the feeling you are a European country, somewhere in between. But you see, this discussion is a global discussion, where we all
open a lot of windows.
Yes. And speaking of discussion, we have still a bit of time for question and answers.
Thank you. Okay, I have two questions. First, for Stein Franken, on the Shell case and the relation to prior litigation. If I understand it correctly, the Shell case built on public health tort litigation in the Netherlands. There were cases against tobacco companies built on tort law. At least that's how I understood a Dutch tort lawyer, and I may be wrong about that. And wouldn't that be an argument to say, well, if we develop tort law in the Netherlands, piggybacking on these tobacco cases and public health litigation, then that may justify scope 1 and 2, because that's the behavior of the company and the group affecting people in the Netherlands and elsewhere, but that would not justify scope 3. But I'm interested mainly in to what extent Shell actually is new or piggybacks on these older cases concerning public health litigation. That would be my one question, and the other one, it goes to, well, actually you can fight over it, Eva Maria Kining and Chris Tamale. There are two uncertainties we've got to deal with. I think the epistemological uncertainty about the facts and the evaluative uncertainty. Once we have the facts, how do we deal with them and how important are they? So the epistemological level, where are the facts and what are the facts? And then the evaluative uncertainty, how do we evaluate these facts now that we have them established? And in climate science, you're building on models. If I understand correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what Professor Otto does, attribution science, attributes climate change to extreme weather events. It's not about attributing individual behavior to climate change. So you could make the argument, well, it's rather obvious that, I don't know, the behavior of the carbon majors contributes to climate change, and so we have to factor that in. And so there's not the hard epistemological uncertainty, and we could deal with that saying, well, that flies then for the reduction cases like Shell. Do better in the future. I see a problem, however, with respect to your second category, because then you have to do the same exercise with respect to the damages. Just because you establish causation, you don't have, even using a proportional, some kind of proportionality principle, then you need other models to say, well, now that's the damage actually caused by the behavior. And so you have to pick the models first you use. So you start with an evaluative uncertainty, then you have an epistemological uncertainty, because these models are, I mean, they're obviously good and they're workable, but they work with probabilities. And then again, and that's the third step, you have another evaluative uncertainty. What do you do with the facts now? You got by this model, by using this model you picked out in the first place. And isn't that perhaps a step too far, at least given the science right now, in attributing actual liability for past actions? Yeah, thank you.
So there will be the question mark. Yes.
Yeah.
Stay, that was the first question.
Yeah, I hope I understand your question well, because one way or another I can't hear very well, but I understand your question twofold. You make a reference to the public health litigation we had, I think in Germany as well. I'm not sure, tobacco litigation, for instance. And then you said, what's the difference with the Shell case? Because I made this comparison with traditional negligence and so okay. So I think, to be honest, that the Shell case is completely different from the traditional public health cases. And if you look to those cases, I think you could also, as a starting up for the second question, you could also distinguish between the remedy of asking someone to put a different design on the market or give a warning. Well, the first one is far more difficult generally than the second one. And now Shell is being asked basically to change its design, to change the company, to reduce its complete business in such a way. So it's really a heavy burden that I would say is on the plaintiff, to put it in, let's say, courtroom language. Yeah. But nevertheless, I think it doesn't apply to this case, because this is a different case. Why? Essentially, you could see it in two ways, but I will take the causation, because causation is uncertain by definition, because we speak about contribution. And when that's uncertain, like I think was explained quite well, and I think I liked very much, for instance, the alternative causation example, because to my mind, alternative causation, as it's being arranged for instance, in the Netherlands, it leads to joint and several liability in the Netherlands. Alternative causation, I think in Germany as well. It's not in all countries. Sometimes countries use proportional liability. But what happens with alternative causation? It happens actually, it's a layered way of thinking. The first layer is that you establish that someone made a mistake, a duty of care was being breached. That doesn't fit the remedy because there's an, let's say, uncertainty in the causation. And then something happens, a second normative layer, that can justify that nevertheless you are liable, either fully, joint and several, or proportionally partial. Now, the Shell case is about this second layer. It seeks a kind of ruling, normative ruling, that allows, legitimizes the contribution being asked by Shell. And my point is, and then I finish, I think it's fair to say that a company like Shell has a duty with respect to Scope 3. But I don't think we are able to, let's say, quantify it in a certain reduction obligation. We can quantify it on due diligence.
Well, I'm not sure I've understood everything from an acoustic perspective, point of view. All I said about proportional liability was directed at the type 2 claims damages, because proportional liability is not possibly operational with type 1 claims, the reduction claims, because obviously that's not possible. I mean, it doesn't make sense to demand from RWE to reduce the emissions 0.47. I mean, that would be 100% of the RWE emissions. So what I said about proportional liability was directed at claims for damages or the recovery of mitigation costs, point one. Then all I wanted to say on where the attributional science comes in, this was more directed at an argument that you find in the German literature on climate change liability. There very often it's being said that, oh, droughts and storms and heat waves have always happened, and now climate change might make it a little bit more probable, but this is the causation in a legal sense cannot be attributed. And all I was going to say is that there are two different levels of argument, or on the legal level. The first is, did the company add to the emissions, and is it therefore liable in proportion to that percentage of emissions? That would be the case for proportional liability on the slow onset event level. And of course, as we all know, German law presently does not subscribe to the idea of proportional liability. It's not in our system, so that would be already a big step forward. And then my second layer of argument was, what about sudden onset? And there I just wanted to present two alternative routes. One would be to say a liability for sudden onset would only be possible for such sudden onset events which have been virtually impossible without climate change. Then that's a 100% causal link. And the other question is, what do we do with sudden onset events which, according to attribution science, has been rendered 3 times, 4 times, 10 times more likely? Is there also do we think that on a theoretical level we could also sort of deduct from the 100% a certain percentage to reflect that difference between just more probable 10 times or 5 times and virtually impossible? But that's highly speculative, and I'm so I don't know whether that. Okay, but we perhaps over dinner.
Chris, you were nodding and you were.
I'm fine.
Yeah, fine. But we shouldn't forget Beate Zell. I think you. Yes. Sorry for. Yes. Yeah.
I'll try to be quick.
Yes.
Okay. So this is, I think, one comment on what Stein said, and then a question, I think, that goes primarily to Chris and Eva Maria that picks up a bit on what Thilo was saying. So what you just said there at the end in response to Thilo, Shell is part of their defense is that you're asking us to be a different company and change our entire business model. That is a way to frame it, I guess, but you could also say we're just saying stop putting a product that you know is dangerous on the market and go be a different kind of energy company. So we're not saying don't be an energy company, just be a different kind of energy company. I don't think that flies at the end of the day in terms of the tort case or the specifics of the case, but the framing here matters a lot. And I do think there was a time not long ago where the big fossil majors were saying we're going to be a different kind of energy company, and then it turned out they kicked the tires and the profits aren't nearly as high in renewable energy as they are with fossil hydrocarbons. So there's a kind of moral and ethical piece of this that I think is important to keep in mind. This is not to say that those arguments aren't valid. I just think that the framing does matter. If you think about it in a products context, I think it's a little different. So my big question, though, is to the fascinating conversations that all of you have had, and particularly on causation, and Chris, and as I understood what you were doing, you start with Hume and you remind us that causation is not something that we can experience or observe in a direct sense, that it is always an inference. And I thought I heard you end with, though, a warning that we should not conflate causation and correlation, and that we should be careful about bringing probabilistic inferential reasoning into causation. But in fact, of course, all causation is correlation based on your initial statement, it seems to me, and it's always probabilistic, but it doesn't become difficult until we get to the hard cases, right? Many cases are quite easy where we can see the correlation in a way that comports with our ideas of causation. So if that's true, then it seems to me climate change is not the first area in tort law, at least in the US context, where we've struggled with elusive harms that can only be probabilistically related to a plaintiff's conduct. And it seems to me in the mass toxic torts area, back to products to some extent, you know, the US courts have developed this framework of general causation and specific causation. And I don't want to get into the details of that, but it's a relatively analytical way to think about causation. And typically they'll say with specific causation, which is what is usually very hard, right? Did this particular exposure to this toxin cause this particular plaintiff's injury? An increased risk of 2x might be enough. And maybe in climate change you say it has to be 5x or something else. But there's a way in which that analogizes, it seems to me, to climate change and to the way we're thinking about using attribution science. Thiele was right that attribution science is about relating the intensity and frequency of particular events to the increased concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. That is different than then saying you, Shell, or RWE or Chevron are responsible for a certain, to me that's just accounting at the end of the day. Like, we just have to decide how we will allocate or portion that liability, and if the German system doesn't allow that, then you're out of luck, it seems to me, until they do. But other systems have allowed that, and to me, we should be careful not to allow the conflation of those two things. Attribution science is something that is happening in the scientific community. It can help us fingerprint particular events and think about the additional harm that came. And I think in the climate context, the general and specific causation inquiry, if we wanted to use that frame, is easier than it is in the toxic harms cases, except perhaps when you have signature diseases in toxic harms, right, which are relatively easy. Extreme weather events are the signature disease of climate change, right? And now we're seeing them more and more, and they are widespread and pervasive, it seems to me. And so that to me is you've sort of opened up this idea of thinking about causation differently, which I think is very exciting and important. But we also, I think, need to be very careful about sort of assuming that climate change is so different we don't have any other sort of experience to draw upon as we go into this. So.
So first of all, we're absolutely on the same page. That's exactly what I'm trying to argue for, that we, rather than developing special causation rules for the particular fact pattern of climate change, rather than look at it sort of across the board. And I will also concur with this increased flexibility that especially US but also English torts law has shown when it comes to not being, you know, just stuck with the but-for test, as you call it, right? We call it conditio sine qua non, it's the same thing, right? But I would still, I mean, that there are Supreme Court decisions that do uphold the but-for test as a sort of, as a matter of law. So I'd say it's at least arguably, you know, it's unclear, the law on this. And but one thing we might want to keep separate, and I was almost inclined to answer that to you, Thiele, as well. As you introduced, the epistemological level, and this is where I think we have the misunderstanding. So one question is, what is the substantive element you're going to show? And I think there we need to be strict that causation is not identical with correlation. But it may well be that there are certain epistemological accounts that really are just strong correlations that allow us to infer causation. So I'd say that's the actual difference, because and what I would like to just point out is that this causation thing comes across as a fact, and our courts deal with it as a fact. So they apply rules of, you know, on evidence and on, you know, appreciation of evidence. But because it's strictly inferential. It is, let's say, a very specific animal of facts, this causation thing. And all I wanted to point out is that this inferential nature of causation opens up, I'd say, a rather broad leeway, which American case law shows in finding causation and not getting hung up on just the strict but-for test. Because that's not even what courts do. I mean, there's a strong legal realist argument in favor of moving beyond but-for. That's the point, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you very much for all the insightful presentation. And my question goes in the same direction. And I totally agree, of course, correlation and causation are not identical. I also totally agree that causation is always speculative, since we compare an actual experience with a hypothetical development, and the hypothetical always stays hypothetical, and we always try to isolate single elements, even though we knew perfectly well that there is no monocausality whatsoever. This does not exist. It's always a mixture of various factors. But I found very interesting this kind of dialogue between you and Stein, and this, I think this goes to the heart of what we are talking about. Are we talking about compensating damages, or are we talking about behavior? Is it taught in the sense of compensating damages, or is it taught in the sense of making people behave the right, and companies behave the right way? And I would lean to the behavior approach and say it's a proportional liability, and all the generosity and leeways in treating with causation is justified by the establishment in a case that a company or a person has not met the risk management standard we would expect her to meet. And I think this is a little bit reflected in your dialogue, and therefore I would say, of course we have to admit we have these problems of causation, but it's not so difficult from other fields of law. It's the and reference areas. It's medical liability. The same ideas, yeah, that we can say, okay, if once it has been established that a doctor had grossly failed to meet this standard of care and of risk management, then we are more generous with establishing causation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a practitioner, I like well-established standards, so to say.
Can I answer? Yeah. So yeah, I agree, and I do think that proportionality also applies to one cases, but let's discuss. And I don't agree with the probability is framing what we discussed during the dinner. But what I want to say about the causation and about behavior, because I think what I wanted to say, make this comparison with the alternative causation, that causation inherently has a factual and a normative element, and that I think what we all say. But what I like very much in practice, that you see that although we debate it now in part as something abstract that needs to be revisited maybe, and we need new developments, in practice we already apply it. I'll give you an example. Pharmaceuticals. If pharmaceuticals are being brought on the market, we all know that they have negative side effects. We know that these negative side effects are not, let's say, generally not, they are already being seen as signals, alerts, before we know that there's a matter of causation. It's a statistical issue. It's an association. It's a correlation, actually. And at some point, we decide that we give it some, let's say, consequences. And we say, you know, this product better not. Nothing to do with causation. It's the normative layer we put over it. And that's, I think, exactly behavioral. What we think, is the product then defective? Hard to say. You can, from a general standpoint of view, you can say, yes, you should withdraw from the market. But now we get a person, and we see that in the US obviously very often, that suffered from a certain disease and claims damages because the association is, let's say, according to that plaintiff, strong enough to claim damages. In the European system, you won't get damages for that claim because there's no causal link. In the US, you will get damages, not because of the causal link, but because of the tort law system and how it operates. Normative way of dealing with it on a massive scale. So there you see the intermingling between facts and norms, and that's exactly what in the Shell case is also the issue.
Since you mentioned the word behavior of the companies, because in our discussion this afternoon, this was not mentioned, it was not mentioned by me and it wasn't mentioned by others, but the fact is that the fossil fuel companies knew since at least the mid-1960s what they were doing and the harm they were causing. And we all know it as we are here together in this room. I just want to remind everyone of that, because when we are now talking about and contemplating Shell's arguments against a kind of expropriation and a threat of sort of reducing their business by half, one can say, but why? The reason is that they should have done that a long time ago, and if they had complied with that obligation like decades ago, we wouldn't be sitting here.
Let me play the Advocatus Diaboli and object in the name of Gerhard. Because that was so refreshing discussions, because he said, we went to holidays with our VW and we have made the same thing as the big major carbons the discussion was so refreshing, but I think we have a lot of information that side your argument. So, Christina.
No, I didn't speak about causation. I could have, but I had a different topic. But I just wanted to point to the fact that the discussion that we're here in the context of liability of or tort claims against companies is paralleled at the international level, at least in the context of the advisory proceedings from the International Court of Justice, which has, as we know, received 2 questions from the United Nations General Assembly, and the second question deals with the consequences, legal consequences for states in situations where they have caused harm to the climate system. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the International Court of Justice has got to say, if anything, about this issue. But it's a very similar and paralleled discussion. Now, I've seen there are 91 submissions to the ICJ. Several deal with the issue of causation, reject the conditio sine qua non, but on different grounds. But I see several states putting forward the idea that just by increasing the risk of harm to happen, you fulfill the requirements of causation. And it's going to be very interesting to see what the ICJ has got to say about this.
And see conclusions and next steps. So will there be causal links, so to say, from here to the future? Of course, huh? I mean, it will have an impact, and perhaps we should gather as a committee and for the conclusions and next steps. I see Henrik very modestly, last row, and it's... It's like in theater, it's the first row that counts. First of all, thank you, all the panelists. It was an honor to chair such a panel. I've never done that before.
Yeah, and I took a back seat here, so I actually could get a better overview of the whole debate. But it's been very enlightening, and thank you so much. It's been truly inspiring, and I think there's so many things that we should continue to discuss. So I hope that we'll be able to continue to have these conferences, and maybe, if possible, that we could have them over maybe 2 days, because there are so many issues that are raised and things that I would like to discuss. Thank you.
So, and I learned that locus standi, I'm repeating this, has something in common with causation. It's factual and normative at the same time. And I think you will have the minutes of our locus standi discussion, and you can, of course, comment on this. And then we have to clear up our minds whether we can put some insight of the other discussions we had, and then we let's see what happens and how we can proceed. Please feel free to get yourself mobilized and refreshed and think a little bit on perhaps there's some link, locus standi and causation. Cause of action, the word is already, oh, there's a fly molesting me here. And so every comment and every input is welcome, isn't it?
Yes.
So it will be very brief. I would like to warmly thank all the brilliant speakers and chairs. A warm thank to all of you, in particular to those who took part in the discussions. We delved into several topics, trying to be comprehensive in addressing the challenges linked to a broad understanding of climate justice. If you would like to listen and to listen again to the content of the conference, they will be available on the Unife YouTube channel. You just digit climate justice Unife on YouTube, and you will get all the contents of this day. And meanwhile, we hope to get impressed very soon with the content coming out from this conference, and for this reason, we kindly invite all the speakers to deliver their written contribution by the end of September 2024. Meanwhile, I'm looking forward to the 4th annual conference of this project, even more structured and in-depth oriented. And I'm also looking forward to continuing our discussions at dinner, which will take place at 8, the same venue as yesterday evening. And with this, I thank you very much for these inspiring days, and looking forward to welcoming you back again to Ferrara. Thank you.